Let's begin.
Yes.
What are we talking about when we talk about the new Ukraine?
Ukraine has this glorious cultural past.
Which, by the way, was not a Russian construction, but a Norseman construction.
The war consists of Russian aggression, but most importantly, it consists of Ukrainian resistance.
No one ever expected Ukrainians to be so united fighting the aggressor.
I mean, these are very tough guys, right?
Freedom. Freedom as a value, which you are ready to die for.
We want Ukraine to win. It could end this year.
Welcome to the second day of the 2023 Kyiv Jewry Forum. This year, we bring together prominent world leaders and decision makers to discuss the most pressing issue of today's political, economic and social agenda. What needs to be done to help Ukraine win and what awaits Ukraine after the war. Our next speaker is U.S. Senator from Texas and member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Ted Cruz.
Good morning. I'm Senator Ted Cruz from the great state of Texas. Unfortunately, I couldn't be with you in person today, but I wanted to take you a moment to wish you all a successful forum. Ukraine today is tragically embroiled in an all-out war of aggression by Vladimir Putin and Russia. What Putin is trying to do is reassemble the Soviet Union. If he succeeds in doing so, it wouldn't just be devastating for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, it would be catastrophic for Europe, for the world, and for the safety and security of the United States of America. I am committed, and America must remain committed, to ensuring that Russia is handed a decisive defeat. The eyes of the world are on this war. If Putin succeeds, no one doubts that other rivals and enemies of the United States, China, Iran, North Korea, will learn the lesson that aggression pays and that America doesn't stand by our allies. We must not let that happen. I've been proud to lead efforts to protect Ukraine from Russian energy blackmail for many years. I led the fight to stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and we succeeded for years. Unfortunately, decisions were made by the current administration that squandered that victory, that gave it away. And because of that, Putin was able to launch his current all-out war. Nevertheless, Ukraine and the Ukrainian people have refused to bend in the face of Putin's aggression. Know that though we can't be together today, I and the people of the United States stand with you. God bless you.
Until recently, Ihor Klymenko was in charge of the National Police of Ukraine. After the tragic death of Minister of the Internal Affairs Denis Monastyrsky on January 18th as a result of helicopter crash, Mr. Klymenko was made head of the department that controls the public order, both in the rear and in the front line zone. How are things in the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine 3 weeks after the death of its leader? We learn more from the minister. Mr. Klymenko, the entire world was horrified at the horrific accident that claimed the lives of many of your colleagues in the tragic helicopter crash last month. We obviously cannot say nothing about this terrible tragedy, but could you please say whatever you can and what is appropriate in this dark moment? What has this done to the institution?
Перш за все, хочу подякувати за можливість взяти участь в цьому заході. Насправді, ця трагедія, яка відбулася 3 тижні тому, ще не вкладається в нас в головах. Важко усвідомити, що молоді, сильні, успішні, професійні керівники Міністерства внутрішніх справ Денис Монастирський, Євген Єнін, Юрій Лубкович пішли з життя. Це непоправима трагедія для Міністерства внутрішніх справ, для кожного з нас і для країни в цілому. В той же час Міністерство внутрішніх справ на сьогоднішній день працює стабільно, виконує всі задачі, які стоять перед ним. Більш того, хочу сказати, що ті ідеї, ті завдання, які намітив і не встиг втілити в життя Денис Монастирський, ми, звичайно, їх виконаємо і втілимо. Ми зробимо все для того, щоб світла пам'ять про наших керівників була в серцях кожного працівника Міністерства внутрішніх справ. Хоча можу сказати, що саме після вторгнення російських військ на територію нашої держави, саме керівництво Міністерства внутрішніх справ і безпосередньо міністр Денис Монастирський вжили заходів, які дозволили зберегти стабільність в нашій країні, ну і також, звичайно, допомагати нам, як силам безпеки, так і силам оборони на фронті. Тому міністерство працює у звичному режимі. На сьогоднішній день всі підрозділи, які входять до структури Міністерства внутрішніх справ, готові до виконання всіх завдань, які ставить Верховний Головнокомандувач та уряд нашої держави.
America doesn't have an interior ministry because it's not a parliamentary democratic system, so it might be necessary to explain that the National Police and National Guard, as well as many of the volunteer battalions, fall under your remit. Can you please tell us about the kinds of formations that are under your command rather than the army?
До системи МВС України входить Національна поліція, Національна гвардія України, Державна прикордонна служба та Державна служба з надзвичайних ситуацій. І з першого дня вторгнення Росії на територію нашої держави всі служби і всі військові формування МВС України виконують повному об'єму свої функції. Звичайно, якісь підрозділи, такі як Національна гвардія в першу чергу, більше перебувала на фронті, на лінії бойового зіткнення. Потім підключились до цієї роботи працівники і військовослужбовці поліції та Державної прикордонної служби. Більш того, що Державна прикордонна служба перша, хто зустріла ворога на північних кордонах нашої держави. На сьогоднішній день ми формуємо 8 бригад Національної гвардії, Національної поліції та Державної прикордонної служби, які також мають стати в пригоді і вільються в сили оборони нашої держави. Зокрема, формується 6 бригад Національної гвардії, бригада поліції та бригада прикордонників. Хочу зазначити, що кожна така бригада формується безпосередньо з патріотів, добровольців, наших громадян, які хочуть служити в лавах Міністерства внутрішніх справ. Ці підрозділи будуть не тільки впливати на оборону нашої держави, вони також будуть залучені, ці штурмові загони, будуть залучені для визволення тимчасово окупованих територій. Територій Автономної Республіки Крим, Донецької, Луганської області і тимчасово окупованих територій Херсонської та Запорізької областей. Ми зараз робимо все разом з нашими міжнародними партнерами щодо забезпеченості цих підрозділів озброєнням, технікою та боєприпасами. Високомотивовані підрозділи, які пройдуть відповідний вишкіл, відповідне навчання і через кілька місяців зможуть прийняти участь в бойових діях по визволенню наших територій.
Ukraine is, according to all polling, by far the least anti-Semitic country in Eastern Europe. Have you seen an uptick of incidents of anti-Semitism, bigotry, or communal violence, or perhaps just the opposite has happened in the wartime?
На сьогоднішній день ми можемо констатувати, що за останні 3 роки кількість проваджень щодо антисемітизму, проявів антисемітизму в нашій країні зменшується. У 2020 році це було 18 проваджень, у 2021 передвоєнному році їх було 13, то в 2022 в рік війни їх зафіксовано 12. Можу сказати, що реакція на такі прояви миттєва зі сторони всіх правоохоронних органів, в першу чергу Міністерства внутрішніх справ. У 21 столітті проявів антисемітизму не може бути, і ми намагаємося їх звести до нуля. Ми говоримо і про превентивні дії, і якщо скоєний такий злочин, ми вживаємо всіх заходів для того, щоб встановити винуватців, злочинців і притягнути їх до відповідальності.
Now comes a sit-down interview with former head of the CIA and U.S. Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum. I'm Jeremy Stern, Deputy Editor of Tablet Magazine. I'm very pleased to be here today with Leon Panetta, former U.S. Secretary of Defense and former Director of the CIA. He's also served as the White House Chief of Staff and a longtime congressman from the Central Coast of California, where he is now chairman of the Panetta Institute at California State University, Monterey Bay. So Secretary Panetta, welcome and thanks for joining us today. It's a pleasure.
Jeremy, it's great to be with you, and I want to commend the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine for putting these kinds of forums together and really building international support for what Ukraine, the war that Ukraine is fighting for all of us.
Great. Well, thanks very much. Let's jump right in. So first question. I think a lot of our audience today is by now well aware of the scale of military aid the United States and our NATO partners are providing to Ukraine. For obvious reasons, we hear a lot less about the role played by U.S. intelligence in the war. In the last few weeks, though, we've seen at least some stories about how, for example, maybe grid coordinates for strikes on Russian army positions, etc., are provided by U.S. personnel outside of Ukraine. I say all that to ask, to the extent possible, can you give us a better sense of the role U.S. and other NATO intelligence are playing in the war? And does it suggest to you that we're an even more active participant on behalf of Ukraine than the provision of ammunition and weapon systems and such alone would suggest?
Well, I don't think there's any question that our intelligence agencies are very much involved in supporting Ukraine. Some of this obviously is classified, but I think it's fair to say that the CIA and other critical agencies are providing on a regular basis important intelligence to Ukraine, and that more importantly, the CIA provided a very important intelligence to the world when Putin was deciding whether or not he would invade Ukraine. The fact that we provided that intelligence to the world, that in fact Putin was preparing for an invasion, and that what he was saying about not invading Ukraine was a lie, I think that was critical to showing the fact that Putin was being devious and was lying to the world about his intention to go into Ukraine. So that role by intelligence is frankly something new, because normally we hold that kind of intelligence very close. But the fact that we were able to provide that intelligence to the world, I think really educated the world as to what Putin was really up to in invading the Ukraine.
Yeah, another question about that episode from, I guess, almost exactly a year ago. So the audience knows what you're referring to. In the run-up to the war, the United States sort of broke the mold by publicizing or revealing a bit of intelligence about Russia's invasion plans. And it seemed like this really did succeed not only in preempting some Russian disinformation about the coming invasion, but maybe also helped build NATO support for a coalition against Russia at a critical hour. At the same time, when you talk to some of our friends in Ukraine, something you hear often, or maybe heard more last year, is that not only was the intelligence provided just shockingly accurate, but there was also a belief in Washington, but by no means only in Washington, kind of everywhere around the world, that the Russians were going to maybe win the war fairly quickly, and that this combination of the novel intelligence approach with pulling diplomats out of Kyiv, etc., was maybe a not the optimal policy mixture. I mean, what do you make of that whole episode and the unique way in which U.S. intelligence was used and revealed at the time? It seems like an important moment in history.
Well, one thing I've learned as a former CIA director is that there are lessons to be learned when it comes to intelligence. And there are lessons to be learned here, because the reality is that not only was Putin wrong in his assessment that the Russian forces would be able to move very quickly and capture Kyiv within a couple days, but the reality is that even our own intelligence, which was estimating that the Russians had overwhelming force and could in fact move quickly, that intelligence, frankly, was not spot on. It missed, and I think we all missed, the fact that the Russian military of Putin is not the Russian military that we've seen in the past. Its command and control had been weakened. Using conscripts had not been very effective. They were not well trained. The weaponry was out of date and not able to be used in a way that would be effective. The logistics were bad. And so when you put all those pieces together, the Russian military was not the strong military that we assumed Putin would have put together. And so everybody needs to learn the lesson, even in assessing military might throughout the world, whether we're talking about China, or whether we're talking about Iran, or whether we're talking about North Korea, or whether we're talking about the United States. I think it's very important to make sure that whatever assessment we have of the strength of that country is one that is backed up by intelligence, not just from satellites, very frankly, but from human intelligence on the ground that can more accurately assess the real strength of a military force.
Right. So a kind of related question, but the war's seen a pattern in which the Ukrainians ask for certain weapon systems that the United States is kind of initially reluctant to supply, but which, for the most part, we eventually provide incrementally over time, presumably in order to avoid the impression of a rapid escalation with Russia. So we saw this with HIMARS and most recently tanks. Next, maybe it's fighter jets or ATACMS or what have you. What's your sense of what's Ukraine asking for right now that we're not providing? And in your opinion, are we moving too fast? Are we moving too slow? Or is it just right? Is it kind of perfectly responsible?
I think it's very important, particularly at this critical time, because I think we've reached a point in this war that I would call probably the third stage of this war. First stage was the invasion. We were successful in stopping the invasion. The second stage was this war on terror that Russia engaged in, killing innocent men, women, and children, trying to break the will of the Ukrainian people and trying, frankly, to break the will of the United States and NATO. And that was not successful. And then, obviously, the Ukrainians were successful at conducting an offensive that moved Russia out of some of the areas they had been able to conquer. We're now in somewhat of a stalemate. Everybody acknowledges that. But stalemates can be dangerous. I'm a believer, as a former Secretary of Defense, that there's probably no such thing as a stalemate in war. You're either winning or you're losing. I think the Russians are using this period to try to reinforce their forces, trying to dig in and trying to develop an offensive against Ukraine. I think it's very critical that Ukraine be given whatever assistance they need, not only to stop the Russian offensive, but to be able to put together an offensive of their own that pushes the Russians back out of the Donbass and ultimately out of Crimea as well. To do that, obviously, they need tanks. They need to have ammunition. They need to have air defense systems. They need to have the kind of long-range missile systems that they're going to require in order to defend themselves. And lastly, I think they do need airplanes. They need fighter planes to be able to provide a full array of the weapon systems that will allow them to defend themselves at this crucial time. So I'm hopeful that the United States and NATO, recognizing that this is a critical moment, I think 2023 is going to ultimately decide what happens in Ukraine. And in order to make sure that Ukraine maintains the momentum, I think right now Russia's losing. But in order for Russia to continue to lose, we need to make sure that Ukraine is fully prepared, fully armed, and fully capable of being able not only to defend themselves, but to conduct an offensive against Russia. Because I think the goal here is to force Putin into one of two positions, either acknowledging defeat in the Ukraine or willing to sit down and negotiate some kind of resolution. That is the goal that I think we all ought to be unified on. And to make that goal happen, we have to make sure that Ukraine has all of the weapons they need in order to be able to not just defend themselves, but to conduct an offensive.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, just to drill down on that last point a little more, I mean, what's your sense of what end results, and I know this is a difficult one, but what end result is the U.S. trying to achieve, or should we be trying to achieve? Is it a clear Ukrainian victory, including the reclamation of all previously lost territories? Is it a negotiated settlement that might unfortunately have to include the permanent loss of some territory? Is it more important to get guarantees of accession to NATO or the EU? Is it waiting out the current regime in Moscow? I mean, these are a lot of different possibilities you hear mentioned often. What do you think is the ultimate end result that the U.S. should be trying to pursue?
I think the ultimate goal here has to be to make sure that Putin fails in his mission to take over the Ukraine. And look, having seen Putin for a while, there is only one thing that will force Putin to ultimately recognize the situation he's in, and that's force. That's the only language that Putin understands. And so I think we ought to conduct this war and help the Ukraine conduct this war in a way that makes clear that Ukraine is going to seek the ultimate defeat of Russia. And so that they're able to push them back not only out of the Donbass, but out of the Crimea as well. In other words, we ought to approach this on the basis that we are going to defeat the Russians and push them out of Ukraine. That ought to be the approach. And if we're successful in ways that make clear that Ukraine has the offensive here, I think ultimately Putin then will have to decide whether or not to accept defeat, as I said, or whether to engage in some kind of negotiation. And if there is that negotiation, Ukraine will be negotiating from a position of strength. That should be the goal, because ultimately the final decision rests with Ukraine as to what ultimately they have to agree to in order to achieve peace.
Right, right. You mentioned Crimea a couple of times. We also had the pleasure of interviewing General Ben Hodges at the Kyiv Jewish Forum, and he also argues quite forcefully for what he sees as the strategic necessity of enabling Ukraine to retake Crimea and liberate it from Russian occupation. Now, you left the government, I believe, about a year before the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014. But what's your sense of the role that episode played in U.S. policy planning at the time and since? I mean, was it seen as an isolated incident that could hopefully be confined to that part of Eastern Europe, or was it seen as part of a larger strategic picture in which the United States also had to think about what it was doing, or at least trying to do, with Russia in terms of cooperation elsewhere, for example, in Syria, in the nuclear negotiations with Iran, et cetera? What's your sense of the way that played out?
I think history has told us that when you're dealing with a bully, the best way to deal with a bully is from strength. Because otherwise, bullies will take advantage of weakness. That's what tyrants do, going back to Hitler. They'll take advantage of weakness. And I think that's what Putin has done. I think Putin sensed weakness on the part of the United States and of our allies. He was able to go into the Crimea, and he didn't pay a price. He was able to go into Georgia, into Syria, into Libya, and he didn't pay a price. He was able to conduct a very sophisticated and bold cyber effort to try to undermine our election systems in this country. And indeed, there was some success in creating confusion within our own system. And he didn't really pay a price. So I really think Putin, when it came to Ukraine, did not really believe that the United States or our allies would in fact come together and try to stop him, and that he would be successful at being able to achieve a quick victory. I think when you're dealing with somebody like Putin, you've got to show him that there is a line he cannot cross. And so I commend President Biden. I commend our allies in NATO for coming together in a unified way and saying to Putin, if you do this, you're going to pay a price. We're going to implement strong sanctions against you. We're going to provide weapons and training to the Ukrainians. We're going to reinforce NATO. And we've taken all of those steps. But more importantly, we have provided the weapons and the assistance needed so that a Ukrainian force that is proven to be courageous and dedicated and some of the best fighters in the world have been able to stand up and defend their country. So I think that it's a lesson again, that in dealing with bullies like Putin, you've got to be able to deal with them from strength. By the way, I think the message that we're sending as a result of this war in the Ukraine, which I think is extremely pivotal. This is a pivotal war. Because what happens in the Ukraine sends a message not just to Putin, it sends a message to Xi in China with regards to Taiwan. It sends a message to Kim Jong-un in North Korea about whether or not the world will react to stop him if he tries to take an aggressive move. And it sends an important message to the supreme leader in Iran. So this is perhaps the most important war we are facing in the 21st century, because ultimately it will decide not only whether we protect democracy in Ukraine, but whether we are able to protect democracies in the 21st century.
Okay, well, two final questions, and one about our allies, which you just mentioned. So it seems like one of the consequences of the first year of the war that maybe seemed unimaginable beforehand, you see, Germany has its own problems with its own army and defense spending and whatnot, but it did eventually find a way to lift its previous objections to allowing the provision of German-made tanks to be used in Ukraine. There is talk about them taking a more active role, moving closer to the United States. You hear a lot of talk about the kind of center of gravity in NATO moving perhaps towards Poland, the Baltics, Northern European countries, and away from the Western part of Europe that we're used to thinking of as the strongest part of Europe. Also, maybe a downstream effect, Japan taking its defense more seriously, watching what's happened in Ukraine, seeing what the U.S. is willing to do if you're willing to take a lot of the responsibility yourself. What do you see as the kind of immediate and medium-term future of the U.S. alliance system in Europe and elsewhere as a result of this war? Are they even more dependent on us than they used to be? Do you see them taking a more active role than they have in the past? How do you see it?
Well, I look at the world that we have today, and I see a very dangerous world that has a lot of flashpoints. Probably more flashpoints in the world today than we've seen since World War II. Whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whether it's North Korea, whether it's Iran, whether it's terrorism, whether it's cyber war, which is increasing all the time. And my sense is that if we're going to provide security in that kind of world, that the United States has to be a world leader. And I'm proud of the fact that Biden said that the United States is going to restore its role as world leader. We have to be a world leader, very frankly, because if we don't lead the world, nobody else will. Nobody else will. But at the same time, the only way we're going to be able to deal with these threats that I talked about is through building alliances. We've got to build alliances with other countries that are willing to work with us in order to make sure that tyrants don't prevail. So the example of the United States and NATO coming together in a unified way, which is not easy. I don't pretend that this is easy. I've been in NATO meetings. Everybody usually used to give talking points. Everybody, in the end, tried to protect their own country. That's all understandable. But the fact that they were willing to come together, to join together in a unified way, was absolutely critical here. And having Germany participate and Britain participate and other countries, and Poland, and others, NATO countries, come together, I think has been absolutely essential to our ability to have Ukraine in a position where they could literally not only stop an invasion, but defeat Putin. I think the same approach needs to be taken elsewhere. I think in the Middle East, for example, in dealing with terrorism and Iran, I think the United States has to build an alliance, not only of moderate Arab countries, but with Israel, working together to provide security, working together to deal with the challenges in that part of the world. That makes a great deal of sense because we're all facing common enemies there, and we ought to work together. Same thing is true in China. Our ability to work with Japan, with South Korea, with Australia, with the so-called Quad, Australia and India, I think has been absolutely important to our ability to confront China. China doesn't have allies, to be frank. And they know that if the United States can build a strong alliance working with our Asian allies, that's the best way to confront China. Same thing is true, not only dealing with China, dealing with North Korea. So whether it's there, whether it's Latin America or Central America, whether it's Africa, whether it's the Middle East, I think the key to the future is the ability of the United States to be able to work with our allies and to build a unified approach to providing security and confronting our adversaries. I think that can happen. I really do. It's going to take a lot of work. It takes a lot of diplomatic work, but it's also going to take a strong military presence. If we maintain a strong military, then I think that will give us additional leverage to be able to build the kind of security that we need to build in the 21st century. So what we're going through now with the Ukraine is an example of what we're going to have to do with regards to other tyrants that we're dealing with in the world.
Okay, well, final question before we let you go, and it's one that kind of touches on or ties together everything that you just spoke about. So for a while, Ukraine seemed like one of the few maybe durable bipartisan issues in the United States, and to a certain extent, I think that's still true. But in early 2023, we do hear a little bit more talk of Ukraine fatigue or fear of it becoming a wedge issue as U.S. electoral politics start to ramp up again with a presidential election coming up, which is never far away. I mean, what do you see as the major factors determining continued bipartisan U.S. support for Ukraine over the next 1 to 2 years?
I think the critical factor is whether Ukraine can maintain the momentum, can be in a position of winning this war, and ultimately, as I said, defeating Putin. If Ukraine is successful in that effort, then mark my words, the world will remain unified in support of Ukraine. If for some reason this war should go into a long stalemate, or it should be a protracted war that goes on a year, 2 years, 3 years into the future, then make no mistake about it, it'll begin to undermine. There'll be cracks in the unity that we have today. But the best way to maintain that unity is to show that we can win. That's the best way to be able to hold the United States and our allies together. Because ultimately, as I said, Ukrainians are fighting a war on our behalf. Their ability to defeat Putin, to show that they can stand up to Putin, is very frankly on behalf of not only the Ukraine, it's on our behalf as well. And that's what has to keep us unified. And frankly, I think it's true even for the politics here in America, which, as we know, can go back and forth. But right now, we have a strong, in a polarized political situation in this country, we have, I believe, strong unity between Republicans and Democrats in support of Ukraine. And I think the only way you maintain that is to show that because of our aid and assistance, because of what we're able to do to support Ukraine, we are defeating an adversary. We're defeating Putin. Putin represents a threat, not just to Ukraine, but to the United States. And our ability to be able to ultimately show that Putin can fail is in our security interest for the future. So I think it's like everything else. Winning has a lot of friends. Losing is a good way to lose all your friends. So I think continuing to win is the key to our ability to succeed.
Well, on that note, I want to thank Secretary Leon Panetta on behalf of everybody at the Kyiv Jewish Forum for 2023. It's been a real pleasure speaking with you today. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. It's been my honor to have this opportunity. And again, thank you and thank the JCU for all it does to try to promote unity on behalf of Ukraine.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
During our next panel, we will discuss the Russian-Iranian Axis. Stay with us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this important discussion of what's really one of the most overlooked dimensions of the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is the deepening strategic partnership between Putin's regime and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm Armin Rosen from Tablet Magazine. Joining me in the studio is Mark Levin, who is a longtime human rights and Jewish activist and the CEO of the National Coalition of Eurasian Jewry. Joining us from Maryland is Emanuele Ottolenghi. He's a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. He's the author of several books about the Iranian regime and its militant proxies around the world. Dr. Ottolenghi is joining us from Maryland. And then finally, we have Michael Doran, who is the senior fellow and director of the Center for Peace and Security in the Middle East at the Hudson Institute. He is a former senior official on President George W. Bush's National Security Council and author of a number of excellent books, including a very good one about Eisenhower and the Suez Crisis. So really great to have all of you here today. And I guess maybe we'll start with you, Dr. Ottolenghi. What's sort of the scale of Iran's military assistance to Russia's war effort in Ukraine? And what's been the role of Iranian involvement in the conflict in changing the dynamics on the ground?
It's great to be here, Armin. Thank you. The scale is significant and growing. Iran is in a position to assist Russia replenishing its stocks, and Iran can leverage its expertise and ingenuity in sanction evasion practices, which it has used pretty much ever since the Islamic Republic was established, in order to help Russia procure things that Iran cannot make. So between what Iran provides directly from its own military industry and sector and what Iran can help Russia procure surreptitiously through sanction evasion, that assistance is significant. But I'd like to also point something out here that I think is important for context. The reason why Iran and Russia are cooperating. They are both authoritarian dictatorships. They both are revisionist powers, resenting and challenging the international order and its rules. They both share an enmity to the West, essentially represented by the United States first and foremost, and the values it stands for. And they are past empires with a historical grudge about their loss of influence and a desire to reestablish it. So that cooperation can only grow because there is not just an expedient set of circumstances providing for this help coming from Iran. There is a wider strategic horizon that they both share. The end goals are very similar, and that's why their cooperation is only bound to grow.
Michael Doran, I was hoping you'd kind of jump in here and add to that sort of what has the impact been of the Iranians getting as involved in the Ukraine conflict as they've gotten in the last few months?
Well, thanks, Armin. I, of course, agree with everything that Emanuele said, and I would add that the attack drones that the Russians that the Iranians provided the Russians with have played a very important role in the war. They filled in militarily for the Russians at a moment of great need. I think you can think of it like this: you're using a rifle to fight your enemy, and you run out of ammunition, and then you switch to a pistol. The Russians were using their Caliber cruise missile, and they were running low on stocks. A Caliber cruise missile costs about $1 million to make, and they moved to these to the Shahid Iranian attack drones, which cost about between $20,000 and $25,000 to make. I mean, they're surprisingly cheap. Now, the Shahid is not an alternative to the Caliber. It can't do things that the Caliber can do, but it still gave the Russians a standoff strike capability that they needed at a key moment, and it was one that was also very cheap. which is an advantage. And it's had a very significant effect militarily, in that they have used these drones primarily to attack critical national infrastructure, the power grid of the Ukrainians. I think today, if my information is up to date, today the city of Odessa has electricity for about an hour or two a day. Now, Odessa is the single most important strategically city in Ukraine, more important than even Kyiv, because it's the economic life's blood of the country. And of course, Vladimir Putin wants to turn Ukraine into a landlocked country like Mongolia and into an economic basket case, and so it wants to undermine Odessa. It's very, very important. And let's also remember, somebody is going to have to rebuild this critical national infrastructure of Ukraine. Where's the money going to come from to do that? It's going to be American and European money. So with an investment of $20,000 or $25,000, you can cause millions of dollars of damage that in the long run is going to cost the West a significant amount of money. So they have these, to sum it all up, the Iranians have helped the Russians to buy time at a critical moment when they were in trouble, and it has given them a standoff capability that they needed, time to replenish their stocks so that they can get ready for the spring offensive that we're all hearing about now.
So, Mark, you've worked in the region in sort of like Russian-speaking countries for a while on Jewish issues. Why does this sort of relationship between Moscow and Tehran kind of make so much sense? Why is it that Russia kind of drifted towards the Iranians as much as they have in recent years and during this conflict in particular?
Well, first of all, thank you for including me in the panel. And to echo just a little bit of what was just said, it's a marriage of convenience right now. It's two governments that need each other at a very particular time when both have faced serious sanctions and isolation by much of the rest of the world. And the Russians in particular are looking for any avenue possible to try to circumvent the sanctions, while at the same time they also have something else in common. They've tried to do everything they can to engage in a massive misinformation, disinformation campaign to discredit the idea of living in a liberal democratic society. And even though for centuries they've been at loggerheads at different points in their relationship, it's a complicated, complex relationship that right now is convenient for these two governments to work together.
Yeah. And Russia is essentially, even before the conflict, was kind of an economically and socially depressed sort of place that kind of needed all the friends it could get in a world that was somewhat hostile to it, except for, your Irans and your Chinas and kind of other revisionist regimes like that.
Well, Russia, and I won't paraphrase Senator McCain's famous quote, but if you take away the nuclear weapons, what is its real power and influence, and what's the size of its economy in relationship to other countries? But having said that, they do have the means, they do have resources to cause heartburn, in many different places at once. And I think that's one reason why you've seen so much concern expressed by many countries in the Middle East. Where they want to ensure that they're not forgotten as Russia. Russia is focused on Ukraine right now, but it hasn't prevented Russia and Iran from causing headaches in several other places in the world.
Yeah. Michael, you were speaking a moment ago about the various kind of weapon systems that Iran has provided to Putin's regime. Obviously, the Biden administration's top foreign policy priority currently seems to be to aid the Ukrainians in their defense against Russia. At the same time, Biden came into office promising more or less that he would re-enter or bring back the Iran nuclear deal that President Trump pulled the United States out of. Did the Iranians basically kind of blow it for themselves by coming to Putin's aid the way that they have? Have they foreclosed on a kind of nuclear deal that could help them by going against Biden's other priorities as much as they have? Or do they sort of know that they can get away with this current administration in office?
I think the answer is the last thing that you said. They know that they can get away with it. I think it isn't really sunk in among analysts and opinion makers in the United States, the extent to which the United States is effectively deterred by Iran. The Biden administration came into office believing a couple of things that are false, and they may themselves actually now understand that they're false. One was that the competition with China, Russia, and Iran is not a global competition. In other words, that they're not all linked and comprehensive, that we can have an agreement with China and Russia about the Iranian nuclear program in the Middle East, and that won't affect our policy toward Ukraine, and that won't affect our contest with China in the South China Sea. You can't de-link all of these things and treat each one as a kind of discrete problem and put together solutions that will require cooperation with China and Russia comfortably in one area and then be in competition with them in another. That was one assumption that they had. And the other assumption they had was that Iran really wanted to come to a strategic accommodation with the United States. This is a kind of great power autism that the United States has, and it thinks that the relationship with it is the key driver of the actions of everybody else. What the Iranians figured out is they can have the best of both worlds, which they have right now. They can enrich uranium as if there is a JCPOA. And they can also engage in, in provocative military actions. And I'm not just talking about the drones to Ukraine, to Russia for use in Ukraine. I'm talking about attacks on the United States and its allies in the Middle East. The Iranians have launched attacks through proxies and from their own bases in Iran at American forces over the last 12, 13 months. On several occasions, and we haven't responded. Of course, they have open assassination plots against former officials like my Hudson colleague Mike Pompeo, and so forth. And so they can continue to carry out these provocative actions as if the JCPOA is in place, and there'll be no effective response from the United States. Why? For two reasons. One is, it all comes back to the same reason, actually, which is that the United States is not prepared to have a military confrontation with Iran. So if the United States begins to, say, impose greater sanctions on Iranian oil sales, enforce the sanctions on Iranian oil sales to China, Iran will respond in one of two ways. Either it will start to enrich uranium. It's already enriching it to 60%. It'll move and enrich it to 90%. That is, bring it even closer to having a nuclear weapon. Or it will carry out attacks with missiles and drones against American allies and proxies in the Middle East. Missiles and drones which, when combined together, can overcome any missile defense system that the United States has. In either case, the contest between the United States and the competition between the United States and Iran is going to quickly become a military contest. And we don't have the forces in the Middle East capable of deterring Iran. So we would have to have a military buildup in the Middle East. With a war going on in Ukraine and threat of war over Taiwan, the last thing the Pentagon wants to do is have a military buildup and a crisis with Iran. So it just wants to kind of muddle through with Iran. It knows that it's probably not going to get back to the JCPOA, and even if it did, that wouldn't solve the problems that it has. But it looks at the options, having a military standoff with Iran in the Middle East or just muddling through, and it chooses to muddle through.
So, Emanuele, based on what Michael just said, it sounds like the Iranians are operating with very little cost as a result of their decision to really come in on Putin's side in as big a way as they have in Ukraine. I mean, do you kind of agree with him that this has been, in a way, relatively risk and cost-free for them? And does it seem as if the world is really not kind of imposing any penalty on Tehran for the position that it's taken in this war?
So first of all, I agree with Mike 100%. Second of all, it sounds like we should all take shelter at this point. But the third point I want to say is this: yes, the answer to your question, short answer is yes. It is a relatively cost-free approach, but I want to put it in the right context. The Iranians have been under tough sanctions regime for decades. And now the Russians are also under a tough and growing sanctions regime. What the Iranians and the Russians have in common when it comes to sanctions is this: they are not a Western democracy. They do not believe, and they're not held accountable to their people to deliver what their populations need. They don't need to deliver clean water. They don't need to deliver food on the table. They don't need to deliver a pension fund. They don't need to deliver any of the things that compose our budgetary priorities and our worldview. And so they have figured out long ago, and they're going to help the Russians figure out the same, that despite the fact that sanctions hurt their economy, they are able to sustain their authority within the country. They are impervious to a challenge from within through their repressive apparatus, and they can divert resources that we would prioritize going to socioeconomic, cultural, educational needs of the country for its development and prosperity. They can divert those resources to what is essential, to the core of the regime and its survival. And so in the present situation, they're succeeding. Our sanctions are not biting the Iranian economy enough to make it so fragile that it could collapse from internal pressure or from defection, massive defection from the regime ranks. There is a difference with the Russian sanctions that I want to emphasize and highlight. The one important success of the Russian sanctions, and they could be expanded, they could be improved, and certainly the Russians will figure out ways to, and are figuring out ways to bypass them. But the greatest thing about the Russian sanctions is that they have effectively decoupled Europe's energy dependence on Russia, which was one of the biggest or the most vulnerable points of the Western alliance at the beginning of the crisis. At the beginning of the crisis, countries like Germany, like Italy, were heavily dependent on Russian oil and gas supplies. Today, these countries have more or less weaned themselves off, or are weaning themselves off, are starting, to look for alternative sources. They're, looking for LNG. They're developing different suppliers' relationships to essentially cut themselves off from Russia, which means that in the long term, this kind of Russia can never be integrated into Europe's economy and the world economy, and that Europe has forced Russia to lose its leverage over its leaders. And that is a great achievement.
So, Mark, that's a very interesting point that you just raised. I wonder if you could talk a bit about kind of the impact of Russia being that isolated on such a potentially indefinite or permanent basis as a result of this.
Well, I know it hasn't been a very optimistic discussion so far, but if there's, I am a bit optimistic about the unity that's been exhibited so far, and it seems to be holding, and it is under the leadership of the United States. I think the reason that Germany, France, and Great Britain have maintained this sense of unity within the transatlantic or the NATO alliance is because of the work that's been undertaken over the last 2 years. The sanctions, and I'll disagree just a little bit, and I know the history of Russia far better, and I understand that we're talking about centuries and centuries of authoritarian, totalitarian governments, but we're at a different place in time. And I think it's more likely that if Russia continues in the direction that it's going under Putin's leadership, there is going to be a response at some point, whether from within the inner circle, or there are only so many times they can send waves of convicts and conscripts to the front line.
Right.
And at some point, there will be a response. It'll be similar, and I know it's not exactly the same, but during and after the first Chechen war, and what was happening, if you go way back to what was happening towards the end of the Afghan conflict under the Soviets, there was a response. And Russia is being further isolated. I think, obviously they're trying to use China and other countries as a way of taking the oil and gas that was headed towards Europe to other places. But that's a long and complicated process. And I think today, even with all the propaganda, even with all the misinformation and disinformation, the very people that Putin needs to propel Russia forward, these are the people that are leaving in droves. And an economy has to be more than worrying about whether the price of oil and gas goes up and down. So whether it's young, recent college graduates, academics, entrepreneurs, others, those are the people that are leaving. Yeah. And those are the people that would make a difference. Now, is it going to happen tomorrow, 6 months from now? No. But it's going to require a commitment on our part here in the United States, let alone with our European allies and others around the world, to maintain at least the unity that's been exhibited so far.
So Mark raised the interesting issue of kind of internal dissent, the possibility that these societies will eventually kind of push their regimes in some different direction. Currently, there have been something like 5 or 6 months of continuous protest in Iran. There's also been at least some potentially overly hopeful speculation that instability in Iran will make it harder for the regime to assist its proxies abroad, will actually make it more difficult to kind of maintain its support for problematic allies like Vladimir Putin. Is that actually true, though? Is there any sign that events in Iran actually have had an effect on that regime's ability to export chaos around the world? And let's start with you, Michael.
Thanks. Mark just mentioned that these sanctions on Russia might not really begin to bite for another 6 months or so, affecting decision making. And I think that's what we need to be thinking about right now, is the time factor in all of this. We could imagine a situation where Putin begins to have very significant unrest at home, or factors at home that are actually impinging on his decision-making with respect to Ukraine. But by the time we get there, Ukraine will be a basket case. The port of Odessa will be not under the thumb of Russia, but it will be it'll be effectively inoperable, and Ukraine will be a dysfunctional state, which is what he wants. I think he knows he can't take over Ukraine now, so he wants to turn it into a completely dysfunctional state. We see this same kind of behavior with Iran in Iraq. They want to just they want Iraq to be the Iranians want Iraq to be destabilized, so it can never be used as a threat, as a base from which to threaten Iran. The same thing with the protests in Iran. We were not in a position, the United States, to capitalize on those protests. They offered us a golden opportunity to put real pressure on the regime so that it had to make very, very difficult decisions. But in order to do that, we would have had to move back to something like the Donald Trump's maximum pressure campaign, and we would justify that on the basis of the repression of the Iranian people. But as I mentioned before, that would start a cycle of escalation that the administration, for a variety of reasons, was not willing to engage in. And so we made statements that were sympathetic to the protesters, but we didn't try to put any really serious pressure on the regime. And I want to stress just how beneficial this relationship to Russia is for the Iranian regime. Emanuele pointed out that the Iranians are going to help the Russians with develop their clandestine networks to circumvent the sanctions. But the opposite is also true. The Russians are going to help the Iranians. They're now going to build, we learned over the weekend, the Russians and Iranians are going to build a plant in Russia to build thousands of attack drones. What that means is that the Russians are going to use their procurement networks to help the Iranians build a better weapon. And the Iranians now have a very serious defense industrial base, and they are set to become arms exporters to a relatively significant market. The Iranians claim in their media that they have 22 countries that are knocking on the door and want to buy the Shahid attack drones. That number, we know from the Iranians, they often exaggerate this kind of thing, but we already see it, that they are building drones in Tajikistan. They have sold drones to Ethiopia. They've got the Algerians, the Armenians, the Venezuelans, all knocking on their door. That's all easily part of the record. And they've got the Russians there. The product that the Iranians are going to develop together with the Russians is going to be significantly better. There was a report that just came out by the David Albright, the foremost nuclear scientist in America, the head of the Institute for Security, and I forgot it, ISIS, the good ISIS. I always forget the name of it. Anyway, they looked at the components of Iranian drones being used in Ukraine, and there were two very interesting factors here. One is that there were lots of Western components that the Iranians were able to procure, even under a sanctions regime, apparently with no problem. And secondly, lots of Chinese components. The Chinese were perhaps on spec from the Iranians, taking Western components and copying them and then selling them to the Iranians. So that drone factory that we're going to have in Russia is going to be, in a way, a China, Russia, Iran cooperative venture to improve the defense industrial base of Iran. That's something that I think we should all be worried about.
So, Emanuele, do you agree, basically, that these protests have not really had any effect on Iranian state capacity as far as causing chaos and havoc around half the world, seemingly?
First of all, I do agree with Mike that the protests do not seem to have diminished the ability of the Iranian regime to wreak havoc for the time being. I want to say something about sort of betting on internal opposition to change the course of history. If you asked, probably any of us here in this conversation, but also the vast majority of experts of the Middle East, to name the most stable Arab country in November 2010, I think that the top country response would have been Tunisia, right? And within weeks of that, island of authoritarian stability and prosperity, relative prosperity, Tunisia went up in flames. What does that tell us about the predictability of change? It tells us two things. One, that regimes that oppress their own people have a certain longevity. And two, that unrest domestically cannot be forecast to topple or not topple the existing regime. We are seeing a recurrent wave of protests that they have been different in the type of base they have, whether it's the students or the workers, the women, the minorities, depending on each wave. And each wave seems to come back with a shorter amount of time than the gap between the previous two waves. So one could say it looks like at some point they're going to shake down this regime and bring it down. And I wish them the best. And I hope that that happens in Russia too. But a great power like the United States and the Western world in general cannot build its own strategy only on the hope or even the certitude that at some point in the course of history, authoritarian regimes will collapse under the pressure of their internal contradictions. We have to develop different tools. And I think that Mike hit it spot on. Our sanctions regime, first of all, I think that it is a powerful tool, but it needs to be enforced. And part of the problem with our sanctions regime in the past few years is that we announce sanctions and then we move on to prepare the next package. And the next day, the Iranians or the Russians or the Venezuelans or the Chinese, go to their company registry, turn, X company into Y company. They just change the sign, they change the phone number or the email, and they move on. And before we actually catch up with them, it takes 4 months. And every time, between the bureaucratic stupidities and dysfunctions and the change of administrations and personnel, we lose focus, we change priorities, and those sanctions end up being easily circumvented. So we need to think more carefully about how we're going to promote our interest. Supporting internal oppositions by all means, because it's the right thing to do morally, because it may actually give us some positive outcome in the long run. But don't bet on the Iranian people or the Russian people toppling their tyrants anytime soon.
So we're just about out of time. Let's maybe one last kind of brief comment from you, Mark, about sort of the impact of all of this on Jews in Russia, what this alliance means for Jews in Russia potentially.
It only creates more problems for the community. This is a community that historically was always oppressed, and it was only in the last 30 years that it had any hope of being fully integrated into Russian society. And and it's going to compound or complicate the relationship between Russia and Israel, which is something we didn't touch, but it's something we have to watch closely. And if anything, I expect that there'll be even more Russian Jews leaving or trying to leave, because the internal situation is only going to get worse in the short run.
We're completely out of time. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful discussion. Thanks again.
One of the General Ben Hodges' hopes is that in 2023, Ukraine will reclaim all territories occupied by Russia, including Crimea. Let's embrace hope and listen to more analysis and predictions from the former commander of the U.S. Army in Europe.
Okay, welcome back to the 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum. I'm Jeremy Stern, Deputy Editor of Tablet Magazine. I'm very pleased to be here today with General Ben Hodges, former Commanding General of U.S. Army Europe. General Hodges is also an expert and prolific commentator on the Ukrainian army, on the Russian armed forces, on NATO, and most recently, he published an essay on why Ukraine should and properly supported can take back Crimea, which we'll speak about here in a moment. But General Hodges, first, welcome and thanks for being with us.
What a privilege for me. Thank you very much.
So first question, let's jump right in. So in your opinion, what is the strategic significance of Crimea, and why do you believe it's actually necessary and not just desirable for Ukraine to liberate it from Russian occupation?
Ukraine will never be safe or secure as long as Russia occupies Crimea, and Ukraine will never be able to rebuild its economy as long as Russia occupies Crimea. When you look at the map, you can see it's only 300 kilometers straight line distance from Odessa to Sevastopol. So the Black Sea Fleet is already able to disrupt or interdict commercial traffic coming in and out of Odessa. We know that there are about 100 ships loaded with grain sitting in port in and around Odessa, waiting to be inspected by a Russian inspector before they can sail out through the straits. That's only possible because Russia has the Black Sea Fleet, as weak as it is, sitting in Sevastopol. And of course, as long as they occupy Crimea, they can continue to block access in and out of the Azov Sea. So even after Verdansk and Mariupol are liberated, those ports would never be able to rebuild and become functional as long as Russia controlled access in and out of Azov Sea. And we know that they will never live up to any agreement. I mean, any negotiation with them should start from the premise that they're not going to live up to it. So you have to have compelling compliance protocols in place. So from an economic standpoint, they can dominate the entire Black Sea coast of Ukraine from Crimea. From a security standpoint, Crimea is already a launching pad for Russian drones, for Russian Air Force. It's a significant logistics base. And so if there was a negotiated settlement where Ukraine decided or agreed or was pressed to give up Crimea as part of the negotiation, then the Russians would just wait a couple of years until we lost interest, moved on to something else, and then they would start again. So I think Crimea, for those reasons, is the decisive terrain. Once Ukraine liberates Crimea, then Donbass will follow.
Okay, great, thank you. And what would it take militarily for Ukraine to actually have the capacity to liberate Crimea? Are we talking about something that's within the current capabilities of the Ukrainian army, or is this going to take a kind of an order of magnitude difference in the supplies that it gets from the West?
The key capability required, in my view, to liberate Crimea is something that would make Crimea untenable for Russian forces, where they just can't stay there. I mean, as you know, Crimea is about the size of the state of Massachusetts. There is nowhere to hide. Every Ukrainian knows where everything is on Crimea, whether it's the Navy base at Sevastopol, the air base at Saki, the large logistics hub at Zhenkoy, and various other Russian military facilities. These are well known. And so if you think about it, there are only two land lines of communication, two main roads that connect Crimea to Russia. One goes over the Kerch Bridge, of course, which has already been severely damaged, and I expect Ukraine will revisit it again. And then the other is a so-called land bridge that runs from Rostov down through Mariupol, Melitopol into Crimea along the northern coast of Azov Sea. So if you can have the long-range capabilities necessary to isolate Crimea and then make it untenable, then I think Russian forces will have to leave. At some point, you'll need ground troops in there to completely occupy it, liberate it and occupy it. But the first phase would require long-range precision fires. If Ukraine had ATACMS, for example, right now, they can already be making Sevastopol untenable. If they had the ground-launched small diameter bombs, which are coming with a range of 150 kilometers, they could already be hitting the transportation infrastructure along the land bridge. They could be making it impossible for Russia to repair the Kerch Bridge, and they can make sure that that the Black Sea Fleet could not operate out of Sevastopol. So that the short answer is long-range precision weapons, longer than what we have provided so far.
So a question about that process of American and Western weapons supplies. So there's a pattern we've seen since the beginning of the war in which the Ukrainians have asked for certain weapon systems. Washington and some European capitals kind of decline almost on principle initially, but then over time, incrementally or gradually start to supply them. I assume the idea there is to avoid conveying the impression of a rapid military escalation between Russia and NATO. But we saw this, as you mentioned, with HIMARS, most recently with tanks, next maybe ATACMS or fighter jets. So what is Ukraine asking us for right now that we're not providing? And in your opinion, why aren't we providing it, and should we be doing it faster, or is the administration and Congress actually doing the responsible thing here?
This is a really tough question. There's 3 or 4 aspects to this. First, what the administration has done is incredible. I mean, when you think about the amount of money, the amount of stuff, what has been taken out of our own stocks, what other countries have done, it's incredible. And so they deserve huge credit for this. I mean, the process is not just a matter of going into a bunker and pulling things out, putting it on the plane and sending it off. I mean, there are all sorts of legal aspects to this. This is not bureaucracy. This is I mean, there's a reason, legal reason why some of these things don't happen as fast as we would like. Having said that, I think part of our problem is that the administration has not been able to bring themselves to the point to say, we want Ukraine to win. They say we want Ukraine to be successful. We don't want Ukraine to fail. But when you say we want them to win, that conveys a different sort of sense of urgency that would, I think, cause things to move a little bit quicker, and where we might even take more risk with ourselves in order to get it to Ukraine. But those are tough calls. I mean, the president, the secretary of defense, the chairman of Joint Chiefs, I mean, they have real responsibility. Now, I think we have lost time on a couple of things. First of all, you have these huge debates about what type of tank, and I mean, everybody in the world now is an expert on M1 tank and turbine engines, and and these, how long it takes to train people to use Patriot and so on. And I think we've got to get back into talking about capability, not specific platform. When you talk specific platform, it's too easy to get wrapped up in the theological debates about what's the best tank or how long it takes to train somebody. Instead, we should talk about capability. What capability is needed to help Ukraine liberate Crimea, and why is that what is best? So you identify what's the aim, what capability is needed to accomplish that aim, and then the nations will figure out, okay, well, we can provide this, we can provide this. These will all contribute to the capability. So the next big debate now is, of course, fixed wing aircraft, F-16s or something like that. And so I'm already seeing pseudo geniuses talking about, well, none of the runways in Ukraine can sustain the weight or the heat of F-16s. How do you know that? I mean, but that's what happens when you start talking specific platform instead of talking about capability. I would love to see F-16s there, and Ukrainian pilots will learn very quickly how to fly F-16s or whatever aircraft is provided. Ukrainian soldiers have demonstrated to me since 2015, when I first started interacting with them on a routine basis, how quickly they can learn to use new technology. It's incredible, faster than anybody else, including our own guys. So wartime circumstances, the training models are compressed, and you take pilots or tank crew members or air defenders that already know the basics, the concepts, they'll learn very quickly how to use it. So if we talk about, and of course, this is not something that will be done publicly, by the Ukrainian General Staff or Kyiv. This is in the realm of classified information between Ukraine and all the supporting nations to talk about, here's how we're going to win. We're going to win by doing this. We need these capabilities to do this. And then if the administration and other Western governments agree with that, then those capabilities will show up.
Now, you know the Europeans' military capabilities better than pretty much everyone. There's an interesting debate, American frustration with European military capabilities goes back a very long time. But something we've seen in this war, it seems like, is, when people usually speak about Europe, what they mean is Germany and France. And what we've seen in this war is a lot of the military capabilities that have been making a really big difference in Ukraine have actually come from Poland, from the Baltic states, maybe from Northern Europe. What do you see as kind of the distribution of real meaningful military capabilities in NATO and Europe? And is the kind of center of gravity of NATO shifting east a bit?
So, yes, the Eastern European countries understand full well the risk of what happens to them if Ukraine fails. So, I mean, they are not deluded. It's not the right word. They understand the significance the threat is to them. So that's why they are so committed to seeing Ukraine win. And that's why they're providing the things that they're doing all out of proportion to their size. But the fact is, Germany is far and away the second largest contributor in terms of systems. I mean, for Germany to give up a Patriot battery, that was significant. While it was incredibly frustrating that they wouldn't provide the Leopards until the U.S. did, the fact is now they're going to do it, and the Leopard will be the ideal solution in the near term for Ukraine because there's so many that are available right now. The ease of training, and maybe more importantly, the industrial bases in place that could help provide for the maintenance and so on. So. While the Abrams tank is the best tank in the world, that's not necessarily the best solution. The Leo is still better than just about anything the Russians have, and this will put real protected mobile firepower in the hands of Ukrainian commanders the quickest. So I think that Germany, I live in Frankfurt. I think the Germans lack self-confidence, frankly. They are so torn with their history. There's a reluctance. Not all of them see the threat as clearly as Poles do, for example. And so you've got a combination of factors, including a coalition government that I think most Americans will not appreciate the impact of having a coalition government where the leading party, the SPD, has a long history of being, let's say, more pacifist, more pro-Russian than any of the others. Now, it's useful that the current German federal president, Mr. Steinmeier, the former German foreign minister, Mr. Gabriel, both of whom are SPD, have said that they were wrong, that Germany's approach of trying to build economic relationship with Russia in hopes of pulling Russia westward, it didn't work. It was wrong. So I think that Chancellor Scholz is a good man, but he's not a decisive leader. So you got all these factors, and ironically, now the Green Party are the most hawkish party in Germany. Mr. Habeck and Ms. Baerbock, they have been tough from before last February. And keep in mind, the CDU, I mean, they were in power for over a decade. And all the, Nord Stream 2, all of that happened under CDU watch. So it's difficult for me to figure out exactly what the reason is. It's a combination of those things. And I think the Germans got pretty comfortable. I mean, it was pretty nice when you could depend on everybody else to provide you security, because for the first time in their history, Germany had only friends on every border.
Right, right. Let's get back to Crimea for a minute. I think there's a particular question that a lot of people would be interested to hear your thoughts on. So there have been fears all year that the chances of a possible Russian nuclear strike that gets intermittently threatened, that may increase with the odds of a Ukrainian victory in the war. And some people believe that Crimea is such a bright red line for Russia that losing Crimea by itself may constitute a defeat for Vladimir Putin. So how do you think about the nuclear question, I guess, in general, but also specifically in connection with Crimea?
I think we have talked ourselves into believing that this is the case, and we therefore deter ourselves. Yes, Russia has thousands of nuclear warheads. Yes, it's clear they do not care about how many innocent people are killed, with what you can see that every day. But there is no battlefield advantage for Russia should they use a nuclear weapon, a tactical nuclear weapon. Tactical nuclear weapons were developed during the Cold War as a means to blow a gap in NATO defenses, which would then be exploited by mobile Soviet forces that were properly equipped and trained to operate in a contaminated environment. There is no place in Ukraine where you can blow a gap in the defensive line. And there's not much more damage they could do to any cities than what they've already done. And for sure, there are no large mobile formations that are properly equipped and trained to operate in a contaminated environment. So there's no point in doing it from a professional military standpoint. And I think they also take serious President Biden's warning that there would be catastrophic consequences should they use a nuclear weapon. And so if there's no advantage and you incur only risk, then I see no bright light, no positive outcome for Russia should they use a nuclear weapon. Their nuclear weapons are actually most effective when they don't use it, because they see how we are all twisted up, like, oh my God, they might, and somehow Crimea is Holy Land. I call BS on that. For certain, for the Kremlin, for Putin and some of his closest advisors, they talk about it. And from a strategic standpoint, yes, it's very important. There's a reason that Catherine the Great annexed it back at the end of the 18th century, because of where it sits in the Black Sea. But the Soviets and the Russians, and then the Russians, have signed at least 3 different documents since Khrushchev gave Crimea to Ukraine, where they certified either actively or implicitly that Crimea belongs to Ukraine. And you remember last September when the partial mobilization started, 500,000 Russians left the country rather than be mobilized. I don't think they have the stomach for this. I don't think that Russian population feels so religiously about Crimea, especially if they have to actually do something about it to be involved themselves. So no, I don't think they will. For sure, though, it would be very, very difficult for Putin to stay in power if Crimea is lost. And our goal should not be keep Putin in power. This is a catastrophe entirely of the making of one person, Vladimir Putin. Frankly, I'll be surprised if he's still in power by the end of this year. I don't know that. I don't advocate for regime change, but I think that there are so many forces, tectonic forces, bumping into each other inside Russia now. The amount of casualties that they're suffering, I just don't see any bright light on the horizon for Russia, even though this much vaunted new counteroffensive apparently is underway. But it's not going to be a big giant red arrow heading towards Kharkiv or Kyiv. It's just increased numbers of untrained people.
Well, let's get at one of the last things you mentioned there. I mean, from the standpoint of U.S. national interests, which it feels almost callous to talk about because this is Ukraine's war. They're the ones fighting. They're the ones dying. But we're both sitting here in Washington, and it would be interesting to know your thoughts on, from the standpoint of U.S. interests. I mean, what is the ultimate result in this war that the U.S. is trying to achieve, or what should it be trying to achieve? Is it a clear Ukrainian victory, including the reclamation of all previously lost territories going back to 2014? Is it a negotiated settlement that includes the permanent loss of some Ukrainian territory? Is it guarantees of accession or non-accession to NATO or the EU? Is it regime change in Moscow? That one you ruled out, but you hear a lot of these possibilities being discussed. What do you think is the ultimate endgame here for the U.S.?
Well, of course, this is something that's missing, is that the president has not said, here's the end state. All right, they stopped short, unfortunately, despite all the good things that they have done, they still stopped short of saying, we want Ukraine to win. And that means total restoration of all Ukrainian sovereign territory, to include Crimea, war crimes accountability, and return of the tens of thousands of Ukrainians, especially children, who have been deported by Russia over the past few years. That's the end state. That's what it should be. And then, of course, a long-term security agreement with Ukraine that helps them prepare for and be more capable of deterring any future Russian attack. I personally believe Ukraine should be in NATO as well as in the EU. But there's no point in expending a lot of emotional energy, in my view, on that until we have gotten a strong bipartisan relationship with Ukraine, a normal bipartisan relationship that has, not bipartisan, bilateral relationship that has economic and diplomatic efforts as well as security efforts. Until the administration does that, then the Kremlin will always have enough oxygen to keep breathing and hoping that the West will lose the will. I mean, that is really their only hope, is that we lose the will to continue supporting Ukraine with what's needed. Now, if we keep doing what we're doing right now at about that level, Ukraine's absolutely going to win, but it's going to take 5, 6, 7 more years. It could end this year. I'm talking about total Russians gone by the end of this year if we decided, I mean, this is the United States. If we decide we're going to win, and other countries would, most of them would follow along. Now, the administration, to be fair, has also made it clear that their strategic objectives include making sure that NATO does not get involved in a direct way, so that this becomes something more than something external to Ukraine in terms of actual warfighting. So that's always going to be a consideration. And I do think the administration has more concern about the risk of a nuclear escalation by Russia than I do. Now, I'm not alone in this. I think many people, increasing numbers of people, are realizing that Russia cannot use a nuclear weapon. I mean, they will not use a nuclear weapon. I think the Chinese have communicated that to Moscow, like, no nukes, don't even threaten it. So that's, for end state, it has to be total restoration of Ukraine's territory. Now, why is that? This matters to the United States and to the West for a couple of reasons. Number one, the so-called international rules-based order. Okay, what is that, from which we have benefited more than anybody since the end of World War II? What does that mean? The international rules-based order. That means sovereignty of states as laid out in the UN Charter. So boundaries. For Americans, they talk all the time about our southern border with Central and South America. That's so the sanctity of borders. That's at stake here. Number two, human rights. This is part of the international rules-based order. Respect for human rights. Everybody said never again after World War II. Well, here we are. Tens of thousands of innocent Ukrainians killed by multi-million-dollar missiles slamming into apartment buildings or shot in the streets, as we have seen. And then the third thing is respect for international law. That includes freedom of navigation, trade, transparency on trade, all of these things. Russia is violating all three of those. And so this matters to us that Ukraine is able to defeat Russia. Otherwise, Russia's aggression and violation of all these laws is rewarded. Now, the other thing, of course, is China. The Chinese are watching, and if they see that we cannot stick together and help Ukraine defeat Russia, then I think they will be unimpressed with anything that we say about Taiwan or South China Sea.
Well, let's close with one final question on the future of U.S. bipartisan support for Ukraine. So most of last year, maybe all of last year, Ukraine seemed like one of the few maybe durable bipartisan issues in the United States. And to a certain extent, that's still true, I think. But in early 2023, we are hearing more talk, speculative talk maybe, about Ukraine fatigue or of Ukraine becoming a kind of political football on both sides of the aisle. What do you see as the factors determining our ability to keep a high level of bipartisan support for Ukraine over the course of the next couple of years?
I do feel confident that their strong bipartisan support will continue. The good news is that all the money that is going to be spent this year has already been authorized and appropriated. So we don't have to worry about it getting cut off this summer, for example, or something like that. And I think there will be there will not be a lot of enthusiasm in the Congress to spend a whole lot of money for Ukraine's reconstruction. There'll be an expectation in the Congress that this is Europe has got to step forward and take on more of that. Although there will be, to say it bluntly, there will be a lot of opportunity for people that want to get involved, to build infrastructure, for example. I mean, because millions and millions of people depend on grain coming out of Ukraine, for example. This issue did not seem to get any real traction during the midterms. I mean, I don't think anybody found political benefit by agitating against support for Ukraine. Now, of course, Speaker McCarthy said no blank check. Well, there is no blank check, and he knows that. So he needed to throw that bone to his right. But it is the duty of the Congress to provide oversight on behalf of the American taxpayer. So I anticipate that this will continue, but there's always been real comprehensive oversight of everything that we provided to Ukraine starting back in 2014 or 15, whether it was the individual Q-36 radar or night vision goggles or medical kits. So I think it's the job of the president to continue to explain to the American people why this matters, why we benefit from Ukraine winning.
Okay, well, this has been a great and very informative and interesting discussion. And on behalf of the Kyiv Jewish Forum, I want to thank General Ben Hodges for being with us today. It's been a great pleasure.
It was my pleasure, Jeremy. Thank you.
Here comes an interview with Katharina von Schnurbein, the European Commission Coordinator on Combating Antisemitism.
Hello, my name is Vladislav Davidson. I am Tablet Magazine's European culture correspondent and a longtime reporter and journalist in Ukraine. Welcome back to the Kyiv Jewish Forum. And joining us now is Katharina von Schnurbein. Welcome. Katharina von Schnurbein is the first since 2015 European Commission Coordinator on Combating Anti-Semitism, and her mandate is to liaison closely with European Jewish communities. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
That's great. Welcome.
And then to propose policies and also to implement those.
Propose policies and implement policies. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. So let's just start talking about the obvious. This war is a war of a dictatorial, authoritarian regime, which is deploying toxic accounts of its own memory policy to accuse a liberal, democratic, open, free society of being Nazis. Amazing and amazingly crazy, but also needs to be pushed back against. What are you, as an European Union official, doing to push back on completely insane Russian accusations of Ukrainians being Nazis or heirs to Nazism?
Yeah, let me first thank you for the invitation to the Kyiv Jewish Forum, and to really tell you from the bottom of my heart, but also with the whole College of Commissioners that held their first ever meeting in Ukraine with the Ukrainian government in Kyiv last week, to say that we fully support the Ukrainian struggle, and we want to make sure that Ukraine wins. Today, President Zelensky visited Brussels, and he echoed the voice of millions of Ukrainians who are aspiring to a European future. Ukraine is fighting for independence, for democracy, and also for a free Europe. We know this very well, and it has to be acknowledged. The sacrifices that are being made by the European people, the Ukrainian people, can never be met. But so far, the EU is mobilizing and has mobilized 67 billion in support of Ukraine over the past year. I think it's very important what you mentioned with regards to the false claims by Russia of denazifying Ukraine, of belittling and trivializing the Holocaust. This discourse and this rhetoric that has been widely used in the propaganda by Russia. We saw the latest comments by Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov accusing the West of seeking a final solution for Russia, which just added to the existing rhetoric and the claims that Ukrainians are all Nazis, and we need to, and Russia needs to liberate the world from Nazis. So we have been very critical and very clear on this. It's unacceptable. We saw also the effect this war has, for example, on Holocaust survivors. Yeah, they survived the concentration camps and the persecution of the Nazis, but some of them were killed because they did not survive Putin's war.
Yes, that's absolutely true, and it's absolutely tragic. We have multiple, I know at least half a dozen or 9 to 10 cases personally of survivors of Auschwitz, survivors of the camps, old women, mostly old women, who were killed in their beds or died of heart attacks very often. They're in their 80s or 90s, having survived.
It's absolutely
Nazism,
tragic.
It's absolutely horrific. What do we mean by never again when this has happened? How can we even say never again in that context?
Yeah, what we have seen in this context and in the context of the human rights atrocities that we have seen is has been to the harshest condemned, and it is with all of this in mind that we fully support the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government in defending their freedom and ensuring that that they will be able to live their lives in full freedom again.
Tell me, this nasty, rancid Russian propaganda, this Kremlin propaganda, does it have an effect in the European Union on European member states' populations? Does it seep in, this poison, or is it of limited usage in terms of efficiency?
No, I mean, we have been very clear that it is unacceptable. And I think that many Europeans agree on this, and they see the perniciousness of it. And therefore also not only the European Union, but also a lot of government representatives have pushed back and called out Russia for these false comparisons and for belittling the victims of the Holocaust in these comparisons. So I believe that, you know, this has made this in a way makes us even stronger. We have adopted a year ago an EU strategy on combating anti-Semitism and fostering Jewish life. This is not only true for the EU, but we clearly also want to make sure this goes beyond the EU to push back anti-Semitism with our partners and with international organizations, and to make sure there is no room for anti-Semitism. We also have to realize that this is one part of the pernicious Russian propaganda. We have a whole unit here in the External Action Service that specifically pushes back on Russian propaganda in connection with this war on all different forms, including also Holocaust denial and distortion.
Thank you. Maybe one final question, if you have a last moment. Can you talk about the way that the EU is helping specifically the subcategory of Ukrainian refugees, which is Ukrainian Jewish refugees? Obviously, this war has displaced everybody, millions and millions. I think up to 8 million Ukrainians are displaced. This doesn't even count IDPs, internally displaced people. We're talking about refugees now out of Ukraine. And obviously, something like 40% of Ukrainians have had to leave their houses. Almost 2 out of 3 kids in Ukraine have had to move from place to place. But you have millions and millions and millions of refugees, and you have a lot of them in European Union nations. And so a lot of them, by definition, demographically, will be Jewish. Is the EU doing something specific in the case of Ukrainian Jewish refugees?
Yes, so we work closely, in particular, also in the beginning of the year, but throughout this war, to help also Jewish Ukrainians leave Ukraine if they wanted to, and help them settle in the EU. Several EU member states have set up specific schemes to welcome the Jewish Ukrainians also into Jewish communities. And I have to say, a lot of Jewish communities have gone beyond themselves. They are often small, as you know, in the EU, to set up structures that can not only welcome the Jews from Ukraine, but also help them to integrate, to be part of the community, to feel at home. I was very touched to see at our public Hanukkah celebration that we had here in front of the European Union buildings in December, where Ukrainian refugees, musicians played, and they could continue their studies at the conservatoire. And so there is really this element of helping them along to be able to establish a life here while they have to be in exile.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Thank you for your hard work on behalf of European Jewish communities. Thank you so much for joining us today.
All the best to you and blessings.
Hello, everyone. I'm Armin Rosen, a writer for Tablet Magazine. Today, it's my profound honor to moderate this important discussion about the complex and very significant impact that Jews around the world have had on the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. Joining me are 3 of our era's leading voices on Ukrainian, Russian, and Jewish affairs. Natan Sharansky, born in Donetsk and joining us from Jerusalem, is a former Soviet political dissident and prisoner and a leading human rights activist who served as chairman of the Jewish Agency from 2009 to 2018, and who is now the head of the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy. Ksenia Svetlova is a Moscow-born former member of the Knesset, as well as an accomplished journalist and a scholar of the Middle East. She's joining us from Modi'in in Israel. And finally, David Harris, coming to us from London, is the former longtime head of the American Jewish Committee. And during his leadership of the organization, he became known as the kind of unofficial Secretary of State working on behalf of America's globally impactful Jewish community. So we'll start with Natan Sharansky. What should be the Jewish world's top priority in responding to the war in Ukraine? Should it be the physical safety of Ukrainian Jews? Should it be aiding the Ukrainian military response to the Russian invasion? Should it actually be evacuating the most vulnerable Jews in the Ukrainian population? What should it be that Jews around the world are focused on in responding to this crisis?
Well, I think that the first priority for everybody should be the victory of Ukraine, because we are speaking about the future of the free world, about the principles of the free world is based and will be based. So it's very important not only to stop as quickly as possible suffering of Ukraine, but also to have a victory. But of course, we as the Jews have to be concerned always about the fate of our brothers. And I would say that Jewish organizations are doing quite a good job in helping to those who decided to emigrate, to leave Ukraine, to come to Israel, to other places. I think we are quite well mobilized, and different organizations, whether it is Jewish Agency or Joint, and some others, Chabad, of course, are doing a very good job. The challenge is not only to evacuate. Everybody who wants to be evacuated has to be helped and to do it as quickly as possible. But what about those communities which stay, which are destroyed, which are in terrible shape? By the way, as the one who is dealing a lot with the archives, I have to say in some cities, the archives of Jewish communities are in big danger. So we really have to help to these Jewish communities to survive and to be strong and to overcome these difficult days and this difficult winter and this cold and this hunger and this destruction. It's not something new for Jewish world to express solidarity to help to those communities which are in danger. But today the situation is especially urgent because of the barbaric character of this Putin's aggression.
Yeah. So same question for David Harris. As head of the AJC, you had a real sort of perspective on what American Jews at least can do to have an effect on crises and on situations very kind of far away from the U.S. What should American Jews be doing to aid Ukraine, and what should our top priorities be?
The first priority for all of us collectively has to be victory. Beyond that, I think there are several important issues for us. Number one, the longer the war goes on, the more there are pockets of doubt and skepticism about whether this is a war worth pursuing or not. You already begin to see significant numbers in the United States, for example, and I'm speaking of the general audience, not the Jewish community in particular, who are beginning to doubt that this is a war worth fighting. I think we have a role to play, together with others in the United States, to underscore the stakes involved. This is a war that the West cannot afford to lose. Too much hangs in the balance, and this will be a defining moment for years, decades, generations to come. So we have a role. Secondly, I believe that we have a role in helping Jews and the diaspora understand the very unique role of Israel. When the war began on February the 24th, I wrote a piece called The Meaning of Israel, which was a reminder that in this war, unlike in previous conflicts, especially before 1948, the Jews of Ukraine who wanted to leave or needed to leave could choose perhaps to try and go wherever they wanted, but they had one safe haven in the world which was ready for them, waiting for them, preparing for their arrival, and willing to assist from the moment of their departure in Ukraine. And this to me is a reminder of the centrality of Zionism and the state of Israel. And the third thing, which perhaps we'll pursue, Marvin, in the course of the discussion, is I think it's not too soon to begin to ask the question not just about our role during the war, but what will our role be after the war is over? And there will be a day after. No one knows when, but there will be a day after. And the challenge of reconstruction of Ukraine, the Jewish community and the broader country, and its further integration into the Western architecture are all issues that should matter to us, and it's not too soon to begin thinking about that as well.
That's a good segue into Ksenia, Svetlova. You immigrated to Israel in the early 90s with your family. You're very knowledgeable about the Russian, Ukrainian, and post-Soviet communities in Israel. Obviously, now there's been an entirely new wave of arrivals in Israel from the post-Soviet world as a result of this conflict. What is your sense of the needs inside of Ukraine based on what you've seen from Ukrainians who have made it to Israel in the last year?
Well, first of all, Israel remains the safe haven for every Jew, and it's important to safeguard the right of the return, as it was stipulated in the law of the return in 1950 and reinforced again in 1970, so that people who want to hide, to escape, to find a refuge, they will know that there is a country that will always be waiting for them. And now when Israel is discussing perhaps the change of the law of the return is being discussed in the Knesset these very days, it's again very important to stress that regardless whether the Jews are coming from Russia, US, Ukraine, they will be welcomed in Israel just as it always was the case. Now, in regards to the situation in Ukraine, well, I have to tell you that Israel did an amazing job in the first days of the war, sending its hospital. It was the first country, I think the only country, to establish the field hospital in Ukraine itself, not on the border area, but specifically in Ukraine. And it's important to also to remind all the time, to keep in mind, the war is ongoing and it hurts Jews as well. So everything that Israel can do for Ukraine, it's doing it also for the Jews of Ukraine, because they are inseparable part of the Ukrainian society. I mean, the president of the country is a Jew, part of his government as well. So if any defense will be in question, and it is in question right now, when the prime minister hinted to the foreign media that he might reconsider the issue of selling weapons to Ukraine, whether it's humanitarian aid specifically designated for the Ukrainian communities or not, there is a chance that the Jews will be using that as well. So I think that Israel should be standing with Ukraine. The polls in Israel clearly show support for Ukraine, and perhaps even the civil society is being running ahead of the government by telling that what needs to be done, and partly it's being done by the means of the civil society itself. I think that we should continue, increase, and always remind our brothers in Ukraine and sisters, of course, that they are very welcome in Israel, and increase the quality of the process of Aliyah here in Israel as well, so that the people who will be coming, and there is an expectation of some 100,000 Jews that will be coming from both Ukraine and Russia this year, that they will find a place in the Jewish country, which is the state of Israel.
So Israel has had to balance a number of potentially conflicting objectives against one another over the course of this conflict. There's the need to protect Jews inside of both Ukraine and Russia. There's the reality of the Russian military operating in Syria. There are pressures from the United States, pressures from China, from all over the world, sort of bearing down on Israel's response to this conflict. And I was hoping, Natan Sharansky, let's start with you. You could talk a bit about whether Israel has been successful in sort of balancing these different concerns in approaching this war over the past year.
Well, it depends, of course, whom you ask. I think for overwhelming majority of our politicians, both from the previous government and today's government, it looks that we are very successful in, on one hand, expressing a lot of sympathy and solidarity and humanitarian assistance, and by the way, more than humanitarian, also in intelligence and some other assistance. And at the same time, practically, at least twice a week, we are taking bases of Iran in Syria and sometimes even in Iran itself without Russian army interfering. And unfortunately, Russian army is on our borders. So yes, from this point, Israel is successful. Some other people like me think that in this so clear case between black and white, between absolute evil and good, in such a crucial fight for the future of the free world, Israel has to move from humanitarian assistance to military assistance, and there are more and more signs that it will happen, but it didn't happen until now, and it's not because of the lack of sympathy. I agree with everybody and with Ksenia and others. Israel is overwhelmingly on the side of Ukraine. Israel has special challenges of fighting for our right to exist, fighting against our enemies, and at the same time keeping Russia not to interfere into this war.
And David, you were speaking earlier about the fact that there's an open question of whether the United States is going to continue its kind of level of support to Ukraine from a kind of military angle. And clearly, as you alluded to, the Jewish community in the United States has a potential role to play in keeping that on the agenda, in pushing for the current amount of aid or potentially for increases in military aid if the need arises over the next few months or years. Yeah, I mean, do you think that the Jewish community in America can kind of help push that issue to the fore and kind of prevent any potential changes in the U.S.'s position in the next stretch?
Marvin, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that there's a crisis today, right, but I am saying that there is a potential, if one looks at the polling data in the United States, that there is a growing group of Americans, quite significant, who are beginning to question American policy toward Ukraine. And especially as the war continues and more financial transfers take place and more military transfers take place, it's going to be incumbent upon those of us who believe that this is a war that must be fought, as Ksenia and as Natan have said, that we're going to have to raise our voices and not simply as members of the American Jewish community, but as active participants in American public policy. And it means working with others in the United States who understand the high stakes involved and not allowing the skeptics to emerge. But they're there. We shouldn't be kidding ourselves. They're there. And they're going to be raising their voices, especially as this war continues. So yes, I think there's a lot of work to be done. Now, I'll say something else, which I guess needs to be said. There are some Jews, and I've met a number of them, who themselves have doubts about whether we should be supporting Ukraine because they look at Ukrainian history and what they see or what their families told them is not something that they think is worth supporting today, or who point to Ukraine's voting patterns in the United Nations even today on Israel-related issues and say, well, why should we be supporting a country which has such a difficult Jewish past and even today is not showing full-throated support for Israel? And I think that people like Ksenia and Natan and myself and others need to help others understand the evolution of Ukraine. The very notion that Volodymyr Zelensky himself is a Jew, by the way, and the Minister of Defense, Reznikov, is also a Jew, and there are many others, is a sign of the enormous progress and maturation of Ukraine today. And I also would argue that the situation doesn't have to be perfect in someone's eyes for it to be worthy of support. So I think we have a job to do in the United States, in the Jewish community and globally, to make sure that people understand the stakes involved and why it matters to the free world, why it matters to the state of Israel, and why it matters to world Jewry.
Ksenia, was hoping you'd react to something David just said. He was hoping that there's kind of an understanding among American Jews that Ukraine has changed, that it's evolved, that the relationship between non-Jewish Ukrainians and Jewish Ukrainians is obviously very different than it was 80 years ago, let's say. Do you think that there is an appreciation of that fact inside of Israel? In the last panel, there was some discussion of IDF veterans going to Ukraine to help defend Ukraine against the Russian invaders, which to a lot of people just wouldn't make a ton of sense. The idea of citizens of a Jewish state leaving to go defend Ukraine of all countries against invaders. But clearly some sort of evolution has happened. Ukraine is not kind of viewed as being the same place among Jews that it was, clearly in, say, my grandparents' or great-grandparents' time. Have you seen that change in attitudes inside of Israel yourself?
Well, absolutely. First of all, I have to remind you that, of course, the world is not black and white. And IDF veterans are actually joining also, or at least they did join, in fighting in Syria on behalf of the Kurds, trying to protect them, from the evil forces of the Islamic State or Assad regime. That happened as well. During the earthquake now in Syria, Israel was asked indirectly for help. To help the Syrians, which it did. And when we are talking about Ukraine, first of all, Ukraine is a friendly country. Modern Ukraine has a lower percentage of anti-Semitism revelations than any other country. Of course, in the post-Soviet space, but also when you compare it to some countries in the Western Europe. Generally, if you're looking at the human history, unfortunately, Jews, we had suffered immense injustice over the centuries from every nationality, from every country on the planet. And we cannot run our policy in accordance to, what happened 70 years ago, or 6 centuries ago, or 10 centuries ago. We are looking at the modern Ukraine with integration of the Jews, and I can tell you that in Israel, yes, there is definitely discussion about whether morally Jews are obliged to help Ukraine. There is also discussion about how the Ukrainians are voting today at the UN Security Council and other bodies, and I think that it needs further, perhaps, explanation and education, because what is the moral duty of the state of Israel toward the Gentiles, toward other countries? What is the sense of solidarity that we feel today with Ukrainians, feeling that also Israel is being threatened by an evil autocratic power? And in this regard, we as two democracies, of course, we have to find ourselves in the same camp. We are in the same boat. Now, do people understand it or not? Well, I can tell you that in Israel, since we have a very large community of Jews who came from Ukraine, or also Jews who came from Russia, but understand very well what is Ukraine of today. I think that, some of us became ambassadors, trying to explain complexity, the situation on the ground, the phenomena such as, for example, ultranationalism, and even neo-Nazism that Ukrainians are being blamed for by the same country that doesn't do anything in order to succumb this phenomena at home. I'm talking, of course, about Russia. So much more work needs to be done in this regard. I do not believe that there is enough understanding of these realities. And therefore, there is immediately in the age of the social media, it's very easy to just, to write 2 sentences about what Zelensky said or what speech was all about, and make, a decision based on this immediate feeling, immediate emotion. Oh, he spoke about Ukrainians helping the Jews during the Holocaust, which is, of course, not true. So let's be against Ukraine. It doesn't work this way. The Israeli government knows better. It should know better. Eli Cohen, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, is supposed to visit Ukraine soon. We know that it's a difficult process. It's not something that is very easy to accomplish. And yet I do hope very much. And I also invest a lot of the efforts in this regard in order to basically explain, yes, Ukraine, it's a terra incognita for many Israelis who have the historical memories, but no little or nothing about the Ukraine of today. And absolutely, I agree with David Harris, who I respect immensely, that after the war, a lot of effort needs to be invested into bringing Ukraine into the family of the Western world, of the Western countries, together with Israel, where it belongs, together with the USA and other countries that keep helping and fighting together, basically, with Ukraine against the wrongdoing.
So the Jews in Ukraine are the ones who are obviously under the most direct danger from this conflict. But the Jews in Russia, which is another community of, estimates say, almost 250,000 Jews, have also been affected by this. The Putin regime has cracked down on sort of whatever remained of civil society and civic life in the past year. Jews from Russia, many of them are kind of itching to get out of the country. It's become more difficult to actually aid Jews inside of Russia as well as Ukraine. Natan, I was hoping you could talk a bit about kind of the challenge of that angle to it, of aiding Jews in both of these countries that have now become so much more complex to reach in the past year.
Well, first of all, we speak a lot about Aliyah from Ukraine. We have to remember that practically twice as many Jews who are coming from Ukraine are coming from Russia, from Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other places. And this proportion, judging from all, will only increase. I think there'll be 3-4 times more Jews who will make Aliyah from Russia than from Ukraine in the next couple of years. And why? Because Ukrainian Jews are, of course, under physical threat. They find that their homes are destroyed. They feel that families are divided. And they are looking for the safe havens. At the same time, some of them feel that that is just the time to fight for Ukraine. While Russian Jews find that they can discover they are again behind the Iron Curtain. In a very short period of time, in 2 or 3 years, suddenly they were taken back all the rights which they had in the last 30 years, and it looks even not like Brezhnev's times, almost like Stalin's times. You can be sentenced for high treason under the same accusation that I was, practically for nothing. Simply saying, condemning aggression to Ukraine. The free society institutions are closed. The newspapers and the TV stations which they listen to or watch to disappear. And they're really afraid they'll be again isolated from all the world. Then again will be not free citizens. And that's why so many of them are leaving. And of course we have to help to them as to everybody else in these difficult times. The other challenge is not for specific Jew, but for the leaders of Jewish community, those who are building these communities. I constantly get questions from some rabbis, from Jewish community leaders, what they should do. And do we feel that they all have to leave? Well, of course, I believe that the best, the most secure place for everybody is Israel. But as long as there exists community, we have to do everything to reconnect them back to us, in spite of all those isolation. And I always advise to these leaders, continue doing everything you can to help strengthen Jewish community until the moment the regime will demand from you to demonstrate publicly solidarity with the war. There should be no compromises under the pretext that we have to continue our Jewish life, to express solidarity and support to this brutal aggression. And that's, by the way, the challenge which is growing bigger and bigger, because I think we are facing now the time when our shlichim in summer camps and teachers in Jewish schools and, of course, the leaders of the communities will be under the pressure to express, not only to express solidarity, but to support this barbaric aggression. And here they will have to make a choice, and we have to help them in making this right choice.
So, David, that is in many respects a very kind of bleak picture that we just got from Natan about the current situation inside of Russia. and the likely situation that Jews face there, something that Natan can speak about with a great deal of kind of personal authority and experience. Do you think that helping Russian Jews actually might be kind of the big challenge for the next 10 years, getting them out if possible, providing them with as soft a landing as possible in places like Israel? Is that kind of the next step of the challenge that Jews are going to face around the world, actually handling an exodus of Jews from Russia?
Well, I think we've already begun to answer that question, Marvin, on or about February 24th of last year. And we have seen, as Natan said, we've seen over 30,000 Russian Jews making Aliyah just in the last 11 months or so. And we've seen not quite as many Ukrainian Jews, but I think the situation of Ukrainian Jews is a little different because the families are divided. The men are required up until the age of 60 to stay in Ukraine. So many of the wives and children who leave want to stay in Europe, closer to Ukraine, with the expectation either that they will return to Ukraine after the war or they'll be joined by their loved ones who are still in Ukraine. But we've already seen people voting with their feet in large numbers. Look, on a personal note, I'm very grateful that my mother and her family were able to leave not Russia, but the Soviet Union in 1929. So a generation and a half before Natan launched his extraordinary effort to leave, and then followed by people like Ksenia. And I, for one, believe that we have an absolute obligation to help anyone who wants to leave to do so and to resettle, beginning of the state of Israel, but ultimately wherever they choose. And at the same time, we have an obligation to those who stay, whatever our personal view might be about their decision. Jews must be protected wherever they live, and protected meaning having equal opportunity, equal protections, access to full freedom of religion. And we have to recall, as Natan said, that Russia has been on a declining slope now for a number of years. I mean, just think for a moment about some of the elements between Putin and Lavrov, the foreign minister. The whole premise of this war was, quote, denazification. Excuse me? Denazification of a country, Ukraine, led by a democratically elected Jew, 3 of whose great uncles were murdered in Babi Yar. Who needs denazification? Is it Ukraine or is it Russia? Or how about Lavrov's comments about Hitler's connection to the Jews and the Jews bringing the Shoah on ourselves? Or how about his use of the translation of Endlösung, the German word for final solution, referring to the planned final solution against Russians by the West? So we're drawn into this in many, many ways, Marvin, but ultimately, as a Jewish community, we have to be sure, again, that every Jew who seeks to leave has the opportunity to do so, to be resettled and integrated, and those who choose to stay, to be protected to the extent possible. But I know if I were in Russia today, what my own decision would be, and I'd like to think that others would reach the same conclusion.
So we only have a few minutes left, unfortunately. But earlier last year, over the summer, I spent a few days in Poland, and it was amazing seeing just the way that Jews around the world had mobilized in order to provide aid for refugees at the Polish-Ukrainian border. And really, from the reality of Zelensky himself being Jewish, down to just the people working on the ground providing aid, there's such a Jewish kind of cast to this entire conflict. The Jews pop up practically everywhere. We really do have this kind of incredible role to play. And I was hoping that the three of you could speak kind of briefly about what the significance of this is, the fact that this is a generation-defining global crisis in which we have a real kind of role. And let's start with Natan.
The struggle of Ukraine is very meaningful for Israel in a number of meanings. One of them is that Ukraine is fighting for its national identity. Putin declared that it is not a nation, and they are showing that they are ready to give their life in order to keep them as an independent nation. And secondly, they fight for the right to be a democratic state. And that's exactly the difference between them and Russia today. They insist that they don't want to go back to totalitarian regime. So they are fighting for the right to be Ukrainian democratic state. Isn't it the struggle of Israel, who even today has to prove again and again that not only it is possible, it is normal to be national democratic state. In a way, Ukrainian struggle and its sympathy, which it directs from all the world, brings back the positive meaning to the word nationalism. Liberal democratic nationalism is not only a bad word, which was used almost as a curse against Israel, who needs Jewish state, but it's something very positive. And Ukraine by itself is reminding, practically on every podcast you can see it, that they are learning from Israel, that Israel example, how to survive among the enemies and to be national democratic state, that's what they are learning. As to Jews, yes, we are fulfilling our mission. We have to support people who are on the forefront of the struggle for the right to be proud, independent nation and defending all the free world. And yes, and I agree with my colleagues that very soon, when the world will have to help to Ukraine to rebuild itself, to create transparent, normal society, we Jews can play a especially big role, not only because of our experience, not only because of our enthusiasm, but because we do know, many of us did work in Ukraine, do know the problems of this society joining the free society. The transparency will be one of the main demands from America and the others to continue support Ukraine, and we know how to do it, and we know how to help, and we have to help.
So we're out of time, unfortunately. Natan, Sharansky, Ksenia, Svetlova, David Harris, it was an honor to participate in this. Thank you so much.
Chief Rabbi of Kyiv in Ukraine, Rabbi Dov Lipman, was directly involved in the evacuation of large numbers of Jews and non-Jews to the safe regions of Western Ukraine and Western Europe. Rabbi Lipman also organized a large-scale diplomatic mission to consolidate the Jewish communities of the world to help Ukraine. The stage is yours, Rabbi.
Hello, my name is Vladislav Davidson. I am Tablet Magazine's trusty European culture critic and Ukraine hand, a longtime journalist and reporter and observer of Ukrainian political life and Ukrainian Jewish life. So I am absolutely thrilled to have with me today an old friend and a great man in many ways, the Chief Rabbi of Kyiv, the Chief Rabbi of Ukraine, like me, a Brooklynite, Rabbi Yaakov Dov Lipman. Rabbi, welcome.
Yeah, hi, Vlad. It's good to see you again.
Welcome to the 4th Kyiv Jewish Forum. Obviously, this is a time of war. I just want to start with something that I personally find fascinating. That is the role of the fighting rabbi monk in the middle of this war. What is the role that you and your fellow rabbis in Ukraine have in helping Ukrainians get through this, Ukrainian Jews, helping Ukrainian political civil society get through this, getting American Jews on board? What is it that you as a fighting rabbi are doing?
It's interesting that you're asking this question, and I'll tell you why. Because normally rabbis are busy with spiritual stuff. We're spiritual leaders. That's what we do. We're busy doing, tending to the spiritual needs of our flock, and that's really what's the most important goal of any rabbi anywhere. However, it was Putin who brought us into this by proclaiming that he's coming to denazify Ukraine, which means that he was trying to accuse, falsely obviously in his propaganda, to accuse Ukraine of being anti-Semitic and Nazi, etc. And at that time, it behooves us as Jews living in Ukraine to call out that lie and say, listen, we're living here, our communities are thriving, and and Ukraine has been very, very, very helpful, friendly, and good to the Jews since independence. So the whole myth of the denazification, there's no one that's better equipped and able to, rebut that, better than the rabbis who are running their communities and leading their communities here in Ukraine for so many years. Especially those that have been there. I'm in Ukraine since before the independence, and I was there for 2 years under the Soviet rule. So obviously, we are able to see the difference and the development of Jewish life in Ukraine since Ukraine became independent. So that's the first thing I would say, is that we have this obligation to speak the truth and to get that message out that the Jewish community is thriving in Ukraine. The Jewish community loves the democracy and the freedom in Ukraine. And we also enjoy a great, great relationship with the government of Ukraine for all the years. And I'm talking about from 1991, from when Ukraine declared its independence. We've had a great, positive relationship with every single president.
All six presidents since independence, no matter how corrupt or how incompetent or unpleasant or whatever one's personal read of them is, they've all been good on this one thing.
Yeah, there's no question about it. They've all been good to, so to speak, quote unquote, the Jews, you know what I'm saying? So it's important that we get out there and get that message out. Another part of our job at this point is obviously to rally the troops, to get the Jews that are still in Ukraine, make sure they have all the services they need, the spiritual services, make sure that our prayers going on in the synagogues, even though it was impossible for part of the time. I'm very proud that our synagogue in Kyiv, the Podol synagogue, has had 3 prayers every single day throughout the war. We have not even one day stopped it. In other words, we're there. And even when Kyiv was under fire and almost totally surrounded, and the Russians were actually coming into Kyiv and being pushed back out at the beginning of the war, we always had a presence, prayer, and everything going on there. And every single synagogue in Ukraine was a haven for refugees and people that were running. That's also an important point. We, as part of the Ukrainian society, the Jewish community did not separate itself from the rest of the society. We're part of the society, and our synagogue served anyone that needed. The buses that left to evacuate from Ukraine during the first months of the war left from every single synagogue in Ukraine, had buses leaving, never asking anyone who you are, where you're coming from, but only where you're going to, and took them. Many Jews and non-Jews, everybody together, were able to get on those buses and evacuate, which is another important thing, that the Jewish community was there for Ukraine during that time of need at the beginning. Another thing that the rabbis have been doing is trying to bring in as much humanitarian aid as possible, distribute it to people throughout the cities wherever it's needed. There are soup kitchens that were opened even now that are working in Western Ukraine, in Central Ukraine, in Chernigov and Ivano-Frankivsk, and in the Carpathians. Wherever it is that you are, do what you can to help the people, because everyone is in this together. I think it's a very, very important message. Obviously, whatever message we can then bring back to the Jewish community in the diaspora or to Israel is also important. Many people are asking questions about why should the Jewish community help the Ukrainians during World War II.
What kind of questions are you getting? What kind of questions?
This is the most common question, is that, the Ukrainians during World War II, they helped the Nazis, they collaborated, etc., and everything else. Mm-hmm. And what I say, there's 2 answers to this. Number one, from Ukrainian independence, that means the country of Ukraine has been good to the Jews from when it was founded, and we're dealing with them now. The president of Ukraine is a Jew, and there were 360,000 Jews probably in Ukraine when the war started. So we have to worry about the Jewish community, and we have to worry about Ukraine together, because we can't separate them, as I said earlier. Another important point, I think, is, and something that I say all the time, is that Jews have been living with Ukrainians side by side for over 1,000 years. And even if there were years that there was trouble, but for over 900 years of that, or even more, the Jews live good with the Ukrainians. They help each other, they live together, and we integrate together. On the other hand, the Russians, there was never a good day for the Jews under Russia. From the Tsar, I'm saying they never, ever were good with the Jews or to the Jews. And indeed, many of the problems between Ukrainians and Jews were even instigated by the Russians. So if you tell me who should we choose, the Russians or the Ukrainians, I vote for the Ukrainians. That's what I think. I think that the Ukrainians were very good to the Jews for many years, and especially the last 30 plus years since independence. And that's what I think. That's what weighs over and overweighs any questions about the relationship between Jews and Ukrainians.
So things have changed. Things have gotten better. This country is much better than any other country in Eastern Europe for us, and you stand behind it.
Yeah, it's been very, very good. I mean, other countries, it's hard to compare it because Ukraine has a very large Jewish community, one of the largest. The only one that that's larger than Ukraine and Eastern Europe is Russia.
Right.
Now, I think, even though many people think that Russia has been good to the Jews, my personal opinion has been, and I've said it many times, that no dictatorship was ever good for the Jews. Ultimately, and no dictatorship has ever been good for the Jews. And I think that now people in Russia are beginning to see, the Jewish community in Russia is beginning to see the issues that they're facing, and if they don't toe the line now, when it was easy, they towed the line. But now that they're being challenged to toe the line because their brothers have to run away from Ukraine or are being shot and killed and bombed in Ukraine. So, no Russian Jews are going to say, well, let's rally the troops, let's go kill those Ukrainians, when you know that you're killing Jews as well. It's obvious that this is the first time since World War I that you have Jew pitted against Jew, right? No war until then did you have it. Since then did you have it? And I think the Russian Jews are in a very difficult position because of that. They're in a difficult position because of the sanctions. They're in a difficult position because they can't speak their mind. Jews, let's put it this way, Jews flourish under democracy. Judaism doesn't always flourish under democracy, but Jews do. And this is the famous thing between, the Jews and Judaism, that already during the times of Napoleon and the Tsar, there was a big argument amongst the rabbis. Whom should we support? Should we support Napoleon or support the Tsar? Because of this issue. What's more important for us to support, the Jews or Judaism? Because Judaism tends to flourish when there's dictatorships, whereas Jews as people tend to flourish where there's democracy. So
that's absolutely
democracy.
Just to get back to history before we get back to the question of rabbis, which is absolutely fascinating to me personally, you said something, and I want you just to sketch it out for those of us who are, Americans, may not know as much about European history, European Jewish history. When you speak about 100 years since World War I, it was Jews fighting the Austro-Hungarian Empire in France and the Russian Empire against each other, killing each other 110 years ago, right?
Yeah, they may have at times killed each other, but there are many stories how a soldier, cocks his weapon, is about to shoot, and the other guy screams Shema Yisrael, and he said, oh, who am I killing? I'm killing my brother here, and he has to pull back, right? So it put people in a very, 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 very difficult position, Jew against Jew, especially when you're shooting another Jew, and this was a very, 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 I think a very challenging moment for the Jewish people at that time.
And now we're seeing that again. We're seeing that again now.
I think that again, listen, I have students from my school, graduates from my school that have joined the army. I have many, many graduates that have come back from Israel, already served in the Israeli army, and have now volunteered to help the Ukrainian army. So there are many, many Jews fighting on the Ukrainian side, and I'm sure that there are Jews fighting on the Russian side. I don't even doubt it for a minute. But the fact that they're up one against the other, it puts the world Jewish community in a position that we haven't been for over 100 years.
Yeah, it's as horrific and as dispiriting as it is actually, frankly, fascinating.
Yeah, it's fascinating because it's, so to speak, history repeating itself in a way, but it's not the point of this conflict. I can tell you that there were times at the beginning of the conflict in 2014 when we felt that there was an interest on the part of the Russians to pit Jew against Jew, to pit Jewish community against Jewish community. We saw different attempts at them trying to pit the Jewish communities against one another. At which time I met with Rabbi Lazar, by the way, and we made this very clear: this is not a Jewish war. There's no reason for the Jews to be attacking each other, Russian Jews, Ukrainian Jews, or vice versa, right?
It's not good for any community, right?
Yeah, it's not good for the community, and it's not going to help the war in any way. You know, if I wanted to be good to Ukraine, would I attack the Jews in Russia? It's not going to help Ukraine in any way. And if Lazar is going to attack the Jews in Ukraine, it's not going to help Russia in any way. That's not the point of this war. This war is not a war of Jews. It's a war that was started by Putin, you know, and we're still trying to figure out why and what he's trying to accomplish. He's killing tens of thousands of his own countrymen and his soldiers, and a lot of the killing, or most of the killing, bombing, and that's going on in Ukraine is against the people that he claims to have come to help and to save, the Russian speakers, and he's just killing them indiscriminately by bombing, houses and hospitals and schools, and just, again, I say it. This is a war not of army against army; it's army against people. The Russian army has been attacking people living in Ukraine. I call it a national genocide, not a ethnic genocide. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to kill anyone that's in Ukraine, no matter what your ethnicity is. And this is something that, it's something that we have to understand and be able to call a spade a spade.
Right.
The world has to be able to call a spade a spade. I'll be honest with you. I met with the Pope 2 weeks ago as part of the Ukrainian delegation of the Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations. We had a meeting in the back.
You're a member of it, just so people understand?
Yeah. The Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organization, we are all members. There are 18 members, and we're all co-chairs. The chairmanship rotates. So we made a trip to the Vatican to meet with the Pope to try and get him to speak out more forcefully to stop the killing, right? And what I told him was two things. The first thing I told him is that 78 years after the end of World War II, we are in Europe discussing indiscriminate killings of children, women, right? Of bombings of civilians and killings of religious buildings that are being burnt and shot and destroyed, of a war that we all said never again in 1945, and now we see to an extent. Again, I'm not comparing it to the Holocaust and the numbers. I'm not going there. I'm just speaking about the fact that there's a war in Europe today, and that the world doesn't have the willpower to get up there and stop it. They're helping Ukraine. I'm not saying they're not, but to get up there and do the things that have to be done to stop this killing and this murder. And I'm talking about both sides. Russian soldiers that are being killed for no reason, or the prisoners that went the Wagner guys took and put them up front there. That I think that most of them have been killed also because they're using them for cannon fodder. They did that during World War II, but today it's 2023. It's a different world today. And in the 21st century, people act differently. At least we expect them to. So this is what I spoke to the Pope about, in my words to the Pope. And then we met with his Secretary of State, and I told him that, those that kept silent during World War II, especially, we have seen how history has judged them. In other words, someone that has the ability to protest and doesn't protest is judged as having aided and abetted the actual murderers. So it's important that everyone speaks up, speak out. Don't say, oh, my voice won't be heard. There's nothing I can do to stop them. Try, go out there, protest, say something, do something, and don't just be a quiet bystander and say, oh, I can't do anything about it, because history judges people.
Thank you, Rabbi. Let me ask you something, just to get back to a rabbinical question, because I find that fascinating. I find it very interesting what your relationship with your colleagues is vis-a-vis the community and vis-a-vis the position. So you and I have spoken before about the difference in positioning and responsibility and vis-a-vis the leadership of the country between the Ukrainian Jewish community and rabbinate and the Russian Jewish community and rabbinate. So what is the difference between, let's say, the chief rabbi of Russia and what you are doing vis-a-vis the leadership? What's the difference?
The first thing is, you can't really, it's not fair to ask that question, what's the difference of the rabbi? You have to really ask the question, what's the difference of the government?
Okay.
The chief rabbi of Russia is not free to get onto a Zoom call with Vlad Davidson and speak his mind. If he wanted to say whatever he wanted to say, if he was going to criticize the government or what the government is doing and saying, it's not going to be so simple for him. I'll try to tell you a story without giving out, all the details, because I think that it may not be good. But I was I was asked on Ukrainian television, after 2014, before Crimea was illegally annexed by the Russians, about my what's the position of the Jewish community about Crimea. And I said, well, the Jewish leadership, this is what I said, the Jewish leadership definitely believes that Crimea is Ukrainian. And we really think that Crimea should stay part of Ukraine and should not in any way that the Russians, it's illegal what they're doing and it's wrong what they're doing and everything else. But since I walked out of the studio, I got a call from a quote unquote Jewish leader. And he says, Rabbi Black, you're putting my life in danger. I said, why is that? He said, you said that the entire Jewish leadership supports the fact that Crimea is part of Ukraine. But I am, one of the leaders. And if I say that out loud, or if I'm even accused of saying that, and I'm living in Russia now, my life is going to be in danger. So this is what he tells me. So I said, wow. I said, it's fascinating what you're telling me now. I said, look what you're telling me. I said, I'm in Ukraine. I said, I could get on television and say that Crimea is part of Russia. Nobody's going to do anything to me. That Crimea should go to the Russians, God forbid. Whatever. Nobody's doing anything. There's a freedom of speech in Ukraine. I can say whatever I want.
You'd be unpopular.
Yeah, definitely be unpopular, but I wouldn't get killed. I wouldn't be arrested. You know what I mean? If I supported the occupation, then maybe yes. But if I just say that, listen, makes sense what they're doing, right? Whatever, something stupid like that.
Yeah.
And you are telling me that your life's in danger because of what I said in Ukraine? Your life in Russia is going to be in danger? I said, you want to stay in that country even? We have to understand things in their context, in the context of a rabbi or a Jewish leader or a communal leader in Russia. They are not free to speak their minds. So Rabbi Lazar, if he can't, I don't even think he has the freedom to get up there and say, Jews leave Russia now and go to Israel because it's going to be dangerous to stay here. Now, some people are blaming him for this. There was an article written that was blaming him, that he should have seen this coming in the last 22 years.
Right.
Since he, could be, yeah, could be no. I think that he saw an opportunity to help build a Jewish community, so he used that opportunity to help build a Jewish community in Russia, because he saw that's what he was able to do. But at this point, I think he's in a very difficult position. He's definitely in a more difficult position than I am. I could speak my mind. I could say, what I believe and what I think, whether I'm agreeing with the government or not agreeing with the government. I've criticized certain things the government has done now during the war, which I think are not very smart and not very far-sighted, including some of the sanctions that are being put on people only because they have Russian passports and stuff like that. I think that that's not a smart thing to do. At the same time, nobody's asking me, by the way, but
we should put the rabbis in charge of the sanctions, I have to say.
Nah, they should give the rabbis some of the money they're taking from it. They should. Every one of the Jewish oligarchs should be forced to give 10% to tzedakah, as the Jewish law says, and then I think we would resolve all the financial issues of the Jewish community in Ukraine.
I got
it. But whatever it is, this is what it is. So that's number one. Number two, the community over there in Russia, the sanctions against the country, there are sanctions against individuals that were the biggest supporters of the community. There are a lot of difficulties now for Jews living in Russia. To an extent, even more difficult than Ukraine, because Ukraine, when the war is over, Ukrainian Jews are going to be living in a democratic country that is going to be rebuilt and going to be a shining example of democracy, of market economy, with great electrical power stations, great heating systems for their homes. Everything's going to be rebuilt. And the Jewish community is going to develop, obviously, along with all of Ukrainian society, while the Russian Jews are going to be left living in a dictatorship under a dictator with sanctions for who knows how many years to come. Unless, of course, they change things in Russia, which could also happen. But I'm just saying that right now, the way it looks is that Ukraine has a much better perspective and future joining the European Union and stuff like that than Russia has. So it's a difficult position.
So speaking about that, you actually preempted my next question. What is the responsibility of the world Jewish diaspora to our cousins, brothers, whatever, our relatives in Russia, in Ukraine? Which is worse? There are a lot of people here in New York. I'm in New York at this moment, working on the Kyiv Jewish Forum. There are a lot of people who come up to me who are well-intentioned, and they ask me, so I really don't get it. Things used to be simple. During the 70s, when we were trying to get the Soviet Jewry out, it was obvious what was black, what was white, what was good, what was bad. Now you have two Jewish communities which are both in trouble in different ways to a different extent. One is in existential trouble, getting bombed. The other one is being essentially held hostage, right? Not so wrong to say that the Russian Jews are being held hostage by their government. They should just probably leave at this point. But which one of these communities should American Jews and diaspora Jewry be focused on helping? And is that even a fair question in the middle of a war?
It's a difficult question, obviously, and I'm biased as well. Obviously, I'm a biased because I'm living in Ukraine. I worked in Ukraine for the last 33 years, so it's
right.
I'm not going to say no, send all your money to Russia. I just think that at this point, when you're talking about life saving, you're talking about the humanitarian need of saving lives. I think that saving lives always outweighs anything else. Organizational issues, right? So. We're dealing with refugees, DP camps. We set up a place in Hungary for the Ukrainian Jewish refugees that they don't plan on staying there. That's a displaced persons camp. There's people that want to go back to Ukraine when the war is over. This, takes precedence to give these people shelter and food, takes precedence over, organizational issues that the Russian Jewish community may be challenged with now at this point. It also takes precedence over organizational issues in Ukraine now at this point. I think that the most important point and what we have to be focused on at this point is the life-saving issues where people's lives are at stake. You have to understand, Vlad, that every single day I'm getting calls about elderly Jews that are stuck in Ukraine that can't get the care that they need. They can't even get home care that the Joint does, the JDC and the Chesed organizations are doing, because there aren't enough workers, patronage workers, home care attendants that are willing to do the work. And many of them need medical care, and we have to evacuate them to Israel. And, there are a lot of different things that are needed now. But I definitely think that at this point, Ukrainian Jews that are living, those that are there, no electricity, no heat, sometimes no water, we have to be able to deal with it. Now, people say, why don't they just leave? But that's easy to say. Many of the people that were able to left, many of the people that are left behind can't leave or won't leave for whatever reason. And, during the actual bombing of Kyiv, when Kyiv was surrounded, I was busy literally 24/7 getting Jews out of there, including Shabbos and everything. Life-saving takes precedence over everything in any mitzvah in the entire Torah. So there was no question to get people out was more important than anything else. Once the Russians pulled back from Kyiv and the situation there calmed a bit, especially over the summer, many Jews went back to Ukraine and they went back to Kyiv and other places. I met with Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv in September, and he told me that during the height of the war, when the attack on Kyiv, out of 3.2 million people, probably 75% of them had left the city. Only 800,000 people were in Kyiv. And now it's 75% of the people have come back and only 25% is still out. Mm-hmm. So there's been a shift, obviously, over this time. And what is fascinating, and I think that, Vlad, you would appreciate this, think about it. When the Russians were seen as attacking and maybe coming in, everyone ran. Now, no one's afraid the Russians are taking over Ukraine. It's just that we don't have heat or electricity and water. We'll stand through the hardship as long as it's not the Russians. In other words, like Zelensky has said, no heat, no water, no electricity, and no Russians. But people aren't running away as much as the Russians thought they would if they bombed the heating and electricity. You don't have the long lines of refugees at the border. Why not? When the Russians were surrounding Kyiv, you had long lines of refugees. Remember that?
I was there.
That was throughout March and April, refugees running and running and running. Now, where are they? Right. Everyone is staying put, and they will withstand that difficulty as long as they know the Russians aren't coming in. I find it fascinating. I also thought, no electricity, no heat, who wants to stay there? Get out as quickly as possible. No, people are staying, and they're willing to put up with that hardship as long as they know the Russians aren't coming back. I think that's quite an interesting observation, to be able to understand, the human psychology, what they're thinking, why did they run when the Russians were coming, but they won't run now when there's no heat, no water, and no electricity?
The Russians are being successful in blowing up the infrastructure in Kyiv in order to make life difficult.
No, they were more successful. You know, everything. I think that the Ukrainians have learned how to deal with that as well, and they're not being as successful. Over the last week, there have been no shutdowns of electricity in Kyiv. You know, this is quite an accomplishment for the Ukrainians and for the Western allies that are helping them. Vlad, let's look at it. You know, not for today, but the future. Okay,
right.
Ukraine's going to get a great new electrical grid. They're going to get a great new heating systems. They're going to have the most modern, you know, energy systems of any country in Europe when this war is over. Because when they're going to build and rebuild, which is going to happen soon, I hope, they're not going to build old things. They're going to be building new things.
Right.
At the end, Russia's pushing Ukraine into the 21st century.
This is a remarkable process. Let me just ask you one last question. And this is absolutely remarkable. You're a great speaker. You're a rare rabbi who is also a political theorist and political thinker. Let me ask you one last question. If you have 2 minutes just to talk to American Jews or British Jews or Australian Jews or French Jews who don't keep track of these things, who have limited experience of Ukraine, who don't really understand what's going on in Eastern Europe, and you have 2 minutes to set them straight about things that they don't understand, that you wish they got, what would you say to them? 2 minutes or less. Go.
First thing I would say is that Ukraine has been a home for the Jews for over 1,000 years. Kiev is mentioned in Talmudic commentaries over 1,000 years ago. The Kiev letter from the Cairo Geniza is over 1,200 years old. So Jews have been living in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. They have roots there. They've developed there. Number one, as to current events, the Ukrainian Jewish community built over the last 33 years of independence, of Ukrainian independence. Schools, synagogues, rabbis have been there. Jewish life was flourishing before the war.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what it will look like after the war, but I know that there are still many hundreds of thousands of Jews living in Ukraine. And Ukraine was very, very good to us and nice to us. And we want to come back and rebuild our communities. And we're not going to be able to do it on our own. We're going to need the help of Western Jewry to do it. And I think that it's important to note that the president of Ukraine today is a Jew, but he's the president of Ukraine. He's not president of the Jews. Right. It's important to note that. He's been there for Ukraine, but at the very beginning of the war, he called me and said that he wants the Jews of the world to pray for Ukraine as well. Because without God's help, we're not going to get through this. I think without God's help, we can't get through anything, especially a challenge like this. And I think that the world Jewish community will be making a good investment in the Ukrainian Jewish community to help them rebuild their infrastructures of their community after this war is over, which I hope is going to be very, very soon.
Well, with the help of the Ukrainian army, American arms, and certain divine inspiration, I'm sure we'll be. Rabbi,
they're all God's messengers.
We're all God's messages, right?
Yeah.
Whether the himars or the rabbis, we're all doing God's work, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Rabbi, thank you so much for this remarkable conversation, for all the work that you're doing. Much strength to you in the war to come. We're going to survive. We've survived already a year. We will continue surviving. We're going to win. There's no way that the Ukrainians will lose this, because as
God's on their side.
Well, look, I'm not a rabbi. It's not my position to say that, but I do believe that in the long term, good does overcome evil, and this is obviously as close, this war, as anything I've ever seen of pure, unadulterated evil against at least normalcy, if not good, right? In every other war you can see anywhere, everyone has their own narrative. They have their own ideas. You can make an argument that everyone has a point. Any interstate conflict, there's always some sort of grievance or point on both sides. This is a war of just complete, unambiguous black and white.
Agreed.
Right. And so we have to win. And I'm grateful as a Ukrainian Jew for everything you're doing. And we're going to win. Thank you so much for joining us at the 4th Kyiv Jewish Forum.
Thanks, Vlad.
I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon, Rabbi.
See you. Stay well.
Bye-bye.
The next speaker of Kyiv Jewish Forum is Rabbi Dov Lipman, a former member of Knesset from the Yesh Atid party.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dov Lipman. I'm a former member of Knesset and currently the CEO of Yad La'olim. Our organization has been involved in helping the Olim from Ukraine, Russia, Belarus from the moment the war started. We hired Ukrainian and Russian speakers immediately to go into the hotels and to be able to help the new Olim with everything they needed in their process of Aliyah. That started with their documents to make sure that their Aliyah was processed, helping them open up bank accounts, getting their medical insurance set up, just really making order out of all the documentation that was needed in their initial stages of Aliyah. We then continued on and moved to help them with where they will live, finding locations for them to live. We shifted into the space of employment as well to try to connect them with employers. A very specific item that we have been helping with is helping these Olim with their accreditation, professional licenses and academic degrees to make sure that they are accepted by Israel. It's a very long, tedious, bureaucratic process, and our advisors have helped these Olim through all of that. We opened up Hebrew conversation clubs, which are now in 3 cities, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa, for those who were not able to take Ulpan, but wanted to practice their Hebrew speaking in a comfortable setting. And that's also helped them with networking, just to meet other Olim. We've been involved in significant contributions towards those in need. People came with basically nothing to Israel. So first and foremost, we have the Yad La'olim shop in Cinema City in Jerusalem, where we give them clothing, toiletries, kitchenware, bedding, toys for children, everything that they could possibly need to get their lives started. We give it to them for free. We understand their need. We've also held special distribution days where we give out special items based on the time of year, whether that's heaters for the winter, fans for the summer, book bags for the children before they start school. We've also done for a few of the families that were in severe need. We've partnered with other organizations to give them everything that they needed for their housing. We have become an address where they turn to for information. We do webinars in Russian to give them information about how things work in Israel. We have a very, very popular Telegram channel, which they turn to all the time to get information about what's happening in Israel and what they need to know about their Aliyah. Yad La'olim is proud to have jumped in and helped thousands upon thousands of Olim refugees from the war, and we look forward to continuing to do so, both the work that we do by ourselves and the work that we do in collaboration with all the other organizations. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to present, and wishing all of you a wonderful day and only blessings.
Andrei Stavnitzer is a well-known Ukrainian entrepreneur and activist, and I welcome him to the Kyiv Jewish Forum.
Hello, my name is Vladislav Davidson. I am European culture correspondent for Tablet magazine, as well as its longtime Ukraine correspondent. It's a great honor to be here today at the Kyiv Jewish Forum with our next guest, like myself, a great Odessan, like myself, a great patriot of that remarkable port town of Odessa, Mr. Andrei Stavnitzer. He is a member of the board of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine. He's also a co-founder and CEO of TIS, which is the largest private port in Ukraine, in Odessa. He's here to talk about his project, which is Superhumans. Mr. Stavnitzer, lovely to have you with us today.
It's a great pleasure, Vlad. Good to see you.
Likewise. Likewise, my friend. I have not seen him since the start of the war. We saw each other in April in New York when we spoke together at a fundraiser. This man is an absolute hero. This man, I didn't think I would talk about this today, but he called in an airstrike on his own house when he saw through the webcam that there were Russian soldiers inside his house. He called in an airstrike on his own house. So a complete hero with us today to talk about even greater heroes. Can you tell us about your project?
Thanks, Vlad. So we started off on the second day of war with a thing called Help Ukraine Center, where we were helping to get humanitarian aid from all over the world and transport it from our warehouses in Poland all the way to the front line. After a few months of successful operations and hundreds and thousands of trucks, we realized that this immediate need is not going to go away, and then the organization was running pretty smoothly. And the only reason why all of us are doing what we're doing is because we're trying to decrease the amount of pain that we feel. And the only way how to decrease this pain is really to work your ass off. So when we realized that we don't utilize so much energy, we don't work our asses off as much as before, we started looking ahead of the curve. And we realized that what we're going to end up is a lot of people with lost limbs, with the need for reconstruction surgeries, and tremendous amount of people with PTSD. We also realized that this expertise doesn't exist in the country on a large scale. So we started looking for the world-renowned companies and scientists and doctors who are specializing in prosthetics, reconstruction surgeries, and PTSD. And this is how the Superhuman Center was born. We started building a clinic in Lviv, which is 1 hour away from the Polish border. Basically, we took a building of existing hospital that we converted into a center where prosthetics will be produced, where the world-famous doctors will perform reconstruction surgeries, and where we're going to train trainers for the PTSD work that needs to be done with the victims. So we're talking about tens of thousands of people that need prosthetics and reconstruction. We're talking about millions of people that are already suffering with PTSD. Just imagine that we have more than 1 million people in combat right now. All of them are in one way or another affected by post-traumatic syndrome. And we need to do something with these people. We have a great and horrible example of the Afghani veterans that were never taken care of by the Soviet Union. And these people basically formed the core of Soviet Union mafia, if you wish, in the 90s and early 2000s. And if we don't want to repeat something similar to that, we just have to make sure we treat all of these people. You and me are also affected by PTSD in one way or another. And recent studies actually show that PTSD, if not treated, can be transferred to the next generation. So we really address the most important issues right now. We will start operations with phase 1 in early April. We will be producing best prosthetics that there is on the market. It's basically a German company called Ottolenghi, who's world famous for their prosthetics. They're doing it for 105 years now. This is when we talk about legs, and if we talk about arms, we have an exclusivity agreement with a company called Open Bionics from the UK that produce the best-in-class bionic arms. So recently we have installed 2 of these hands to our veterans, and you should see their happy eyes when they are trying those bionic arms for the first time in their life. So they were running around the table, practicing, grabbing a bottle of water or an apple, or to plug and unplug a charger. This is just unbelievable to see how happy they are when they, after months and months without limb, they can finally operate their arm. And this is so rewarding. And I'm super happy that we're doing what we're doing right now.
Let's watch the video that you've produced for us today.
Yes, I can, suddenly, yes, I can. Gee, I'm afraid to go on has turned into, yes, I can. Take a look, what do you see? 133 pounds of confidence, me. Got the feeling I can do anything, yes, I can. Something that sings in my blood is telling me, yes, I can. I was just born today, I can go all the way, yes, I can. 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 Hey, yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can! Are you ready? I can climb Everest. Yes, I can. I can fight here all night and never rest. Yes, I can. I was just born today. I can go all the way. Yes, I can.
Can you tell us how we could help superhumans? How can ordinary people in America, in UK, in France, whoever's watching us at home today, how can they be of help to you in your work?
Well, we are fundraising for the project. All of the bionic arms and legs that we are going to install are going to be free of charge. We already have some large donors like Howard Buffett, Richard Branson, Cargill Corporation, and others, but we're missing about $4 million to launch phase one. And we're open for donations, of course. We need this money. Our phase one includes a year of operations, meaning that we will be occupied with work. We will install prosthetics, and prosthetic costs are implemented in that price. So we need money, and we need doctors who are able to come to Ukraine, who can train local doctors. Again, it's 1 hour away from Polish border. It's a city of Lviv. It's considered to be the safest area in the Ukraine. And we need those doctors to come and work under tour schedule, basically, where they could come for 5 days every 2 months. We will have a number of patients ready for them. We will have a number of local doctors who are ready to learn and study, to transfer knowledge. And then as soon as they arrive, they will be, busy with operations, and then hopefully local doctors can continue doing this all over Ukraine.
How many Ukrainian servicemen will need limbs? Do you know? Is it thousands? Is it tens of thousands who will need your help?
We're talking about thousands of people. This information is classified, but according to my sources, it's around 10,000 people for prosthetics only. If we talk about reconstruction surgeries, we need much more than that because the government doesn't take care about the aesthetics of the victim, of the patient. Their goal is to stabilize their condition, to make sure they're alive, and that's it. So our ambassador for reconstruction surgeries is the famous lawyer in Ukraine, Emanuele, who lost his eye in combat, and his face is terribly scarred. And this is the type of patients that we are going to take and produce reconstruction surgeries, produce implants if needed, and try to implement them back into their life. So the goal of Superhumans is basically take people who think this is the end of their life and prove to them that they can be reintegrated into society. If the person was an ice skating instructor, we will do our best to get him back on the ice to teach kids. If the person is a business person or an IT, we have to make sure he looks nice, he has self-confidence, he has a certain amount of psychological rehabilitation to go back into what he was doing before and to continue doing it after the war is over.
Why did you're a businessman, so you're a patriot. You have any number of projects that you could put all of your energy into. You have one thing that you could do, and you pick the medical field. And you're, to my knowledge, the only Ukrainian who's doing this, as far as I know, in large format, en masse. Why did you pick this form of patriotism, giving back to the country, as opposed to something else? You could have done anything.
Well, Vlad, I understand people that like the war because war makes things really black and white. And if you're a good surgeon, you should be operating. If you're an entrepreneur and you can organize things, you should be organizing things. I saw there is a big demand in prosthetics and reconstruction. I saw that nobody else is doing it, and we started doing it. In the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you are building, an airport, a port, or a whole chain of hospitals. It's still, you need this entrepreneurial talent and spark, and you need a great team. And I'm proud to have a fantastic team on this project. I have Olga Rudneva as a CEO. So she's been almost 20 years in charity in Ukraine, super knowledgeable. And we have Andrei Vilensky, who is our chief medical. He is the ex-head of National Health Service, and Dobrobut, the biggest chain of private hospitals. So he is an excellent medical director. I have Philip Grushko, who is my partner in financials and fundraising. And really, this project is something to wake up early morning and then to go to bed late at night. It gives a lot of energy. And, feeling the results already is just incredible. I hope, I want to turn Ukrainians from the victims of war into the survivors of war. I want them to be I want them to be proud of their prosthetics. I want them not to wear the ugly yellowish arm to pretend, as if it's normal, as if it's a healthy arm. I want them to wear their super arm, which is stronger, which is faster. And I want them to be proud. I want them to say, okay, I'm better than human. I'm a superhuman. I can do more.
That's great. That's really inspiring. Tell me, as we wind down this conversation, what is it one thing that you could tell our friends watching at home, our colleagues, our comrades, our relatives watching different parts of the world, and inspired by your example and the example of your team? What would you want them to hear? You want to tell them?
I would tell them, forget about your ego, join forces. Ukrainians are phenomenal. We will prevail 100%, and we will come out of this much stronger than before. And we should do everything we can to win as soon as possible. And I'm sure Ukraine will prevail. And we're going to see, Vlad, you and me are going to see 10 countries instead of Russia, all of them denuclearized. And Ukraine is going to be on top of the global agenda for many, many years. We have the best people you can get.
What Mr. Stavnitzer is referencing is the widely held idea in Ukraine that in order for the Russian colonial imperial mentality to be dissolved, in order for them to deal with their past and their own trauma, ultimately this war on Ukraine is about unregurgitated and unworked through trauma, not in Ukraine, but in Russia. in the minds of Russians, in the minds of certain Russians in the Kremlin, certainly. But he's saying that, there are lots of Ukrainians saying that the Russian Federation needs to fall apart and break up into constituent parts in order for there to be peace for Ukrainians. That's a viewpoint for which there's a lot to be said. So, tremendously grateful to you and your team for your work. This is amazing. The Ukrainians who are fighting at the front, giving up their lives and their limbs for all of our freedom, deserve a second chance to live a normal life. They deserve a friend such as yourself. I will, as soon as I can, I will get to the factory in Lviv, and you will show it to me, and we will have anyone who's watching, especially if you're a doctor, try to come see it. And if you're a doctor, do get involved. Do give up some of your time. Instead of going on vacation, maybe come to Lviv. It's a beautiful place, and help Ukrainians who are heroes. You could be here also. Thank you, Andrei.
And thank you for your support. It means the world.
Thank you for joining us at the Kyiv Jewish Forum.
Please join us for an interview with John Herbst, Senior Director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council and the former United States Ambassador to Ukraine. Ambassadors, thank you for being with us today. And news are changing really dramatically, and it was recently announced that the United Kingdom decided to give the green light to the program of teaching Ukrainian pilots how to operate Western-made fighter jets. So do you think the United States will soon reciprocate, do something similar?
We have seen a pattern since even before the big Russian invasion of the Biden administration being slow and even timid in responding to Ukraine's legitimate requests for weapon systems. That applies also to the F-16s, the fighter jets that Ukraine would like from the United States. Britain has been bolder and I think wiser in sending arms to Ukraine, and their willingness to do this has encouraged Washington, with some delay, to do the right thing. That was true with the provision of anti-ship missiles last spring. And that's probably what's going to happen now with fighter jets for Ukraine. As you know, then Congressman Kinzinger, in the last session, put forward legislation so that we would train Ukrainian pilots on F-16s. Now, he did not need to do that. The Biden administration could have, on its own, agreed to pilots training. But again, that caution, that timidity has kept the administration from doing that. Someday we will provide F-16s to Ukraine and we will train their pilots on F-16s. That day will probably become sooner as a result of this British decision. And while I wish it happened sooner, if we come to that point, that will be a good thing too.
So if we look at just the dynamics of Western support to Ukraine from many countries, how would you assess it?
Well, I call Western support for Ukraine adequate, and I call the Biden administration's policy adequate. They deserve credit for developing a framework for supporting Ukraine against Kremlin aggression, big sanctions on Russia, serious weapons to Ukraine, and strengthening NATO in the East. That's the right framework. And they have provided massive assistance to Ukraine, roughly $50 billion a year. I think that is a very good thing. But in actually implementing this, when it comes to sending more advanced weapons, so Ukraine can stop Moscow's offensive with less lives lost, so Ukraine can take counter moves, the administration has been typically slow and timid. And there you need encouragement from our allies, critics outside the administration, and Congress to move the White House in the right direction. And the White House has moved in the right direction, albeit slowly.
So let me ask you two questions. First of all, what Ukraine can do to not exactly fasten the process, but maybe make it consistent?
Well, I think Zelensky's done a very good job dealing with this particular phenomenon. He has made direct requests to the White House, direct requests to Congress, and he's explained why these requests make great sense, not just for Ukraine, but for American interest. And I think his diplomacy, public and private, has also helped at times speed up the necessary decisions here in Washington. And he's also properly expressed gratitude for the great support overall America has provided. But this remains an issue.
This remains an issue. Why?
Well, I think the White House has been a little bit spooked, self-deterring on providing weapons because of what I call the great Kremlin con game, that they might actually use nukes in this war. Many serious people in town have spoken as if this is real, as opposed to a bluff. Now, of course, you can't simply ignore Russian nuclear threats, but any rational and comprehensive look at Russian interests would say the chances of them actually using nuclear weapons in Ukraine or about the Ukraine war are not zero, but very small.
However, it was considered really heavily, as far as I am aware, by many advisors.
Correct. And the White House and the administration have, I would say sadly, even foolishly, said many times, this was true especially the first 8 months of last year, that they could not do X, whether X was creating a no-fly zone in western Ukraine or sending more advanced weapons, because Russia might escalate. That sounds like they were essentially intimidated by nuclear threats, and a superpower should not be intimidated. And you have had credible Russians, by credible Russians, I mean Russians who are part of the security apparatus, say publicly that, of course, this is simply a bluff on the Kremlin's part. A retired general said this on Russian TV. A retired intelligence officer, Dmitry Trenin, wrote this back in December. But somehow, this great con game has had an impact here, directly working against American interests to help Ukraine defeat Putin in Ukraine.
So, by your assessment, how likely the decisions of the White House are dictated also by the domestic agenda, especially the election cycles?
I think that the support for Ukraine has been a good domestic issue for Biden. And a problem in our politics right now, beyond the timidity I see in the administration, is that a portion of the Republican Party is pursuing quasi-isolationist objectives. And they have produced, this wing of the party has produced ridiculous reasons for stopping or severely limiting American aid to Ukraine. That is far more dangerous than the timidity we see in the White House. Fortunately, that part of the party did very poorly in the midterm elections. But that did not prevent members of that wing of the party from making the reduction of support to Ukraine an issue in the votes for Kevin McCarthy to become the Speaker of the House.
That's exactly correct, and that's actually my second question, because by the current rules of the House, only one person could call to consider vacate the vote situation, which is a dangerous position for the Kevin McCarthy speakership.
We don't know how this will play out, but here's my sense. By and large, Republican leadership in Congress is very strong on this issue. Not only do they support the extensive aid that the Biden administration proposes, they increase the aid, and they want to send the advanced weapon systems like the ATACMS, the longer-range missiles, the F-16s that the Biden administration is still too timid to send. I think McCarthy agrees with his colleagues in Congress, but he does have this problem, and I think he will try to maneuver in a way that does not overly antagonize the quasi-isolationists, that 30 or 40 quasi-isolationists in Congress, while permitting our support for Ukraine to remain at substantial levels. What I'm saying is not guaranteed, but I think it's likely.
So let me ask you this in regard of isolationism, because it's not the first president, I mean President Biden, who faces isolationism. There was some isolationism, actually a prominent one, during the Roosevelt administration, many administrations, while he was the head of the White House. But with this particular one, when we speak about the next potential bill to send new financial aid to Ukraine, what it would take?
We know that that most of the significant aid to Ukraine has been associated with or tied to the Defense Appropriations Act. We will see if that can be used this year. I suspect something akin to that, if not that, will become the vehicle. But what I've just said is highly speculative. Serious people in Congress, serious people in the Republican Party are trying to figure this out, and I suspect they will. And of course, on this issue, they'll be working in tandem with the Biden administration, which, despite my criticism of their timidity, has been very good on the amount of assistance to Ukraine.
So many Republicans demanded, and many Democrats agreed, that there is supposed to be a certain condition to provide aid, send in teams of inspector generals, of different agencies, and it seems like it's working right now, correct?
According to the Pentagon, according to USAID and other parts of our government, the assistance we're providing for Ukraine is being used properly. That doesn't mean that our system for monitoring can't be better. And we know that people in Congress who understand how critical our aid is for American interests are happy to look at new ways to monitor. And we know that President Zelensky understands that this is going to be part of the process. So I am confident that additional measures will be put into place to satisfy legitimate concerns about monitoring without enabling isolationists to prevent the provision of aid under the excuse of monitoring.
What Ukraine could do differently to have Western support uninterrupted?
Well, it is getting Western support uninterrupted. That's a good thing. And again, I think the White House deserves credit for that, as do our partners and our allies in Europe. Zelensky's done a good job encouraging us to send them more advanced weapons while thanking us for what we do and not overly annoying the administration. He's done that, I think, very well. So he has a feel for this. I believe he'll be able to use that feel going forward. The most important thing is, again, to explain why this is essential, which he does well, and of course, for Ukraine to use the aid we provide effectively, particularly on the battlefield. Because the isolationist or quasi-isolationist wing of the Republican Party typically, or I shouldn't say typically, but often brings up bogus arguments about how Russia is winning this war, which is just ridiculous, because Russia is not winning this war.
So what could be an argument for all those people who are preaching to stop or limit support to Ukraine? What would you say?
There are sound arguments, which unfortunately the White House has been, for some reason, hesitant to use. The first is that the United States, contrary to the ostrich-like neo-isolationists, has a vital interest in this war. Putin's objectives are very clear. He laid them out in those draft treaties he sent us and NATO in December of 2021. He wants to have effective political control of all the states that used to make up the Soviet Union. That includes 3 NATO members. He wants a veto on the defense policies of all the states that used to be part of the Warsaw Pact. Another 6 or 7 members of NATO, maybe even more than that. So if we were to accept that, NATO would be destroyed as an effective alliance, and our security would be in danger in ways that it has not been since the end of World War II. Our prosperity would also be in doubt. So the smart place for the United States to defeat Putin, so we don't have to defeat him in the Baltic states with American troops, is in Ukraine. And while $50 billion a year seems like a lot of money, it is approximately 6% of our defense budget. With that $50 billion a year, Ukraine has destroyed anywhere from 30 to 50% of Moscow's conventional military capability. That is an enormous investment in American security. The administration needs to explain this clearly. And the administration needs to say that our goal in Ukraine is not to stand with Ukraine as long as necessary, which is kind of fuzzy, but to defeat Putin's revisionist foreign policy, which is a direct threat to American vital interests. If the administration says that frequently, and it's repeated by members of Congress, and Republican leadership in Congress already says this, I think this will become clearly understood by the American people.
So, speaking of Putin,
right,
what would be the end game how the victory is supposed to look like? Because there are so many opinions on that.
I will be reasonably clear in answering your question. A victory means Ukraine emerges as a secure state within economically viable borders that probably includes the entire country as existed before Moscow seized Crimea in 2014, but there could be some adjustments here or there. I'm not advocating that, I'm not predicting that, but I'm also not ruling it out. The point is that a strong, secure Ukraine exists. Again, Putin's objective is effective political control of Ukraine. Preventing that, restoring fully or almost fully Ukraine's territorial integrity is a clear Ukrainian victory.
Right, but let's talk about Putin's destiny. Some voices, for instance, Emmanuel Macron, president of France, were saying that he should never be intimidated and, more importantly, humiliated.
Look, I mentioned that it seems that members of the Biden administration have bought the Kremlin con game, that, you know, Putin is that rat in the corner who will lash out, including with nuclear weapons. If this is a problem in Washington, it's a much larger problem in Berlin and in Paris. In other words, those statements coming from President Macron suggest a world-class gullibility, not befitting the leader of a great power.
Right. So what would be the destiny of Vladimir Putin's regime if not, sorry, I have to correct myself, when Ukraine wins?
Okay, look, I think that if Putin wanted to right now, his control of Russia is such that he could claim he has met his objectives in Ukraine, he has chastised those quote-unquote Nazis in Ukraine, and having delivered this punishment, he is now withdrawing his forces who have successfully completed their mission. Now, I don't think psychologically he is able to do that, but I think he could get away with it if he chose. But if he persists on seeking victory on his terms, which means, again, effective political control of Ukraine, or even to take the reduced objective that Simonyan gave today or yesterday on RT, full control over all Russian areas of Ukraine, meaning Crimea, and the 4 oblasts annexed in September, he will fail. And probably this will not be good for his political future in Russia.
Well, how he would explain to Russians where those Nazis disappeared?
No, he doesn't have to say they've disappeared. He can say, look, I've destroyed half of their energy, their infrastructure. They have been severely punished. Mission accomplished. And of course, the Russian media will just fall right in behind him and say, yes, sir, you're brilliant. You chastised those Nazis. But again, I don't think he is psychologically able to do that.
Right, so what would be the end game for him specifically?
Well, in my judgment, if he is unable to provide some justification for withdrawing his forces over the next year or two, he probably faces something that even he will have to recognize as a defeat in Ukraine. Ukraine's going to fight because, as the former head of the Kherson Oblast told me last fall, Ukrainians would rather live under Russian bombs than Russian occupation, because Russian occupation means the de-Ukrainianization of whatever territory they control, something which some people call genocide. And as long as Western support is at least as strong as it is today, the Russians can't win. Or Putin can't win.
It's a tricky question, but when do you think is the end? What would dictate this end, and what will fasten?
I believe this could go on for years. Because again, the Ukrainian people do not think they have an alternative. I believe that at a minimum, American support for Ukraine will continue at this level with that slow ratcheting up of more advanced weapons for the next 24 months, perhaps longer, but certainly for the next 24 months. If we don't send far more advanced weapon systems in a timely way in adequate numbers, the war could go on for a long time. But it's also possible that at some point the Russian army in Ukraine could simply fall apart. Morale there remains terrible. Ukraine still has the initiative. They still have the fighting spirit and the ingenuity. So that's option one. But that option one could be a relatively short war, say 18 months or a little bit less, or a long war. Option two is that we send the long-range missiles, the long-range artillery, the tanks in adequate numbers, the F-16s, and Ukraine launches a successful counteroffensive which breaks the Russian land bridge to Crimea. All Russian troops in the south retreat to Crimea. Putin has an enormous problem supplying Crimea, especially his military, but not just his military. And the Russian people see that Russia has just suffered another major defeat as the land bridge is taken back by Ukrainian forces. And that leads to political changes in Russia or the crumpling of the Russian army in Ukraine.
Well, something gives a lot of people who support Ukraine an optimism, something you said just a second ago, that the long-range missile systems could make a difference. And there is news from the United Kingdom that there are some unspecified long-range missiles on a plate, on a table. So hopefully this is a first step.
Well, we're also seeing reports, which I believe are accurate, that the U.S. may well make a decision to send what they're calling small bore longer range missiles to Ukraine. That will be what I call a quarter step in the right direction. We should be sending the ATACMS, which have a big punch, a big payload, and a range of 300 kilometers. What they're talking about sending is something with a much smaller payload and a range of maybe 150 kilometers. But even that quarter step might stop the Russian offensive around Bakhmut. That Russian offensive has supply depots approximately 100 kilometers from the front. The HIMARS, which we sent last June, have a range of 85 kilometers. If we were to send tomorrow these small bore missiles with the longer range, the Russians would have to put their supply depots farther back, and that would at a minimum make their current slow grinding offensive much more difficult, if not stop it straight away. And that, of course, would be a good thing, but not as good a thing as sending the more powerful, longer range missiles.
Ambassador, thank you for your time and thank you for being with us.
My pleasure.
The New Ukraine is the name of our next panel. Keep watching.
Hello, my name is Vladislav Davidson. I am Tablet Magazine's European culture correspondent. I'm also a long-time Ukraine correspondent, journalist, reported from the country for more than 10 years. Welcome to the Kyiv Jewish Forum. I am both delighted and honored to be leading this discussion today on the way that Ukraine has changed, the way that Ukraine has become a terrific and remarkable new country. We have some terrific panelists with us today. First of all, Katya Dekanaidze, a member of the Georgian parliament who has also served in Ukraine as the reformist chief of the national police between 2015 and 2016, which means she is a Ukrainian citizen and will also have a lot to say about the way that the country has developed into a regional hub and magnet for democracy. Joining us live from the country is Father Boris Gudziak, Archieparch of Ukrainian Catholic Archieparchy of Philadelphia. He has served as the rector and president of Ukrainian Catholic University. He's a universally respected intellectual, public intellectual in Ukraine. Very excited to have him with us. Then we have Mr. Boris Lozhkin, president of Ukrainian Jewish Confederation, our host here today. We're all very grateful for his generosity, his spirit, and his vision for having gathered us all here today. Then last but not least is Mr. Robert Singer, founder of the Center for Jewish Impact and a former CEO of the World Jewish Congress. He knows Ukrainian politics intimately. He opened the first Israeli embassy in Ukraine. He's also from Chernowitz, which warms my heart because my family is also. So let's start with you, Father Gudziak. What are we talking about when we talk about the new Ukraine? What does this mean?
Well, we're talking about a country which has become the epicenter of global change. And the country is changing, and it's changing the world. The European Union has a new life, a new sense of its being. NATO is enlarging. Energy policy, agriculture, ecology, everything is being affected by the war. The war consists of Russian aggression, but most importantly, it consists of Ukrainian resistance. And besides the political, economic, energy changes, I would say the most important thing at the beginning of the 21st century is that Ukraine is stimulating people, maybe forcing some people to reconsider what it means to be human in a time of transactional kind of categories, when we can buy and sell almost everything, when there's your truth, my truth. We live in the eyes of many in a post-truth world. Ukrainians are saying not so fast, not so fast. There's good and there's absolute evil. There's truth and there are lies. And I am willing to risk my life for it. And that is changing Ukraine, and it's changing the world. Because people are returning to a language of values, to a language of principles. And they're discovering that solidarity, respect, mutual respect, and cooperation can be amazingly invigorating. I'm in Ukraine now for the 6th time since last February. And when I returned one time from Ukraine to New York, I suddenly realized that while I was in Ukraine, I saw no street people. I didn't see people on the curb or propping up buildings as you might throughout New York City. Despite the fact that there's almost 7 million IDPs, internally displaced people. There's been incredible solidarity. There are all kinds of weaknesses, but this country is changing and it's contributing to global change.
That's great. Just a quick follow-up. If there is a new Ukraine, does that mean, as a corollary, that there's also a new Ukrainian?
Yes, very much so. In fact, I would say because there's new Ukrainians, there's a new Ukraine. I think many of the seeds were sown decades ago. Some are centuries old. Some were latent in the culture, in the values, in the spirituality. But there come historical moments when factors come together and a particular reaction takes over. And nobody could predict it. Nobody could have really created it. And who knows how it will progress and develop. But I think we see that billions of people globally are inspired by what they see in Ukraine and what they see in Ukrainians.
Thank you. Ms. Tikanaidze, speaking of new Ukrainians, you're a new Ukrainian. You came to Ukraine to give of your expertise, first of all, fighting Russian aggression, as Georgia did successfully in many ways in 2008, but also as specifically a reformer. You came to Ukraine to help Ukrainians understand what it was that you got right in Georgia. And so could you talk about what it is to be a new Ukrainian, as the Father Guzak said?
Well, I'm so honored to be here and talk to your audience. I mean, it's definitely so much important right now to deliver the messages from Ukraine and to the world, because I think that you're asking a very right question: what is new Ukraine? And for me, Ukraine is freedom right now. And not only for me, but for a lot of people in Georgia, a lot of people in Moldova, a lot of people in, I don't know, globally in the United States. And I just got back from Ukraine just several weeks ago. I was in Zaporozhye, I was in Kharkiv, I was in Dnipro, I have in Kyiv, I have a lot of friends there. And, you know, every single person fighting for Ukraine and fighting for freedom, for me is new Ukraine, and for me is an example, and for Georgians especially. Well, you know, I mean, I'm proud to serve two countries. Georgia from 2003, 2012, and then Ukraine. And I'm proud because, you know, these two countries had been fighting and sacrificed a lot for European values and for freedom. And everything had begun in Georgia in 2008 because, I mean, it was Russian aggression. And when we started talking to the people, to the West, and to explain that, okay, I mean, if you will not have enough reaction to Putin, I mean, then he will go next to Ukraine. And it was in 2014, and then annexation of Crimea, and then, you know, and now we have this genocide and the terrorist acts in Ukraine. So this is kind of the example how unified the world is today for Ukraine. This is an example how we all understand what Ukraine is fighting for. It's a freedom. But back then in 2008, it was kind of very difficult, you know, to explain to everybody that the wee tiny Georgia, I mean, that with 3.5 million people, I mean, we also have this Russian aggression, and of course, I mean, nobody could, you know, leave us alone. So right now, the world realized that, okay, I mean, fighting for freedom is not only, I mean, and what Ukrainians do right now, it's they fight for their future, but also they fight for Europe, and they fight for the security and the civilization. As Father said, like, I absolutely agree. It's an evil, it's bright, the bright side of the history, and it's a evil side of the history, and we have to be all united in the bright side of the history. So I'm very proud to serve for Ukraine too. And I remember when I first arrived in Ukraine, I mean, the huge country with a lot of huge, you know, amazing young people. And when we started talking and, you know, creating about the new police, and I realized that this is a country that can give the example to the whole world. And now, if you see how these young police officers, they fight for their country in Zaporozhye, in Dnipro, in Kharkiv, in Bakhmut, together with Georgians, by the way. There are a lot of Georgian volunteers in Ukraine. We lost about 36 people there in Bakhmut, especially the last time. So, and they are shoulder to shoulder. I mean, soldiers from ZSO, I mean, the armed forces from Georgia, Georgian Legion, police officers. I mean, look at Mariupol, the last police officers, like the head of the patrol police who left in Mariupol, and he was also then in the concentration camp later, and now he's free back in Ukraine. So I mean, these are new Ukraine. These are the people who are creating the future of the world, and these are the people that showing the example that the freedom is, you know, above everything, and freedom is so much dearest for us. And I think Ukraine is the historical, creates a new historical moment when the whole world, I mean, united because of the freedom.
That's great. Yes, the Georgian Foreign Legion fought with tremendous valor and heroism. I was with the Georgian Foreign Legion on the front in Severodonetsk and a few other places. They have done tremendously. They've come to fight for Georgian freedom in Ukraine. And of course, Ukraine is a country of all sorts of different people, and they all live together in freedom and tolerance and productivity.
I want to tell you one example.
Please.
It's amazing. We lost one warrior soldier, Georgian soldier, and his father, now he's in Ukraine. He left from Georgia to Ukraine, and he's now in Bakhmut fighting for his son. I mean, he lost his son in Ukraine, but now he's fighting for instead of him. So he's Georgian. He's from the western part of Georgia. So this is an example of how people are, they react and after Russian aggression.
I'd like to talk now to Mr. Singer. Could you speak a little bit about the importance of Jews in Ukraine to the formation of a new Ukrainian political nation?
Yeah. No, thank you. I believe that one cannot speak about Ukraine or can't describe Ukraine without describing the Jewish population of Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Before 1940, Jews came to Ukraine in the 9th century. So Jews live in Ukraine for many centuries. And just before the war, the Jewish population of Ukraine was about 2.5 million people. 900,000 of them were killed during the Holocaust. So the Jewish population is integrated in every corner of life of Ukraine. And you asked before that, well, what today, what does it mean? I think that I'm traveling a lot. So today, one of the things that it does mean, it means respect that you see from other people when you mention Ukraine. So when I'm passing the border controls in different countries, and it's written in my passport, my Israeli passport, is written Ukraine. They don't refer, in many cases, to me being an Israeli, but they greet me of me being born in Ukraine. So I think that this community is on the move now. Many were dislocated, both in Ukraine and to different places, mainly in Europe. Many of them are in Germany. Many came to Israel. Their families are mainly in Ukraine, and I believe that those who were dislocated from their places will come back to the country, and I'm sure that the Jewish life of Ukraine will keep flourishing.
Just a brief follow-up. Do you think that this war will do something to bind Ukrainian Jewry to the Ukrainian state and political nation?
I think there is nothing to bind. I think that they feel themselves fully Ukrainians. And I think that many of them are proud to be Ukrainians. I see it also on the streets here of Tel Aviv and of Jerusalem. But I meet them in different places. Last week I was in Barcelona, and there are 10 kids who came from different places in Ukraine and study now at the Jewish school in Barcelona. And all of them see themselves Ukrainians and going back to Ukraine immediately when this will become possible.
Thank you. Mr. Lozhkin, can you please say something in your capacity as the head of Ukrainian Jewry about the status of Ukrainian Jews now? I mean, this is an important question which people continuously ask me from all walks of American Jewish life. What is going on with Ukrainian Jewry? Are they okay? Do they need help? Where are they?
Thank you. Thank you a lot. Ukrainian Jewry is in the same situation like all Ukrainian people, first of all. And as for me now, interests of Ukrainian Jewry and Ukrainian people is absolutely the same. It's a victory of Ukraine. It's coming back home. Part of Ukrainian Jews made Aliyah, approximately 25,000. Part dislocated to Europe, a little bit to the US, Canada, and Australia. But a lot of people are still at their homes, including such cities like Kharkov, like Nikolaev, like Kherson. And of course, they need different kind of aid, from generators to food. But I should say that a lot of Ukrainian Jews are in the army now.
They're fighting. They're fighting.
They're fighting with our Georgian brothers, with the Ukrainian army, in Ukrainian army, and I think they are heroes also.
There were many instances of veterans of Israeli Defense Force who went to fight for Ukraine.
Yes.
This is true. Okay. So you're not only a Jewish leader and the duly elected head of Ukrainian Jewry, you're also a businessman. You're also an entrepreneur. You're an investor. You're someone who finds ideas and sets them into motion, builds things. Can you talk about the future of a country economically and how you see it?
You know, I think that after Ukrainian victory, Ukraine will become so-called Israel of Eastern Europe in a lot of regards, not only in economical regards. But what I mean, Israel is a startup nation. It's one of the main places for high-tech in the world. And what was one of the main driver of this? One of the main driver was wars in Israel. Mm-hmm. And Israel formed a lot of special units like 8200 and others, which became, let's say, the centers of new startuppers in Israel. For instance, 4200 unit, people who served there, I think established more than 1,000 very successful startups in Israel, including a lot of unicorns. And military production of high-tech military equipment, of weapons, etc., was a huge driver of Israel economy. I think Ukraine should do the same. And Ukraine could be a center of military high-tech in Europe, center of high-tech at all. Ukraine, by the way, now also is very successful in IT, and a lot of IT development is still in Ukraine. Last year, I think it was more than 7.5 billion export revenue from IT in Ukraine. But I think Ukraine can increase in times and become the center of high-tech Eastern Europe, or maybe Europe at all. And the experience of Israel in this field is very important for Ukraine.
Mr. Singer, any response to that? Any thoughts? Rivat?
No, I would say that I agree with Mr. Lozhkin. I think that Israel is maybe an excellent example for Ukraine and what way to go. Israel is sharing the knowledge and the know-how in the whole industry of high-tech with many other countries in the world. There are dozens of Israeli companies who are outsourcing, also before February, outsourcing now the programming work and the different kind of assignments to Ukraine. So I think that Ukraine is really coming out of it with a very wide base of knowledge. And I'm sure that entrepreneurs like Mr. Lozhkin will know how to channel it when the time will come.
Father Gudzak, any thoughts on the way that Ukrainians can learn something from the Israeli example, and what exactly, and what kinds of values and traits and spiritual characteristics that Israelis have shown would be usefully to emulate?
Well, I think the fact that after centuries of a diaspora, the global Jewish community was able to come together and create a state, create on the basis of ancient Hebrew, a modern Hebrew language, and defend this state against in an environment that constantly produces, if not war, then great tension, is something that Ukrainians can learn from. That is the big challenge right now. Whether it is the future of business or culture or social life, it all depends on this winning this war. And I've been in Ukraine now for the last 4 days, celebrating funerals or presiding at funerals, visiting soldiers in hospitals, speaking with internally displaced people, with traumatized family members. It is very difficult here. And Ukraine needs the global community support. It needs Israeli support. And there's influential people here that can increase the level of that. Because I think the future of democracy globally, at least in Europe, hangs on this war. If Ukraine prevails, if Russia and its leadership understands that its aggression was a losing option, a losing proposition, this will be a strong voice to all other autocrats and aggressors in the world. I think Ukraine's struggle has been a very important signal to China that it won't be so easy to attack Taiwan. I think the fact that Ukraine has stood up to a nuclear power is a nuclear deterrent, because most people thought that a nuclear power and its army would conquer Ukraine in a matter of days or weeks. And it shows that having nuclear weapons is not necessarily a guarantee of dominion. So right now, for humanitarian reasons, for stemming the flow of refugees, for stopping the genocidal different manifestations, it is crucial to help Ukraine win this war. And that message really needs to be articulated by all friends of Ukraine and all friends of freedom.
That is very heartening to hear. Very, very special. Thank you for saying that, Father. Mr. Konidze, you were part of a group of smart, savvy, young, internationally connected members of international communities, Latvians, Georgians, Canadians, Americans, who came into Ukraine, came into government in the Poroshenko administration 6-7 years ago. And you came with your skills and your expertise to build this new country. Can you tell us a little bit about your experiences and the way that group, that coherent group of outsiders with expertise, friends of Ukraine or people like me from the diaspora who returned to work and tried to build something. Can you tell us something about your experiences?
In 2003, in Georgia, after the Rose Revolution, when we inherited the terribly corrupted country and the failed country, and well, corruption is kind of the heritage of the Soviet Union, you know, and we had this unfortunate, you know, fate together with Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, that the Soviet Union and Bolsheviks, I mean, occupying all these sovereign countries and the free countries, I mean, they had this very bad attitude to the state institutions that, okay, I mean, if you're in the law enforcement especially. And in Georgia, I mean, we had a lot of tremendous efforts. I mean, like law enforcement, police, justice centers, justice minister. And of course, it was amazing example how, you know, in a very short period, you know, small country can transfer to a, you know, modern, progressive country, which attracts a lot of young people and really just aspiring to become the part of European Union and NATO. And when the part of Georgians had been asked, you know, to work in Ukraine as I'm the national chief of the national police, number one challenge for us was not only the you know, just the size of the country, because, you know, I mean, Georgia very tiny, Ukraine is huge, but number one challenge is like how to definitely overcome all the obstacles, right? I mean, and how to overcome all the obstacles to fight against corruption, how to create new police, for instance, law enforcement, because after Maidan, people had this absolutely fair attitude to the law enforcement, you know, I mean, especially into Berkut and, you know, militia, which is shooting people on Maidan, shooting people on Maidan. And it was very challenging to transform, you know, just the militia into the police. And I can say that, yeah, we had a lot of obstacles and challenges, but we managed somehow to show Ukrainians that here is a new police, here is a new police officers, young girls and women, young women and young men, and here is a, you know, faction of the reform that you can definitely touch, you know, a person in the uniform and absolutely with a new attitude. So when we talk about the reform, it's an attitude, right, of the state institutions to the people, and it's like how responsible and accountable accountability you have to the people. And the first is like serve the people, and that's what we see right now in Ukraine. I mean, the leadership and everywhere. So, and that is why Ukrainians are sacrificing a lot. So, and I think that the number one, as the father is saying, that the number one is like the total and unification of the assistance to Ukraine. Ukraine must become, together with Georgia, the part of European Union and NATO. And in 2008, when we had been demanding and requesting and asking to the international community that here the Ukraine, here Georgia, I mean, we need to be the part of Europe. We need to be part of NATO because we're your part. I mean, we're the part of your body. But unfortunately, back then, I mean, some of our friends, I mean, they blocked the idea. But now, Ukrainians and Army of Ukraine and the state institutions, they just, you know, showed the people of the world that, okay, here is they are the part of Europe. And they are the only stronghold right now defending European security and European freedom. So that's why NATO, that's why European Union, and that's why the whole world must, just fight together with Ukraine and help Ukrainians. We have a lot of refugees, the IDPs in Georgia, but unfortunately I'm very sad to say that, and for me it's very painful, extremely painful to say that unfortunately Georgian government is not in the position to strongly support Ukraine right now, because we had a lot of misunderstandings they have, and it's very painful for me. But when you see Ukrainian flags in every single apartment, everywhere, and when you see
you go to Georgia, flags.
When you see, the people who definitely know that how it is to be under Russian occupation, the 25% of my country is still occupied. 25%, and you can drive to Batumi from Tbilisi.
So for our viewers who may not know about that, that is South Ossetia
this
and
is
Abkhazia.
Skin Valley region, South Ossetia, and this is Abkhazia. And you are driving from Tbilisi to Batumi, and you see the Russian military base, in 200 or 300 meters. And I've seen what happened in Gori and what happened in 2008, and I've seen that the Russian fire jets, bombing Georgia, and people seen that. And now, we have this amazing and tremendously terrific, just the fight of Ukrainians. So all support and all resistance of the world must be directed to Ukraine.
Thank you so much. We're running late on time, so we're just going to have one more question each. Mr. Lozhkin, in response to that, what is Ukraine in terms of going into the future, even as Russia wants to keep being stuck in the past?
Ukraine is in the future is very successful country, leader of Eastern Europe, and country where freedom is very important word. And I think, by the way, it's also important in Israel, and this is why I'm saying that Ukraine is an Israel of Eastern Europe. So freedom as a value, freedom as the thing which you are ready to die for. I think this is very important. And of course, it's a startup country. It's also a startup nation.
Father Gudziak, final question for you. Tell me, what is it that you see Ukraine going towards? When we're talking about the new Ukraine and new Ukrainians, what is it that we see on the horizon?
Well, I think that Ukraine is a place of a new synthesis. We say we live in a postmodern period, so it's after modernity, but what comes forward is not fully defined in a positive way. Postmodern is kind of a negative way, saying, well, we're no longer people of the modern age. We saw the business collapse in 2008, 2009. We see that wars do continue in the world. We see that there is increasing propaganda in media, and newspapers are politicized maybe more than ever, very partisan. And I think what is happening in Ukraine is that people are being forced to ask and answer basic questions. What is life? What is a human being? What is worth living for? And what is worth dying for? And at a time when people don't know how to deal with death in contemporary society, they're afraid of it. Ukrainians are looking death in the eye, and I think they live in a different way because of that. And I think that will be a contribution to a new synthesis throughout the rest of the 21st century.
That's really great. Thank you so much. Mr. Singer, finally for you. You've been going to your native Ukraine for 30 years as an important person in World Jewish Community and World Jewish Congress and all this. Tell me, you've seen the evolution of Ukrainian civil society up close over 30 years. What has happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years that really has transformed the country?
I think that the situation is completely changed in the last, like you say, like the last 15 to 20 years. I still remember myself with Mr. Lozhkin preparing the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of Babi Yar, and involvement of all parts of Ukrainian society in this commemoration. But I think that your third sector, the NGO sector in Ukraine, becoming stronger and stronger. And I think that now it's at the level that can also go out, for example, establish much better relations between the Ukrainian diaspora and Jewish diaspora in many countries in the world, especially in Canada and the United States. And I know that your ambassador in Canada is very active in this respect. I think also that the civil society can tremendously help the bilateral relations between Ukraine and Israel, alongside with the business and the political parties in both places. And I definitely think that the Jewish organizations like the Confederation and VAD and the others will play a central role in continue building Jewish communities, and the Ukraine will remain as one of the centers of Jewish life worldwide.
Thank you so much. Last question for you, Ms. Dekanidze. Tell actually our viewers, those of us who may not watch the situation on the ground as closely as others may, if you have one message for people watching at home about this plucky little country to which you came and you gave your dual allegiance, so to speak, what is your message about Ukraine and about why they should keep supporting it? This little country far away that other minorities such as yourself support?
Because Ukraine is a, as I've said, stronghold for freedom, and Ukraine resisting Russia, terrorist country, and Ukraine had this kind of wall, between civilization and evil. So, I mean, for me, Ukrainians now, and for me, fighters, for me, I mean, even single, I don't know, just starting from NGO or civil society, or I don't know, just some other state institutions. I mean, Ukrainians are the heroes. So, I mean, if we want to survive as a civilization, we have to help and assist Ukraine. And we, as not only Georgians or somewhere else internationally, but we don't want Ukraine only to survive. Ukraine will prevail, and Ukraine has to win very soon. So this is #1 goal for us, everybody.
Thank you so much. You heard it here. If we want to survive as a civilization, Ukraine has to prevail and win. So I want to thank all of our esteemed panelists for joining us here today for this remarkable, lovely conversation. And thank you to our host, Mr. Boris Lozhkin. And please continue watching the rest of our panels and conversations at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Thank you.
Next come an interview with famous film producer Oleksandr Rodnyanski. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the Kyiv Jewish Forum. My name is Vladislav Davidson. I am Tablet Magazine's European culture critic and trusted Ukraine correspondent. I've been reporting from Ukraine and Eastern Europe for about 10, 12 years now. And I am so happy, delighted, and honored to be joined today by one of the most prominent Ukrainian intellectuals, full stop, the producer, Oleksandr Rodnyansky, who's joining us live and has just been absolutely instrumental in the development of contemporary Ukrainian cinema. He has had 4 Oscar-nominated films. He has a Golden Globe. He has a César. He has 2 French and 2 Russian films. All the French films were co-productions with Ukraine in the Oscar nominations, and he is just generally one of the most prominent Ukrainian intellectuals speaking about the importance of Ukraine in the world stage today. He has emerged since the start of the war, as one of the most outspoken pro-Ukrainian intellectuals and members of the Ukrainian Jewish community. Mr. Rodnyansky, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you for finding a few moments in your very busy schedule to talk to us at the Kyiv Jewish Forum. Tell me, let's just start with the war. You have just come back from your latest trip to Ukraine. You were just there in late January. Tell me, and you were there in early February, I heard also. What did you see? What is the mood like? What are your conversations with people in the cultural elites like? What's going on?
Well, it has never been changed since the very beginning of the war. Although I must say everyone is exhausted because of the war. But this is not the feeling that makes people think about the stopping and having the peace talks with Russians. This is the feeling that makes everyone united with a desire to win. And that's very important. Although Kyiv today, during the war, it's it's sad to be there. You can feel that because you have the air surrounds a few times every single year. You have a rocket, missiles attack on Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities every single day. You have people actually killed in Kyiv, in the capital of Ukraine, every single day. That makes everyone feel bad. But as I said, this bad means united in our ability to fight the aggressor and to win. Because everyone understands that to stop the war for Russians means just the end of the war. To stop the war for Ukrainians means no Ukraine anymore. That's why Ukrainians understand this is not about just the ending of the war. This is about the victory, and that's why in Ukraine everyone says this is when we win, not when when the war is over. So that's why I believe the moral is extremely high. No one ever expected Ukrainians to be so united with such a high moral fighting the aggressor.
And so what about the cultural artistic class, people who make films, people who write, people who make art, people who are poets, a lot of people that you speak to amongst, let's say, the cultural sector, your friends who are filmmakers, producers, actors, people who you've known for a long time. What is the mentality there?
Oh, let's start from the beginning. Many of them are fighting. Many of them are on the battlefield. Some of them were killed, and I knew a couple of guys who were killed, and they had families. And this is so sad. Let's say 3 families of my dear friends lost their sons. And that happened in 2023. Can you imagine that? That's why many filmmakers, many artists, many musicians are fighting. So some of them, many of them are volunteering, doing everything to help, their own country. And many of them are trying to reflect what they experienced in what they feel is important for Ukrainians in their movies, in their music, songs, whatever. I know many friends of mine who are actually spending a lot of time on the battlefield, just trying to, sing for the soldiers, for Ukrainian military men, exactly like many people did during the World War II in the United States of America. Major artists of that time, would come and sing for American soldiers in Europe. Exactly the same do Ukrainian singers and Ukrainian musicians today. So that's, Ukrainian intellectual, Ukrainian artists are the integral part of the Ukrainian society. And that's very important for them to be together with their own people. I don't like to say these, to speak this style, this style. It's too high language for me, but that's true. That's complete true, 100%.
That's really great. As it happens, I ran into Slava Vakarchuk, the lead singer of Okean Elzy, at the premiere of Bernard Levy's film, Slava Ukraini. in Paris a few days ago, and Slava Vakarchuk, the lead singer of Ottolenghi, the most famous rock star in Ukraine, the Bono of Ukraine essentially, had recorded the soundtrack for Bernard's film. Bernard and Natan Sharansky, of course, taking part in the Kyiv Jewish Forum. They'll be speaking. Our viewers can watch that also. It's a remarkable conversation. But Slava told me that he had just done 175 concerts for the frontline groups. 175 concerts in the last 200 days or so. He had just done in the dugouts, in the bases up front, under the artillery fire. He's just been going around the ditches and the dugouts and the bases of Ukraine.
Yeah, that's true. He's a friend. I know him well. And he decided to do the same format as Marlene Dietrich did during World War II. He's coming with his guitar alone and singing, let's say 25, 30 minutes for the one regiment, and then goes to another regiment. And he does like 2, 3 concerts, sometimes even more, 5, 6, every single day. That's amazing, especially when we speak about such an important musician as Vakarchuk is. He's definitely one of the most important, artists in the contemporary of Ukraine.
But it's, demonstrative. It shows the way that the artistic class has responded. Even people need to do this. They don't need. Slava Vakarchuk does not need to do this. He did this because he's a patriot.
No, of course.
Real mensch.
And he volunteered for the army in the first days. And he spent a couple of months serving in the city of Odessa as a military man. And then it was decided by him and the command of Ukraine that it would be probably much more effective when such a musician, such a well-known celebrity as Slava Vakarchuk would go to actually encourage the Ukrainian military men, Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. And that works perfect.
Yeah, that's amazing. Tell me, what has this war, this horrific war of aggression that has been going on for a year now, done to change your own identity as a Ukrainian Jew?
Well, I feel that everything I do in terms of my anti-war position, all of the, let's say, interviews I gave, all of my posts in the social media, which I transformed in anti-war platforms, all movies I develop and produce, this is me speaking and acting as Ukrainian first. This will be the governing identity for me now. And that's extremely important because my country was attacked. My country is at war, and I'm Ukrainian first. I believe this is the same identity as all my Jewish, Tatar, or Russian friends who believe they're Ukrainian citizens first, and then have their cultural and ethnical differences.
So would it be fair to say that you're part of a vanguard of Ukrainian Jewish artists, producers, intellectuals who are becoming more Ukrainian, as in Ukrainian Jewry becoming more Ukrainian, as opposed to more post-Soviet?
That's what I feel. That's what I feel very much. I believe 100% of members of the Jewish community support their own country and share the values of of democracy and free world, which is attacked now by Russia and which is defended by Ukraine. That's why I would say 100% of Jews at the moment are Ukrainians of Jewish descent, and that's extremely important to feel, this way.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very interesting, and it's obvious that the Russian Jewish and Ukrainian Jewish communities are going to be going in two separate directions.
I would say this is a difficult question because this separation will be inevitable. Yeah. I believe, I agree with you. But this is something that I believe should be discussed after Ukraine wins. These conversations about possible separation and way to reconciliation are futile while the battle still rages on. What I think is important is how were united Ukrainians, Jews, Muslims, straight, queer, everyone. I've seen videos and photos of observant Jews and bearded Muslims, fighting side by side. And this is what's important today. To me, the war is not just about liberating the occupied territories or even forging the nation. It is a war of democracy against tyranny, of human rights against dictatorship. These are the values that are sacred to Jews for many centuries. Of course, because Jews were always humiliated and repressed by different governments in the different countries. This is why the values of democracy are so important for us. And that's why these, in Ukraine, we feel the part of the Ukrainian society that guard and respect human lives and that promotes life opportunities.
Okay, so what does it mean for Ukrainian society? I mean, this is something that's talked about a lot, but also I don't think really people get at why it's important. Why is it important for Ukrainian society that in the middle of a war, their commander-in-chief is a Ukrainian gentleman of Jewish descent, the chief of the defense forces, which is the defense minister, Mr. Reznikov, is a Jewish gentleman, where the chief of staff has Jewish background, he's a Jewish father, I believe, where the entire political elite is deeply assimilated into every kind of ethnicity in Ukraine, but a lot of them are Russian speakers from the southeast who are of Jewish background. Why is this important, do you think?
That's exactly what everyone hopes to build on the territory of the ex-USSR. We had the hope to live in the democratic countries after the breakup of the empire, countries that would provide the opportunities for every single citizen, whatever ethnicity, race, of religion he's representing. And the only country, except of course, countries of Baltics, that manage to make it work is Ukraine. I mean, the only country in the former USSR at the moment. Ukraine is the flagship of this transformation, of this change. No one in Ukraine would ask the politician running for the office what ethnicity he is, what the descent of his is. Although the country was blamed for many years to be anti-Semitic, but it's not. Vladimir Zelensky won the democratic elections, having the support of 73% of the population.
That's 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 voters.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's 3/4 of the population. 3 out of 4 voters.
3/4 of the population. Can you imagine that in Ukraine, the country that was actually for many years declared by many historians as anti-Semitic? But that's not true. The country tries to transform itself from the former Soviet Republic into the contemporary democratic, society, which would become the well-deserved member of the European Union. This is the part of the values Ukrainians share at the moment. Ukrainians want to live in a world where everyone, just every single individual has the opportunity to express itself in a free way. And that is one of the reasons of this war, because Russia represents today the world of the past, the world of, full of violence, abuse, repressions, and inequality. And that's important. Ukraine tries. Ukraine is not a perfect country. We have a lot of, illnesses, problems, and challenges, but we have a chance to discuss them, to actually make them treated in the proper way, with the public discussion, with these, civil institutions developed and built up, with, fair elections, with independent media and independent court. This is something that Ukraine is about to build and develop. And this is where the consensus of the Ukrainian society is. That's why at the moment, Ukraine needs the most effective, most gifted individuals to run the country and to be responsible for its future. And these individuals sometimes are Jews, Muslims, sometimes are Catholics or Christian or Orthodox Christians. That's fine. All of them are Ukrainians. And we believe that Ukraine can make this dream true, dream that was very much part of the dream of all the former Soviet intellectuals. But Russia, unfortunately, failed. And Ukraine right now is fighting not just for its own freedom and independence, but for the freedom in the end of the day of Russia itself. They don't yet understand it. But if we win, Russia will be changed and will have another chance to develop itself in a better side.
I was actually really hoping you were going to talk about the trauma of the Soviet Union, the many traumas that all of us post-Soviet citizens, every one of us carries, from the violence of the Russian Revolution, 1907 Revolution, to the Civil War, to the Holodomor, to the Holocaust, to the Shoah, to the bad years after the 50s, to the Cold War, to the internal repressions, to the gulags. So much trauma over the course of a century. It's utterly remarkable that people survived that many horrific things just over the course of a couple of generations. And it is very much the case that the Ukrainians are trying to deal with that trauma and to deal with the specter of the outcomes of the Soviet Union and the bad things that happened, but the Russians have not. What is it that the Ukrainians get right and the Russians get wrong about dealing with the trauma of the Soviet past?
I can see only the answer to this very complicated question when we speak briefly. Ukraine, as I mentioned, has a lot of challenges, but one amazing advantage that made Ukraine completely different to what Russia is today. And this is
the weather. Is it the weather?
It is a weather. It is a weather and helicopter.
And a helicopter. But what else is it?
Yes, and this difference is Ukraine is the competitive democracy. Mr. Zelensky is the 6th president of contemporary Ukraine in the newest history of Ukraine. In 32 years, we have already the president number 6. In Russia, as we all know, Putin is number 2. They had only Yeltsin and Putin, who is running the show for 23 years already. And no one has a chance to see in the future him stopping to do that unless they lose the war to Ukraine. This is also the way. So the competitive democracy made Ukrainians much more responsible for their own future, for their own, society and country. A part of that, Ukrainians have this long history which made them believe that the national identity, national culture is the proper way to the independence or sovereignty of their own state they were dreaming about for centuries. That's why for Ukrainians today, the competitive democracy plus the traditions of their own national history made the difference, made them, fighting for the completely different life. This is the short answer because your question deserves much more time to discuss that.
Yeah, maybe we'll find another time to have a longer discussion of what it is that the Russians got wrong and the Ukrainians got very right, and why those character traits are the reason that the Ukrainians are going to win ultimately. Just a few more questions. I know, it's
sure.
How do you see the role of Ukrainian Jewry now in the development of we'll make it two questions in one, and then you can go. What is the role of Ukrainian Jewry in the development of a new Ukrainian culture? And after all this is over, after we win, after the inevitable victory of the Ukrainians, are you going to be making more films in Ukraine? So let's answer both of those questions in one, and then I'll thank you for joining us today. Good sir.
Thank you. So first of all, I'm doing already the movies. Being in my age, I have a chance to travel back and forth because I'm a little bit older than the Army's draft needs. That's why I'm completely focused on what I do professionally, except of some volunteering stuff. So, and I'm already doing the Ukrainian movies with the young Ukrainian filmmakers, trying to reflect the unique experience Ukrainians are getting through right now during this war. And I believe the destiny, let's say the future of Ukrainians, whoever they are, Jews or, just ethnical Ukrainians or Russians, are the same. We want to live in a free country. In that free country, I believe Ukrainian Jewish community will have the opportunities to flourish and develop itself, to help kids, to take care of the aged people, to teach, and not to lose the national traditions, to respect the Jewish faith, everything, what makes the life of Jewish community actually successful. Ukrainian free state would be a guarantee for Jews. And Jews will be a legitimate members of the society with all opportunities that the free country would provide them with. They can be presidents, as we see. They can be professionals, filmmakers, workers, engineers, whoever. And that's going to be the completely different future. Ukraine should be the free country, a member of the European Union with the security, with the guarantees of the security for a future, and trying to actually prevent the future wars for the whole Europe. Because what Ukraine is fighting for right now, it is not just Ukraine. This is the future of the whole Europe. Because yes, that's important. Ukraine is just representing the free world. That's why our president is one of the leaders of the free world, and this is how he is treated. And that's why Ukrainian army is defending the whole Europe right now, and even more from what I call the tyranny, totalitarian state, and whatever contemporary Russia is about.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. This is Vladislav Davidson, European culture correspondent and Ukraine correspondent of Tablet Magazine. We had with us today Oleksandr Rodnyanski for a remarkable conversation. Thank you, Oleksandr. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
חברים יקרים, שановני דרוזי, אני שמח להזדמנות לברך את המארגנים ומשתתפי פורום קייב היהודי המתכנס בפעם הרביעית. ראשית, ברצוני להודות לשותף היקר, סגן הנשיא של הקונגרס היהודי היורו-אסיאטי, דוקטור בוריס לוז'קין, על היוזמה החשובה והמתמשכת הזו. אנו שמחים לשתף פעולה עם הקונפדרציה היהודית של אוקראינה לטובת אחד הקהילות היהודיות הגדולות במרחב הפוסט-סובייטי, ומודים לדוקטור לוז'קין על תרומתו הגדולה לטובת יהדות אוקראינה. הפורום הנוכחי הפך לפלטפורמה חשובה ומקובלת בקרב מנהיגות יהודית העולמית, ואני שמח לייצג כאן את הקונגרס היהודי היורו-אסיאטי. בתקופה מאוד קשה הזו, לכל העולם ולקהילה היהודית באוקראינה, ברצוני להביא את תודתי עמוקה לכל אלה שלא השאירו את הנזקקים בשעת צרה, ללא תמיכה. תודתנו נתונה לכל אלה שתרמו ועזרו בפינוי אזרחים למקומות בטוחים. למנהיגים יהודים מקומיים שלא עזבו את הקהילות וממשיכים לספק ליהודים שנשארו באוקראינה את כל מה שהם צריכים. לתורמים, ארגונים ומנהיגים יהודים ברחבי העולם שתרמו בנדיבות עבור צרכים מרובים של קורבנות המלחמה. בשנה שעברה הקונגרס היהודי היורו-אסיאטי הקדיש את המאמצים המרכזיים במתן סיוע כספי והומניטרי משמעותי לאלה שנפגעו מהמלחמה. בזמנים כאלה הצלת חיים מעל הכל היא בראש סדר העדיפויות, המטרה האמיתית ומעשית שלנו. בתקופה המורכבת ומאתגרת זאת עלינו, מנהיגות של ארגונים היהודים המובילים בעולם, להתאחד, להיות מוכנים להגיב במהירות, להקשיב לפניות ולעזור בעת הצורך ובאופן ממוקד. חובה עלינו להמשיך להשתדל ולעשות כל שביכולתנו כדי לסיים את המלחמה הקטלנית הזאת. בתקווה כנה שזה יסתיים בקרוב, חובה היא גם לחשוב על יום שאחרי. איך יתארגן העולם היהודי וכיצד ישתנו חיי הקהילות היהודיות באזור. זו הסיבה שפורום הזה משמש כפלטפורמה חשובה שמאפשרת להעריך את מה שכבר נעשה, לדון בסיכויים וסיכונים פוטנציאליים, לתכנן את הצעדים המשותפים הבאים שלנו. בשם נשיא הקונגרס דוקטור מיכאל מירלשווילי והנהגת הקונגרס, מברך את כל משתתפי הפורום ומאחל עבודה פוריה. מקווה שנוכל לראות את התוצאות המעשיות בקרוב ובימינו. Бажаю миру усім нам. Дякую за увагу. Шалом ובברכה מישראל.
A famous Ukrainian entrepreneur, Vadim Murokhovsky, is nominating Odessa, one of the most beautiful Ukrainian cities, to host the 2030 World Expo.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Владислав Давидзон, я критик по европейской культуре журнала Tablet. Добро пожаловать в нашу Kyiv Jewish Forum, третий киевский еврейский форум. В этом году вещаем из Вашингтона. Наш гость сегодня Вадим Мурокhovsky.
Добрый день, рад вас видеть.
Вы, как я, одессит. Господин Мурокhovsky, собственник CEO банка «Восток», Украина, и банка «Запад», Черногория. Также господин Мурокhovsky основатель Одесского музея современного искусства, председатель общественного совета Экспо Одесса 2030. Господин Мурокhovsky, расскажите нам, что такое Экспо 2030? What is it? Что это такое?
Экспо 2030 – это надежда нашего города и надежда нашей страны на справедливость. Вы знаете, какая несправедливая война сегодня происходит, агрессия Российской Федерации. И несмотря на это, наш город мечтает, борется и сегодня претендует на проведение Всемирной выставки Экспо 2030 в Одессе. 29 ноября наш президент Владимир Зеленский в Париже на Генеральной ассамблее всемирных выставок представил наш город в числе 4 городов, кандидатов на проведение Всемирной выставки в Одессе в 2030 году. Москва была удалена, и осталось 4 города, которые претендуют. Одесса живет этим, Одесса мечтает, и как одессит я считаю, что сегодня это было бы величайшей справедливостью выбора нашего города для проведения Всемирной выставки 2030.
И что будет для Одессы, если наш любимый город выберут как представителя Экспо 2030 года?
Вы знаете, чуть больше 100 лет тому назад, когда из Одессы отплывал пароход «Руслан», на который в Израиль ехала будущая вся израильская интеллигенция, они мечтали о новой стране, стране, которая даст народу нашему пристанище, где будет развиваться культура, мир, расти наши дети. Я думаю, что Роза Коэн, когда ехала на этом пароходе из нашего города в Израиль, она еще не знала, что она будет матерью великого Ицхака Рабина. Зеев Рехтер, знаменитый архитектор, не знал, что он построит такое количество в Тель-Авиве прекрасных зданий. А Рахель Коэн-Каган не знала, что она подпишет Декларацию о независимости Израиля. Мы еще много чего не знаем, но Одесса уверена, что мы сможем с достоинством принять одно из главных событий мировых Всемирную выставку 2030. Для нашего города это новые возможности. Это развитие нашего порта, это сохранение нашей культуры, это развитие и реально показать миру роль нашей страны, нашей Украины, неотъемлемой частью которой является Одесса. Поэтому мы уверены, что Одесса способна, может и имеет право проводить Экспо 2030 для Одессы, для Украины и для всего мира.
Чем помогло бы Одессе в развитии, если бы нас выбрали?
Первый очень важный фактор, что сегодня Одесса в черте города имеет более 200 гектаров незаселенной пустой территории. То есть не нужно никого отселять, не нужно ничего разрушать, а нужно только строить. Таким образом появился новый микрорайон с современными технологиями. Вы понимаете, что после войны нужно будет отстраивать нашу страну. И после нашей победы очень много нужно будет для того, чтобы наша страна не только восстановилась, но и развивалась. Экспо 2030 – это путь развития будущего нашей страны и нашего города, и всего мира. Потому что Экспо в основном проводится в больших странах с гигантскими бюджетами. А мы должны с вами понимать, что должна проводиться и везде, в том числе и в Восточной Европе. Ни разу еще в Восточной Европе не проводилась Экспо. И заранее мы, когда планируем павильоны, которые план будущего Экспо 2030 в Одессе, делал одно из самых лучших архитектурных бюро мира Захар Хадид. И они уже сегодня промоделировали возможность изменения после окончания выставки данных корпусов и под прекрасные кинотеатры, под большие выставочные залы, для больниц. Это даст миллионы Одессе, которая входит в 50 крупнейших городов Европы, возможность современного микрорайона, в котором будут жить одесситы, украинцы, которые к нам будут и туристы, которых всегда было очень много в Одессе. Для Одессы и для Украины это толчок в будущее. И мы надеемся, что мы это после победы осуществим.
Привет, Shalom, bonjour. Hello, this is Odessa. I'm home for more than 130 nations. By history, I exist for centuries. I have known the ancient Greeks. They liked me. I like them too. I save the past. I grow the future. I am Odessa. I'm Ukrainian. I am Greek. I am Jewish. I am Moldovan. I am Asian. I am African. I am Armenian. I am Italian. I am Turkish. I am French. My streets are named after them. I am all and more than that. I am Odessa. I am an amusing mix of delicious cuisines, of distinctive architecture, of unique humor. I am multinational, multicultural, multifunctional. I am the art, I am the seaport, I am the world. I am Odessa. I am the exchange, I am the gate, I am the business of trade. I am Odessa. I am a festive seaside, I am the land of hospitable life. I am a smart youth, I am always something new. I am open and I am close. I am proud, I am diverse. I am Odessa. I am tolerance, I am agreement. I am the wisdom to coexist. I am the opportunity not to miss. I am Odessa. I am the dialogue of ages. I am the commonwealth of cultures. I am the city with my own story. I am Odessa, the place of humans' glory. I am the synergy of technology and humans' renaissance. I believe in people. I open their potential. I am the city with future mindset. I am Odessa, and you already know that. I've been welcomed in the world for many years. In 2030, I'm welcoming Expo and all its visitors. The final argument to make you arrive: my passion, love, and endless drive.
ваша миссия связана с ЮНЕСКО, которые недавно подтвердили статус Одессы как одно из сокровищ мира?
Действительно, для Одессы было принципиальным вопросом попасть в список ЮНЕСКО. Нам это удалось усилиями большой команды, которую возглавлял мэр города и Ника Витнянский. Без них двоих не было бы этого достижения. Ну и огромное количество людей, волонтеров, которые помогали. В частности, мой институт развития Одессы готовил часть документации, связанной с архитектурой и досье. И мои сотрудники тоже были в этой команде. Но это достижение не какого-то определенного человека, это достижение нашей страны и нашего города. Одесса – жемчужина у моря. Ее должна защищать ЮНЕСКО.
Я полностью соглашаюсь с этим. Раз мы уже говорим о Одессе, жемчужиное море, может быть, вы нам немножко расскажете про необыкновенную историю еврейскую Одессы, Одещины?
Конечно, я думаю, что не так много городов, где ты идешь по городу и видишь историю не только своей страны, но и историю Израиля, Америки. Это город, который дал Жаботинского, это город, который дал Дизингофа, который стал первым мэром Тель-Авива. Здесь начинал развиваться банкирский дом Эфруси, который стал одним из ведущих зерновых игроков мира. Если Ротшильдов называли королем евреев, то Эфруси называли королем зерна. Здесь творил великий Шолом Алейхем. Здесь писал свои необыкновенные стихи Хаим Биалик. Мы не можем забыть и Бабеля, Ильфа и Петрова, ну и, конечно, Давида Ойстраха. Здесь учился играть в шахматы великий шахматист Ефим Геллер. Здесь родилась маленькая Соня Штерн, которая сегодня всему миру известна как Соня Делане.
Да, Соня Делане. Кстати, если она родилась в Одессе, это спорный вопрос. Вы знаете нашего друга господина Деменака, он написал статью для моего журнала, что непонятно, если она родилась в Питере, в Одессе или в Одещине. Это до сих пор, если Соня Делане, француженка, еврейка и одесситка, родилась в Одессе, правда или нет, у нас доказательств нету, но...
Уже есть.
Да?
Нашли в Равинской книге, нашли запись о ее рождении. Занимался это Женя Деменок, и я рад, что сегодня, если вы откроете энциклопедию, уже пишется Соня Делане, рождение, город Одесса.
Это супер.
Вы знаете, как одессит, это наша любовь, город Одесса. И, конечно, Одесса незабываемо связана с огромным количеством знаменитых людей. Очень много из них евреев. Многие из них разъехались в разные страны. Но где бы они ни были, они всегда оставались одесситами, любили свой город и любят сейчас. И нам очень важно, чтобы сегодня, вот в той сложнейшей ситуации, в которой находится наша страна, а Одесса неразрывно связана с Украиной, было общее понимание, что такое цивилизация и что такое нецивилизованность. Вот мы цивилизованный мир. Мы открываем музеи, мы учим наших детей, мы хотим, чтобы на наших улицах был мир, детский смех, приезжали наши друзья, туристы, и мы обязательно его добьемся и победим. И поэтому, когда к нам приедут на всемирную выставку французы, они будут ходить по французскому бульвару. Албанцы будут походить по Большой и Малой Арнаутской. Итальянцы пойдут на итальянский бульвар. Поляки пойдут на польский спуск. И я думаю, что так можно очень долго. Молдаванка, болгарская и так далее. Мы европейский город, в котором живут все национальности, мирно. Город, который дал величайших поэтов, музыкантов, художников, политиков, архитекторов, врачей. И сегодня Одесса та, которая была 100 лет тому назад и 200 лет тому назад. Город, дающий радость. И мы хотим кусочек своей радости передать всем, кто к нам приедут. Поэтому очень важно нам победить на той же Экспо 2030. для того, чтобы весь мир видел, что такое цивилизованный город, что такое цивилизованная страна.
Спасибо вам. Последний вопрос. Вопрос. Говоря о музеях, можете немножко рассказать кратко, перед тем, как мы передадим слово следующему гостю, про ваш музей современного искусства?
Приехав в Одессу, вы сможете прийти в Музей современного искусства Одессы. Это единственный музей на территории Украины и Восточной Европы, который посвящен художникам только одного города Одессы. Сегодня Одесса дала прекрасных художников, знаменитых одесских парижан, Фраермана, Нюрнберга, Марика, Константиновского, Кишиневского, Сашу Ройберта, который недавно, к сожалению, нас покинул. И в этом музее вы увидите и инсталляции, и прекрасные работы молодых художников, в том числе и во время войны. Сейчас вот проходит конкретно выставка плакатов, посвященных войне и горю, которое она принесла на нашу землю. Это был первый частный музей, который был создан в моей семье, и он развивается и будет жить, как и наш город, и наша страна. Приходите в наш музей.
Спасибо вам. Спасибо. Слава Украине. Слава Одессе.
Слава. Героям слава.
Join me for another panel, Ukrainian-centric post-war world. Вітаю, мене звуть Наталка Пісня, я журналіст «Голосу Америки», і сьогодні я одна з модераторів Київського єврейського форуму 2023. Зі мною у студії віртуально Михайло Подоляк, це радник президента України Володимира Зеленського, Валерій Пекар, викладач Києво-Могилянської бізнес-школи і публіцист, і Володимир Федорин, засновник і редактор «Форбс Україна». З ними ми говоримо про україноцентричний світ після війни. Така тема нашої розмови. Про післявоєнну реконструкцію України ще в квітні 2022 року, власне, у один з найтяжчих часів з початку повномасштабного вторгнення Росії в Україну, зговорили численні аналітичні інституції. Це і фонд Маршалла, і Центр економічних і політичних досліджень, які розміщені в Британії, Світовий банк, і Європейська комісія, і, власне, український уряд. І оцінки самі по собі вартості цієї реконструкції, вони дуже сильно різняться, становлять від 200 мільярдів доларів до 750 за різними оцінками. Є також розуміння того, що ця реконструкція і відбудова забере доволі довгий період часу, щонайменше 10 років. Саме стільки часу потрібно буде для того, щоб Україна і українська економіка могла функціонувати самостійно, без іноземної підтримки і сторонньої допомоги в економічній сфері, але аналітичні інституції, такі як, наприклад, фонд Маршалла і Центр економічних і політичних досліджень, вони також сходяться і ще в одній оцінці. Для того, щоб Україна повноцінно могла займатися реконструкцією, є одна важлива передумова – їй потрібно позбутися від пережитків всього радянського минулого. Як саме це планується робити, які саме прояви радянської спадщини можуть бути частиною, ми говоримо в першу чергу із Володимиром Федориним. І далі я адресую це саме питання двом іншим учасникам дискусії.
Те, що ми зараз з вами можемо розмовляти про відновлення після війни, тобто після перемоги, це насправді заслуга наших бійців, які зараз боронять країну. На мій погляд, найкраща метафора – Україна як фронтір. Україна як фронтір між євроатлантичним світом і, скажімо так, євразійськими державами, цивілізаціями, якщо використовувати термінологію Бруно Масайнша. У нас не тільки є така ще невідома змінна, якою саме Україна вийде. Ми не до кінця розуміємо, яким буде світ, тому що окрім війни є процес технологічного розвитку, є процеси деглобалізації, є процес близький, дуже близький до нас і дуже важливий для нас – це аспект трансформації Європейського Союзу. Тож дуже багато змінних, і в цьому, мені здається, знаєте, концентруватись на тому, що ми маємо там подолати радянську спадщину. Мені здається, що це не самий продуктивний підхід до тієї абсолютно, насправді, безпрецедентної задачі, яка буде стояти перед Україною після того, як зброя змовкне, і ми опинимось перед новим набором абсолютно складних, безпрецедентних викликів перед тими, хто цілів, хто вижив і хто думає про майбутнє.
Володимире, дякую за вашу думку. Я погоджуюся абсолютно і про ту позицію, яку висловили щодо, власне, можливості України бути Україною завдяки тим людям, які зараз перебувають на передовій, і тим викликам, з якими Україна зустрінеться вже по тому, як закінчиться війна. Коли ми говоримо про зцілення і, власне, про радянське минуле, не потрібно забувати про те, що Україна проходила доволі важкий шлях українізації. Власне, дуже багато дослідників зараз говорять про те, що до українізації України, якщо можна вживати такий термін, ніщо не доклалося так сильно і так потужно, як повномасштабне вторгнення Росії в Україну. Але все ж я адресую питання про радянську спадщину Михайлові Подоляку. Мені цікаво, що він скаже.
Доброго дня. По-перше, я дуже дякую Київському єврейському форуму. Це дуже важливий майданчик, наскільки я розумію. І я хочу щиро сказати, що дуже вдячний і Світовому конгресу єврейському, і Європейському, і Американському конгресу єврейським. Чому? Тому що вони докладають і докладали багато зусиль для того, щоб показати, що це за війна з цінностної точки зору. Чому важливо допомагати Україні? І чому сьогодні Україна саме на передовій оцій фундаментальної класичної війни, коли з одного боку є цінності демократичного плану, з іншого боку цінності авторитарного чи навіть тоталітарного плану, коли примусово, домінантно хочуть сказати, що ви маєте робити чи чого ви не маєте робити. Це дуже важливо. І це, до речі, перша складова фіналу цієї війни, бо ця війна не про території, ми з вами це розуміємо. Ця війна не про якісь там претензії, типа денацифікація, демілітаризація. Це нонсенс говорити про Україну з точки зору, що тут є якісь нацистські прояви, і це говорить Російська Федерація, яка має класичну нацистську інфраструктуру політичного простору. Це війна про справедливість, про те, що цінності – це не просто якісь абстрактні слова. Конкуренція – це не просто абстракція, демократія – це не просто абстракція. І що за це доводиться навіть в 21 сторіччі таку ціну платити. І це дуже важливо для нас, тому що всі камери світу і вся увага світу певний час і після війни буде направлена на Україну. Фіналізація війни в будь-якому випадку буде такою, як потрібно Україні. І в цей момент ми отримаємо певний проміжок часу, ще раз підкреслюю, коли Україна буде мати підвищену суб'єктність і ініціювати будь-які програми. І мені видається, що це буде дві ключові програми. Перше – це взагалі ментальна перебудова України. Це вже не про пострадянський простір чи радянську спадщину, ні. Це про функціонування іншого типу держави, яка більш компактна, більш прозора, більш відверто розмовляє з суспільством, більш чітко артикулює якісь правила, по яких будуть тут жити. Це дуже важливо. Менше бюрократії, менше корупції. Оце ключова проблема і ключовий виклик. І ми сьогодні це бачимо. Це корупція і низький рівень професійності. То ми зможемо це поправити і отримати інший каркас державності. І друга складова – це відносини на рівні країни-суб'єкта, на рівні Східної Європи чи на рівні Європи. Тому що будуть принципово поставлені інші питання до всіх нас, не тільки до України, але Україна буде їх ініціювати. Це інший формат безпеки, регіональної чи навіть загальноєвропейської. Це інший формат проговорення ризиків, які йдуть від таких країн, наприклад, як Росія сьогодні, чи Іран, наприклад, завтра, чи Північна Корея завтра і таке інше. І як з цими ризиками треба працювати. чи просто виносити певні резолюції, чи дійсно суттєво впливати на те, щоб ці країни не мали ресурсів, як ми сьогодні бачимо. Бо сьогодні ми бачимо навіть, я паралельно про це скажу, ми сьогодні бачимо формування фундаментальної російсько-іранської вісі. Да? Тобто це дуже небезпечно для світу. Ми розуміємо, що робить Росія, і ми розуміємо, чому Іран сьогодні тримається за Росію щодо своїх інтересів, наприклад, на Близькому Сході. Так ось, новий формат глобальної політики дозволить ці питання обговорювати не заради якихось абстрактних резолюцій, а заради того, а що дієво ми можемо зробити, щоб запобігти ризикам таких, як сьогодні генерує Російська Федерація. Тому мені видається, що для України це буде фундаментально важливий час відразу після війни, але це буде вікно можливостей не дуже довге. Ми маємо його максимально швидко скористатись. І я тут розраховую на допомогу наших єврейських партнерів, виходячи з того, що вони побудували в Ізраїлі, наприклад, да? Я беру як приклад Ізраїль. Чи зможемо ми таку ж високотехнологічну галузеву економіку, яка чітко структурована, яка вписується в глобальний розподіл функцій чи конкурентних можливостей? Чи зможемо ми побудувати іншу промислову політику, наприклад, України, і побудувати нові галузі, які будуть конкурентно спроможними, щоб не фіксуватись, і тут я з вами погоджуюсь, не фіксуватись на старих принципах промислових, це сільське господарство тільки, чи металургія тільки, чи хімія тільки і таке інше. Це дуже важливий момент, коли про це можна говорити. І знову ж таки, говорити перспективно, превентивно перспективно, а не говорити тільки про те, що в нас, наприклад, зруйновано на сьогоднішній день 172 тисячі, підкреслюю, 172 тисячі об'єктів різних, і цивільних, і, зрозуміло, критичних інфраструктурних, і таке інше. Тому супер, що цей діалог починається, я маю на різних майданчиках, якою має бути Україна, яка буде мати можливість суб'єктно ініціювати в глобальному порядку денному багато різних питань.
Ми говоримо про україноцентричний світ. Я, до речі, говорив про ціннісно-центричний світ. Про світ, в якому цінності знову переважають, цінності знову мають вагу. Про світ, в якому цінності свободи, демократії, прав людини, цінності самовизначення націй знову є беззаперечними. І саме тому сьогодні українці, українське суспільство, українська держава, українські збройні сили підтвердили, що ці цінності знову мають бути в центрі людської уваги. Підтвердили, що автократичні цінності не можуть переважити в сьогоднішньому світі. Що стосується тої спадщини, якої конче треба позбутися, передусім я би говорив про спадщину патерналізму, про спадщину такої суспільної моделі, в якій людина є гвинтиком, людина не має цінності, основну цінність має держава. Це класична радянська спадщина, і вона може бути прослідкована в сьогоднішній Росії або Білорусі, в інших пострадянських країнах, які не змогли пройти модернізацію, і яку значною мірою вже подолала Україна, яка значною мірою стала суспільством вільних людей. З патерналістської моделі суспільства випливає інша спадщина, яку ми мусимо подолати. Спадщина пострадянської моделі економіки, в якій переважають величезні корпорації, переважає державна власність. Ми мусимо подолати цю спадщину і перейти до економіки, в якій інноваційний бізнес, малий і середній бізнес, що здатен об'єднуватися, творити інноваційні продукти, експортувати, має не меншу вагу, ніж великі корпорації, а державна частка в економіці є мінімальною, і держава в економіці виконує в основному регуляторну функцію. Ну і, звичайно, ще одна спадщина, яку ми мусимо подолати, культурна, це спадщина імперськості, спадщина залежності від імперії, меншовартості. Сьогодні завдяки Збройним силам України цієї меншовартості вже немає. Але ми мусимо врешті зрозуміти, що так само, як і інші народи Європи, ми проходимо той самий шлях модернізації просто через те, що ми були далеко на сході Європи, як кажуть. Сьогодні вже Володимир говорив про фронтір, Є такий вислів, який дуже поєднує Україну зі Сполученими Штатами Америки. Дикий захід Східної Європи, так називається книга відомого українця, українського журналіста Павла Казаріна. Це є фронтір, це є територія незвіданого, територія, де творяться інновації, територія, де зустрічаються порядок, цивілізація з одного боку і хаос незвіданий з іншого боку.
Валерій, оскільки ви щойно згадали Сполучені Штати, у мене, власне, є питання щодо, знову ж таки, післявоєнного україноцентричного світу. Йшлося дуже багато про можливий досвід використання плану Маршалла, але в певний спосіб у зворотній бік, тому що після Другої світової війни, ми всі пам'ятаємо, план Маршалла передбачав, що Сполучені Штати є донором для 16 європейських країн. Зараз буде абсолютно зворотня ситуація. Зараз багато інших країн, власне, стануть донорами для однієї країни. Для України зрозуміло, що довший час ті гроші, які будуть передаватися Україні, вони будуть передаватися у вигляді грантів, не позик, оскільки це буде абсолютно неможливим тягарем для української економіки, але, власне, і Сполучені Штати, і європейських партнерів зрозуміло, що буде цікавити питання координації цих ресурсів. Як ви вважаєте, який буде найкращий шлях для того, щоб за цими грішми був відповідний нагляд і, знову ж таки, була певного роду прозорість нагляду за цими грішми?
Тут нам дійсно треба знаходити механізм подвійного ключа для того, щоб ця допомога, вона не стала рентою, вона не стала новим таким, знаєте, новою спокусою, на якої там після війни нова еліта, ну, скажімо, буде мати багато спокус для того, щоб це використовувати не для розвитку, а для, скажімо так, самозбагачення. І тут дійсно має бути, на мій погляд, правило двох ключів. Так, український уряд має брати на себе відповідальність, але має бути доволі жорсткий контроль, перш за все, з боку громадянського суспільства і з боку країн-донорів, тому що насправді той механізм, який ми зараз обговорюємо, це такого світ ще не бачив. І план Маршалла, який було запроваджено там в 1948 році, з точки зору частки економіки, частки ВВП, він був набагато меншим, ніж той план відбудови, про який йдеться зараз. Я думаю, що щонайменш на порядок, а можливо навіть на 2 порядки. Щодо частки тих коштів, які направлялись на відбудову, на відновлення Західної Європи до потужності тих економік, які відновлювалися.
Володимире, дякую. І, власне, питання до Михайла Подоляка з приводу того, як адміністрація президента, Офіс президента Зеленського бачить можливу координацію. Є і різні ідеї, є ідеї створення, скажімо, окремої агенції, яка буде існувати в рамках, скажімо, Міжнародного валютного фонду. Є ідеї створення координаційної ради між країнами Великої Сімки і Україною. Тобто, як це має виглядати для того, щоб для усіх учасників процесу було зрозуміло, що він прозорий, він чесний і є абсолютне розуміння того, куди йдуть ті кошти, які виділяють країни-донори?
На мій погляд, ефективною моделлю були міжнародні агенції, де були б наглядові ради з країн-партнерів, а операційна дирекція з України. Наприклад, я маю на увазі як модель. Але на базі чого це може бути створено? Якраз сьогодні ми це проговоримо. Але ви абсолютно праві. І пан Володимир абсолютно правий. Треба, щоб була довіра. Треба, щоб не було цих можливостей трошки незаконно збагачуватись. Це дуже важливо. Тому що це репутаційні ризики. Для України, я ще раз підкреслюю, дуже важливо мати певну репутацію після війни в тому числі. І ця репутація має підтримувати конкретними діями, організаційними, логістичними діями. І тут ми можемо піти на модель, де будуть наглядові, знову ж таки, підкреслюю, ради, які зможуть, ну, мається на увазі, я як формулу кажу, то безумовно, що це може бути в тому чи іншому юридичному вигляді, але між тим, це може бути міжнародна агенція, яка буде чітко розуміти, на які напрямки, скільки коштів, на який час потрібно. І це можуть бути грантові програми, безумовно, враховуючи стан економіки України сьогодні. А ми сьогодні маємо там 50 чи навіть трошки більше відсотків економіки знищеної, і безпосередньо бойові дії йдуть сьогодні на територіях промислових і сільськогосподарських. Це мається на увазі схід і південь України, і дуже потужні дії, і руйнація економіки дуже потужна. І тому мені видається, що це буде важливо. Дивіться, які складові. Перше, це прозорість, про що ви говорите. Друге, це репутаційна складова. Третє, це професійність, щоб це не абстрактно були якісь люди, які будуть займатися операційною роботою, щоб вони точно розуміли, що таке операційка в економіці чи в макроекономіці. І нарешті четверта складова – це безумовно конкретні плани, сценарії. От в цій галузі хочемо це робити. І це не просто відбудова зруйнованих там, наприклад, будинків чи відбудова зруйнованих виробництв минулого. Можливо, нам інші виробництва будуть потрібні. І я хочу, щоб це було на такому професійному рівні. Я думаю, що ми цю модель побудуємо і отримаємо її на фініші цієї війни.
Дякую, колеги. І в мене до вас обох останнє запитання, оскільки ви обоє згадували про те, що, можливо, ці плани про те, що буде робитися після війни, вони можуть бути доволі передчасно оптимістичними, але багато аналітиків, можливо, з нами не погодяться і скажуть, що треба прогнозувати і планувати, що ми будемо робити на наступний день після перемоги. І, власне, ось ця стратегія, вона також важлива для розуміння гарантій безпеки Росії, її населення. Звісно, якщо в цій країні не відбудуться якісь певні внутрішні тектонічні зміни, залишиться там, де вона і була, тобто в безпосередній географічній близькості до України. Як можуть виглядати гарантії безпеки України у післявоєнному світі? Я адресую це питання першим Михайлові Подоляку.
Мені видається, що правильна фіналізація війни – це єдиний фундаментальний ключ для того, щоб ми побудували інший рівень безпеки взагалі на європейському континенті як такому. Тому що це стосується не тільки України, це стосується взагалі класичної зовнішньої політики Російської Федерації. Вона продає страх. Це ключовий елемент зовнішньої політики Росії. Шантаж – це другий ключовий елемент. І втручання в інші суверенітети – це третій ключовий елемент, який продає Російська Федерація в своїй зовнішній політиці. Тому, безумовно, це буде виглядати так. Правильна фіналізація кордону 91-го року. Можливо, це спровокує, і скоріш за все так і буде, певну політичну трансформацію в самій Росії. І ми будемо мати там 10-15 років для того, щоб побудувати інший формат безпеки в Європі. Цей формат має бути загальним для Європейського континенту, має включати в себе той чи інший військовий загальний альянс, куди в тому числі війде Україна. Це має бути загальний економічний простір, загальний культурний простір, чи, скажімо так, політико-культурний простір. І мені видається, що Україна буде невід'ємною частиною цього простору. Буде сформовано розуміння, що таке кордон між Європою і Росією, підкреслюю, не між Україною, а між Європою і Росією. І будемо говорити, якщо буде правильна фіналізація, а я вірю, що буде правильна фіналізація війни, будемо говорити про певну зону демілітаризації на кордоні між Європою, між Україною і Росією, перш за все. Тобто я достатньо оптимістично дивлюсь на те, як будуть розвиватись події в Україні у фіналі цієї війни.
Володимире, я адресую це питання до вас. Як ви вважаєте, що може бути гарантією безпеки? Як може виглядати поствійськовий світ з точки зору архітектури безпеки?
На мій погляд, найкраща і найнадійніша гарантія – це обороноздатність українських збройних сил в НАТО, без НАТО, але українські збройні сили мають бути найбоєздатнішою армією на європейському континенті. А це потребує іншої, напевно, і структури, і взагалі концепції Збройних сил, ніж були перед війною.
Дякую велике і дякую за те, що приділили свій час і за ваші відповіді. Це була дискусійна панель Київського єврейського форуму, присвячена майбутньому України у післявоєнному світі, яке може бути україноцентричним. A native of Kharkiv, Zayn Elkin is one of Ukraine's most active and longtime friends in the Knesset and in the Israeli government. Today, he leads the faction of the National Unity Party, which is also called the State Camp. He also has the Israel-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Association. Zayn Elkin is the next speaker of our forum.
Доброго дня, любі друзі! Я вітаю учасників Київського єврейського форуму, який вже протягом 4 років на своїй платформі збирає лідерів світової єврейської спільноти, щоб обговорити нагальні проблеми, які стоять перед єврейськими громадами всього світу. Вітаю пана Бориса Лозhkina, організатора цього форуму, який дав нам можливість зустрічатися на цій платформі. Цього року, у зв'язку з вторгненням Росії в Україну та страшною війною, яка триватиме вже незабаром рік, ми обговорюватимемо тему, про яку неважливо було навіть подумати ще рік тому. Ми обговоримо роль світової єврейської спільноти у відновленні України після війни. І в світлі того, що на сьогоднішній день я, будучи депутатом Кнесета, очолив парламентське товариство дружби Ізраїль-Україна, спільно з депутатом Кнесета Юлієм Едельштейном, хочу запевнити вас, що все, що від нас залежить у допомозі України під час війни і після військового відновлення, ми зробимо. Ви чудово знаєте, що Ізраїль – це держава, яка живе та розвивається в умовах постійного військового виклику. Багато разів Ізраїль намагалися зруйнувати, і завжди після таких спроб Ізраїль піднімався та розвивався в економічному та технологічному плані, ще сильніше, ніж до війни. Маленька держава в оточенні ворожих країн завжди відстоювала свою незалежність, яке це сьогодні робить Україна. І ми повністю підтримуємо незалежність та територіальну цілісність України. І весь досвід та можливості Ізраїлю у післявоєнному відновленні ми готові надати. Найближчими тижнями ми плануємо офіційну поїздку в Україну, першу після початку війни Росії проти України, з метою детальніше обговорити з керівництвом України можливості допомоги Ізраїля Україні. І я дуже сподіваюся, що наш досвід та технічні можливості допоможуть людям в Україні пережити жах, який принесла ця війна, та відновити свою країну.
What would it take for Ukraine to rebuild and eventually prosper after this war? We'll cover it in our final panel discussion, Ukraine after the war. Вітаю, мене звати Наталка Пісня, я журналіст «Голосу Америки» і сьогодні один з модераторів Київського єврейського форуму 2023. Зі мною у студії віртуально головний раввин України Моше Реувен Асман і Олег Вишняков. Він почесний консул Ізраїлю, один з найбагатших українців і один з українських меценатів. Ми сьогодні з ним говоримо про Україну після війни. І, власне, хотілося б розпочати цю розмову з цікавого досвіду Ізраїлю, який він має щодо програм репатріації людей, які приїжджають до Ізраїлю, і наскільки він може бути корисним у час після війни. Зараз, під час повномасштабного вторгнення, дуже багато людей, але у тому числі і представники української діаспори, всім, чим можуть, допомагають Україні, але багато фахівців сходяться у думці щодо того, що їхня допомога, їхня енергія також будуть потрібні і після перемоги, тобто тоді, коли країну потрібно буде відбудовувати. І якраз у цьому зв'язку дуже корисним був би ізраїльський досвід того, як можна побудувати програми репатріації для того, щоб заохотити щонайбільше людей для переїзду в Україну, хоча б тимчасового. Це питання я першим адресую Мошереву Асману, головному раввинові України.
Вітаю всех участникам форума. Я молюсь, чтобы война скорее закончилась. Мы все молимся, и как только она закончится, я думаю, весь мир, и в том числе Израиль, все будут восстанавливать Украину, и все будут вместе, так сказать, ликвидировать нас, вот это зло створило здесь в Украине, и сколько здесь ущерба, и сколько трагедии было сейчас и есть во время войны. Я думаю, что опыт Израиля обязательно пригодится, и не просто пригодится. Израиль проходил много войн, и Израиль знает, как быстро, так сказать, перейти от войны к мирному времени, и как быстро, так сказать, залечивать раны, которые сделала эта проклятая война.
Дякую. Я, власне, переадресовую моє попереднє питання того, які, власне, програми, але найбільше, який досвід Ізраїля може, якщо не перейняти, то взяти до уваги Україна для того, щоб процес відбудови виглядав якомога більш потужним. І це, власне, питання до Олега Вишнякова.
Я думаю, що тут є кілька аспектів. Перша така ситуація, що перше питання. Дуже багато українців виїхало за кордон. Ізраїль має дуже багатий досвід. У нього є також таке міністерство абсорбції. Воно організовує приїзд, репатріацію, повернення євреїв у Ізраїль. Я думаю, що це дуже гарний досвід, який може скористатись Україна, тому що це буде дуже велика проблема, тому що люди, які роботоспроможні, які активні, вони виїхали зараз за кордон. І дуже важливо повернути їх назад. І у цьому Ізраїль має дуже багатий досвід, і це дуже важливо, тому що це наш скарб, це український скарб, це наші люди. Знаєте, Ізраїль, коли став Ізраїлем і не мав ніяких корисних копалин, він почав вкладати все, гроші і таке інше у людей. І це привело його до успіху. І я думаю, що Україна повинна робити те ж саме. І зараз, я думаю, що за кордоном перебуває десь 7-8 мільйонів українців, і дуже важливо їх повернути назад. Як це зробити? Я думаю, що треба зробити таку ж установу, як Міністерство абсорбції в Ізраїлі, по поверненню українців до України. І треба забезпечувати їх працею, треба, я думаю, що робити льготи для них, виділяти житло, тому що багато людей лишили свого житла, квартир, домівок і таке інше. Це перший аспект. І другий аспект. Україні не потрібні кредити, Україні потрібні інвестиції у майбутньому. І це дуже важливо, це те, щоб інвестори заходили в Україну. Україна потрібна, щоб вона забезпечувала їм нормальний інвестиційний клімат. Наприклад, дуже важливо це боротьба з корупцією, це нормальна судова система, це безпека їхніх інвестицій. Ну і я думаю, що у майбутньому всі країни, європейські, американські, будуть згодні приймати участь у відновленні України. Я знаю, що навіть зараз вже багато людей, бізнесменів, інвесторів згодні організовувати різні інвестиційні фонди і думати, як це робити у різних сферах. І війна не заважає дуже доброму інвестиційному клімату, який зараз є у Ізраїлі. І я як бізнесмен кажу вам, що там є такі конкурс за інвестиції і вкладання грошей в Ізраїль. І це повинно бути і в Україні. Я думаю, що Україна буде зовсім іншою, ніж була до того. Тому що новітні технології, я сподіваюся, що такі, як в Ізраїль, інші країни зі своїми технологіями, вони прийдуть в Україну зі своїми інвестиціями, і зовсім буде інше. Будуть інші дороги, будуть інші мости, будуть інші будівлі, будуть абсолютно інша інноваційна інфраструктура. І я думаю, що Україна, я думаю, що надовго вона буде нормальною, инновационную, красивую европейскую державу.
Одна из больших проблем, мне кажется, которая будет сразу после перемоги, это психологическая проблема, так как солдаты вернутся с войны, многие из них травмированные, многие раненые, многие психологичные, нуждаются в психологичной допомоге, и також много и беженцев, много переселенцев. Очень большая проблема. Насколько мне известно, сейчас уже Израиль начинает помогать в этом. У Израиля есть огромный ценный опыт психологичной, так сказать, психологичной адаптации и лечения, так сказать, и раненых, и травмированных людей. И насколько мне известно, уже с Израиля идут сюда как бы инвестиции или строительство центров реабилитации для пораненых, для беженцев. Это очень важно, мне кажется.
Я дуже рада, що ви, власне, торкнулися теми реабілітації, оскільки варто говорити ще й про те, що український уряд неодноразово наголошував на тому, що в якості перемоги розглядатиме тільки повернення до тих територій суверенної України, які були на момент набуття нею незалежності у 90-ті роки минулого століття. Відтак, якщо ми говоримо про реабілітацію, ми маємо говорити і про реінтеграцію. І в першу чергу тих регіонів, які перебували під незаконною російською окупацією довго. Це і Донецька, і Луганська область, і Крим, але ще і ті області України, які перебувають під російською окупацією, частини цих областей зараз на півдні України. Як саме може відбуватися ця реінтеграція і які можуть бути, власне, моменти і процеси з цими пов'язаними? Я якраз хочу адресувати це питання Мошере Овену-Асману.
Ой, це дуже важке питання. Я думаю, что это одна из сложнейших проблем. Дело в том, что на оккупованных территориях за это время уже выросло новое поколение, которое мы видим, что какая пропаганда, российское телевидение, российские СМИ проводят, так сказать, зомбируют людей, и даже на небольшое время, тем более, когда это уже прошло уже там, с 2014 года, уже сколько, 8 років.
9 вже цього року 9 років.
9 років, да. Я думаю, что это огромная проблема, то есть людям нужно, так сказать, будет, как сказать, опять же, это та же самая психологичная проблема. Нужны будут специалисты, потому что я вижу, насколько они зомбируют людей, и люди, я думаю, что это психологично, там, не знаю, медицинская, даже медицинская проблема. Как это делать, нужно спросить специалистов, врачей, и ну, это серьезная проблема, я не знаю, как ее решить, я думаю, что специалисты должны быть.
Я впевнена, що немає такого просто однозначного рецепту, як зробити щось, щоб на ранок всі прокинулися інтегрованими, але, можливо, є певні методи, шляхи і довга стратегія. Якщо є якісь думки з цього приводу у Олега Вишнякова, ми будемо раді їх почути.
Ви знаєте, що Ізраїль – це експерт у психологічній реабілітації. І я думаю, що у Ізраїля є багато спеціалістів на цю тему. Знаєте як? Росія вкладала багато грошей у свою пропаганду. І це дуже важливо, щоб Україна і інші країни вкладали гроші у, скажімо так, у пропаганду нормального образу життя, який в нас є. І я хочу сказати, що
Пропаганду чи популяризацію?
Популяризації, так. І я так розумію, що, знаєте як, ми не можемо зараз порівняти стиль життя, який є на окупованих територіях, не тільки в Донецьку, Луганську, в Криму, а і в Абхазії, Осетії. Там біднота і страшне, що там коїться. І якщо ми це порівняємо з ситуацією в Україні, ми це навіть не можемо порівняти. І це потрібно показувати людям, які там жили, живуть.
Дякую велике за ваші відповіді, за ваш час і, власне, за ваші коментарі. І ті думки, якими ви поділилися, з нами були Моше Реувен Асман, головний раввин України, і Олег Вишняков, почесний консул Ізраїлю в Україні і один з найбагатших українців. І, власне, те питання, яке я адресувала і Рабі Асману, і пану Вишнякову, це питання реінтеграції. Як саме може відбуватися цей процес? Я одразу заважу, що єдиного рецепту тут бути не може. Ця стратегія є доволі складна, але все ж таки думки з приводу того, як може відбуватися процес реінтеграції тих українських регіонів, які довший час були окуповані Росією, я адресую панові Георгію Логвінському.
Дуже дякую за ваше запитання. Ну, взагалі, ми повинні розуміти, що в цьому процесі головне, що у нас є, це люди. Да? І питання, як ми можемо боротися за цих людей. Як ми можемо боротися за цих людей, які зараз покинули власні домівки? Як ми можемо боротися за тих людей, які залишились на окупованій території? Як ми можемо боротися за тих людей, які зараз страждають і знаходяться в тому числі на лінії оборони? Да? Ми можемо взяти іноземний досвід. На жаль, це не перша ситуація, особливо коли країна-агресор Росія вже нападала на інші території. Ми знаємо, як це відбувалося в Азербайджані, Арменії, в Молдові, як це відбувалося безпосередньо, в тому числі в Грузії. Єдиного, як ви кажете, рецепту нема. Але головне, треба розбудувати систему в нашій країні таким чином, щоб люди безпосередньо відчували себе комфортно, краще, щоб могли повертатися, мали власне майбутнє. І це дуже важливо. Да? Я можу сказати, що я інколи отримую якісь дзвінки від колег депутатів парламентської асамблеї Ради Європи. Вони дивуються, як так може бути, що навіть під час обстрілу Укрзалізниця працює краще, ніж Deutsche Bahn. Да? І це питання в тому, що ми навчились виживати. Колись президент Ізраїля Шимон Перес сказав, що у нас серед дружніх сусідів тільки море. Да? Та саме в даному випадку ми повинні розуміти, що головне питання, що ми зробили для Європи і для всього світу, ми зробили певний бар'єр і тримаємо цей бар'єр, і захищаємо демократію, і захищаємо від війни саме світ, Європу, інші країни, саме Україна це робить. Тому в даному випадку я думаю, що треба інвестувати в людей, треба тримати з ними зв'язок. Як вам відомо, що ми займаємося програмою евакуації, на даний час 26 тисяч осіб ми евакували за межі території України, більше з них хворих людей похилого віку. Але ми будуємо таку систему, щоб з цими людьми відбувався зв'язок, щоб вони знали, що у них є домівка, що їх є сім'я, яка їх чекає. Да? Тут дуже важливо приділяти цю увагу. Навіть люди не уявляють, що навіть які вони були безпосередньо на лінії зіткнення на фронті або на окупованій території, але в будь-якому разі залишається поствійськовий так званий синдром. Він є навіть у людей, які чули вибухи в Києві чи навіть приїжджали в блокпости. Це дуже непросто. Треба приділяти увагу, тримати зв'язок з цими людьми. Наприклад, приклад Ізраїлю, вони мають певну організацію від назви «Натів», яка тримає зв'язок з діаспорою. Тому діаспору треба підтримувати, вибудовувати. Треба будувати організації, які можуть разом з амбасадою робити якісь заходи. Да? І, безумовно, треба розбудовувати систему, яка юридично існує, фактично залежить від якості виконання, коли люди будуть відчувати, що їх домівка – це не певна оселя, це безпосередня країна, де є сім'я, де чекають, де є майбутнє для їх дітей. Можу якось кратко так пояснити ситуацію, як я бачу, які шляхи треба робити.
В мене до вас, власне, те питання, яке обов'язково має постати щодо реінтеграції. Люди, які прожили тривалий час на тих територіях, в тих регіонах, які були окуповані Росією, це 9 років. Тобто за цей час вже тільки встигли народитися діти, ці діти вже пішли в школи зі специфічним вихованням, в тому числі і з тим промиванням мізків, яке стосується України і того, який злочинний режим там живе, які страшні нацисти нею керують. Як реінтегрувати усіх цих людей в українське суспільство?
Дивіться, ця проблема, безумовно, відома, і в даному випадку треба розмежувати групу людей, які там залишаються. Да? Наприклад, в Криму залишались кримські татари навіть під ризиком ув'язнення для того, щоб Крим залишався українським. Так само є інші патріоти, які там залишаються і чекають звільнення. Тому давайте говорити, що є різні групи, з різними групами треба працювати іншим шляхом. Безумовно, є проблема в тому, що і ми бачимо таких дітей, бачимо таких людей, які приїжджають в Україну, вони впевнені, що у нас на вулицях Києва ще до початку військової агресії, там, рік тому, 2 роки тому, що фактично тільки свастики, бандеровці і все інше. Вони були в шоці, інколи брали декілька тижнів для того, щоб повернутися, розуміти, що це все пропаганда, яка дуже відома ще з Другої світової війни. Які межі можна робити? Безумовно, це інформування, це можливість тримання зв'язку, як вже я казав, можливості надати людям подивитися на світ іншими очами, наприклад, що вони виїжджали, робили. Не робити з них ізгоїв. Це дуже важливо, тому що коли я був заступником голови комітету з прав людини, саме займався питанням щодо окупованої території. Є багато розумінь, що люди, які там залишаються, вони вже безпосередньо є особами, які так ворогами України. Це не так. Це людей треба боротися, з цим треба працювати. І, безумовно, здравий глузд, він завжди буде мати якісь рішення. Радянський Союз 70 років розповідав нам різні казки, але в будь-якому разі люди якось подивилися і знайшли якісь рішення. Да? І, безумовно, будь-яка кривда, вона має певний час, і будь-яка пропаганда, вона не діє безстроково. Вона рано чи пізно, будь-який диктатор, він вмирає, його вбивають, і люди повертаються до здравого глузду. Так само буде відбуватись в моєму розумінні з цими дітьми.
Дякую за вашу відповідь. І, власне, маю ще одне питання. Ви говорили буквально кілька секунд тому про те, що подекуди Укрзалізниця, особливо під час обстрілів, у порівнянні з Deutsche Bankом працює краще. Після того, як Україна відсвяткує День перемоги, буде наступний день, тобто це той день, коли потрібно працювати. І якщо раніше Україна була і відомим у світі постачальником різних металів, різних мінералів, зрозуміло, що аграрною країною, яка годувала велику частину світу, зараз це питання буде набагато складнішим і через ту кількість територій, які зараз заміновані, тобто їх потрібно розміновувати у майбутньому. Це і ресурси, і, відповідно, кошти, і зволікання, певні зволікання з тим, щоб засівати ці поля. Наскільки реально, можливо, короткостроково переорієнтувати економіку для того, щоб, можливо, зосередитися на інших сферах, в тому числі і тому досвіді, який зараз має Укрзалізниця?
Дивіться, я ще раз кажу, найкращий шлях для того, щоб знайти рішення проблеми, це подивитися, як ці проблеми вирішили інші країни, як це відбувалося. Безпосередньо можемо провести так само, як це робила держава Ізраїль. Да? Ніхто не постачав зброю держави Ізраїлю. Вони навчилися виробляти зброю і бути одним з найбільших експортерів зброї. Не було води. Вони знайшли шлях, яким чином можна на даний час робити пресну воду. Тому в моєму розумінні ми повинні приклади наші, наприклад, ми хочемо йти до стандартів НАТО, але я знаю, що зараз війська інших країн навпаки використовують наш досвід український, наші технології, які ми досягли під час цієї військової агресії. Тому Україна має великий потенціал, ми можемо розбудовувати. Як відомо, що велика кількість, наприклад, IT-спільноти, вона з України, і це великий шлях. Я вважаю, що Україна зараз є брендом захисту прав людини. Цим можна користуватись. Я думаю, що ми можемо зробити це дуже швидко. Головне, щоб було бажання. Але те, що ми досягнули, колись міністра так само оборони держави Ізраїлю на той час очолював міністр Ліберман, я його спитав, скажіть, будь ласка, який шлях оборони захисту України ви нам порадите, може якісь обладнання чи якісь кампанії. Він каже, найкращий шлях – це патріотизм. Жодна війна в світі не була виграна, навіть Сполучені Штати, коли вони приймали участь, без зазначеного патріотизму. Саме тому в даному випадку ми маємо цей патріотизм. Він надав змогу захистити Україну. Я впевнений, що цей патріотизм дасть можливість розбудувати систему, і де Україна може бути експортером послуг, де Україна може експортувати і надалі, і не тільки аграрну сировину, вона може виробляти продукцію. Я вважаю, що інші країни повинні розуміти, що ми для них зробили для Європи, який шлях і яку ціну ми за це заплатили. І саме тому і платимо в даний час. Саме тому я вважаю, що ми маємо розбудувати країну, яка буде прикладом для всіх інших, як надати можливість людям жити найкраще і бути в безпеці.
Георгію, дякую за вашу відповідь і дякую, що доєдналися до Київського єврейського форуму 2023.
Дякую.
Dear friends, Kyiv Jewish Forum 2023 has come to an end. I would like to thank our partner Tablet for the organization of this far-reaching online summit. This forum has been special. Kyiv Jewish Forum was held in Washington, D.C., in the city where the fate of the entire free world of which Ukraine is a part is decided. The forum's date is also symbolic. The anniversary of the start of Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine is approaching. The war in which Ukrainians have to defend their choice in favor of freedom and democracy. Over the past 2 days, we have been actively searching for answers to several key questions of our time. The speakers have discussed the role of US bipartisan support for Ukraine in achieving victory. We have analyzed the assistance to Ukraine by the world Jewish community and Israel and also outlined the prospects for this cooperation. We have also touched upon another important topic of the discussions, the structure of the post-World War and the place of Ukraine in the new system of international relations that is being formed right now. We have discussed in detail the threat coming from the Russian-Iranian Axis. Time will test the corrections of our forecasts. However, the main conclusion can be made already now, and it is in the slogan of the forum, Stand with Ukraine. This is a call that reminds all friends of the Ukrainian people that together we can overcome the most difficult trials. I'm sure that the victory of Ukraine will be a victory for everyone who has stood up together with our country. Thanks to our distinguished guests and speakers who have taken part in the forum. I'm especially grateful to our media partners, Новое время, RBC Ukraine, Обозреватель, and Telegraph. Naturally, I would like to thank our audience, which has been following the lively and rich discussions for 2 days. The main themes of the Kyiv Jewish Forum this year have been the war and our joint reaction to the Russian aggression. I hope that in a year we will be discussing the process of restoring the peaceful, victorious Ukraine, and all those who rightfully call themselves friends of our country will take part in it. See you at the next Kyiv Jewish Forum.
The 2023 Kyiv Jewish Forum has come to its end. It's been an honor to host this forum for you. We've touched on a lot of urgent topics, all covering the global support of Ukraine and its way first to victory and later to prosperity. We thank you all the panelists and all the participants for finding time to join us. And of course, our gratitude goes to the viewers. You can catch up on panels or interviews you've missed on YouTube or on our website, KyievJewishForum.com. Thank you very much for watching Stand with Ukraine.